Even with the ultimate defense skill activated, he was still severely injured by Meng Anwen's single strike. Seeing this, Xiaobojian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Meng Anwen's strength far exceeded his expectations. In his memory, the last time Meng Anwen took action was decades ago. At that time, he shocked the entire world. It was also during that period that he formed a feud with certain high-ranking military figures. Because of this, Meng Anwen established a rule within the military that divine generals were not allowed to approach the divine tower. Both he and Bai Yuan are divine generals, holding significant power and influence within the military. However, they have a strained relationship with another faction. Therefore, wherever the divine tower is located, the divine generals of that military faction must keep their distance. Watching the retreating figure of the undead, Yin Guangxing grinned and said, "What a loser." Then he turned to Xiaobojian and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Xiaobojian quickly waved his hands. No, you two go ahead. I'll just wait outside." At this point, he didn't dare to say another word. No matter what Meng Anwen and the others were planning to do, he could only watch and not even inquire about it. And as I completed thousands of battles within the divine tower, my combat theory and techniques underwent a tremendous transformation. It felt like I had stepped into another realm. Recalling my previous methods of commanding the undead legion in battle, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Now, with a deep understanding of the combat methods of various professions, I can apply these techniques to the undead legion, which will undoubtedly enhance their combat effectiveness, far beyond what it was before. Bai Yuan and the others were very satisfied when they saw my progress. They told me the next step was to level up as quickly as possible, and then undergo another profession evolution at Diamond 3. However, the prerequisite was to obtain the light from the Founders Academy. But what exactly is that light? Even someone as experienced as Meng Anwen didn't know. All he knew was that it could significantly increase the probability of profession evolution at Diamond 3. As for whether it had any other effects, he had no idea. Additionally, they suggested that when the time was right, I should seek out the ancient dragon. Perhaps I could uncover some secrets about transcending divinity there. After that, Meng Anwen officially began the true divine tower trial. All the rewards would still be distributed as usual. Just as I was leaving the divine tower, I saw Dongfang Yao walking towards me. This time, she had come to ask for my help. It turned out that the royal family possessed a level 45 dungeon. However, it only had normal and nightmare difficulty levels. According to her father's calculations, the dungeon should have a hell difficulty level. But the royal family had attempted the dungeon thousands of times without being able to elevate its difficulty. Recently, she had seen me easily elevate the water element dungeon, so she thought of asking for my assistance. In return, I would be allowed to access some ancient texts held by the royal family. These texts had never been seen even by Bai Yuan, a divine-level powerhouse. However, I had to ensure that I would not disclose the contents to anyone, including Bai Yuan and the others. Additionally, after elevating the dungeon, I could make one request of her, as long as it was within her capabilities. I initially wanted to refuse her request, but Dongfang Yao told me that the dungeon was an electric element dungeon. I was shocked. I never expected that one of the 5 major elemental dungeons, the electric element dungeon, was in the hands of the royal family. No wonder Bai Yuan didn't know where it was. So I agreed without hesitation. I finally completed the trial, successfully breaking through the limits of my profession. Not only did I find a way to enhance my rune skills with talent bonuses, but I also uncovered the truth about the land of desolation and the ancient dragon. It turned out that after I agreed to Dongfang Yao's request, she took me to the royal family's treasure pavilion. But what I didn't expect was that the guardian of the treasure pavilion was actually a divine-level powerhouse. Dongfang Yao quickly walked over, poured a cup of hot tea for the old man, and said, "Grandpa Li, do you remember what I mentioned to you earlier?" The old man nodded. Then he took out a few books from the side and placed them on the table. These books exuded an ancient aura. Then the old man looked at me and said impatiently, "I'll only give you 1 day." I frowned slightly. The old man before me seemed somewhat arrogant. Moreover, I could clearly see that there were at least 100 books on the shelves, yet he was only allowing me to read a few. This was completely different from what Dongfang Yao had promised. It was obvious that the old man was deliberately making things difficult for me. So I remained motionless, and my gaze gradually turned cold. In that case, I won't bother reading them. Dongfang Yao immediately noticed this. So, she quickly whispered a few words into the old man's ear. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at me. After seeing the divine general badge on my shoulder, his expression instantly changed. His attitude did a complete 100. So you're the divine general Ling. With that, he waved his hand, and in the next moment, all the books on the shelves flew over. Divine General Ling, you can read these books for as long as you like. Then I picked up the books and began reading. After reading, I discovered that they even recorded the secrets of the primordial secret realm. A very small number of people who entered the primordial secret realm managed to retain their rune skills. However, according to them, the skills that were permanently retained would be slightly weakened. As for what happens inside the primordial secret realm, no one knows, because those who come out lose all memory. Seeing this, a fiery determination burned in my eyes. If others could retain the skills of the primordial runes, then I could do the same. If rune skills could become my own, even if their strength was slightly reduced, with the full amplification of my talents, these skills would only become stronger. At that point, my combat power would reach unimaginable heights. Compared to the primordial secret realm, information about the Dragon King's temple dungeon was even scarcer. Many people knew of the Dragon King's temple dungeon's existence, but very few had entered it, mainly because they couldn't obtain the qualifications to enter. Although the books mentioned that Jiang Yi had once entered it, there was no further information. I read quickly, and in just half a day, I had gone through all the ancient texts. From them, I learned many hidden secrets, deepening my understanding of this world. At this point, Dongfang Yao asked me if I had gained anything. I nodded slightly. There are indeed some materials here that aren't available outside. Unfortunately, I didn't find what I was looking for. Dongfang Lijian, who was standing nearby, then asked, Divine General Ling, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can help. I told him I wanted to know about the land of desolation and the core area of the ancient battlefield, as well as information about the central explosion. Dongfang Liwen's expression suddenly changed. Regarding the information I mentioned, there was indeed an ancient text that recorded it. However, that book was something even the royal family members weren't qualified to read. But after considering my identity, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. Even more ancient flew over from the depths of the formation. The information you seek is inside. Ordinary people can't see it. Even the sixth princess isn't qualified to read it. I understood that he was saying this to make me owe him a favor. So I nodded and said, Senior, I will remember this favor. Then I began to examine the ancient text. Although there wasn't much information about the land of desolation, or that person, what was recorded was enough to shock me. It turned out that the figure from the ancient battlefield was connected to the land of desolation. Moreover, he had existed since the founding of the Xinxia Empire. Once, beasts from the land of desolation once invaded the ancient battlefield. Whether it was the monsters or the bosses inside, none were a match for the desolation beasts. Yet, in the end, these beasts were slain in the core area of the ancient battlefield. This made me realize that desolation beasts were not invincible. It just depends on whether the power is sufficient. After reading this, I took a deep breath. This information was incredibly useful to me. It seems I must repay this favor. Then I followed Dongfang Yao to the entrance of the electric element dungeon. My only request was that after the dungeon's difficulty was elevated, I would need to run the dungeon a few more times. Dongfang Yao was very surprised by this. She had expected me to make some excessive demands, but she didn't expect my request to be so simple. However, just as she was about to agree, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind. Since when does an outsider have a say in our royal family's dungeon? Dongfang Yao's expression changed slightly when she saw the newcomer. A handsome young man was striding over. He appeared to be about 10 years older than Dongfang Yao. Although I couldn't see his exact level, I could roughly estimate that he was around level 45. This showed that his talent was far inferior to Dongfang Yao's. His manner of speaking was also far less refined than hers. This made me feel a bit annoyed. I had gone through great effort to come here and help elevate the dungeon, only to have a brainless royal sibling show up halfway through. There was no choice. She had to explain the royal sibling's identity to me. Then she tried to inform Dongfang Shun of my identity, but Dongfang Shun didn't give her a chance to speak. He immediately launched into a tirade against me. Who do you think you are, spouting nonsense here? Since when does someone like you get to decide things about our royal family's dungeon? Dongfang Yao's expression changed drastically. She knew how insulting those words were to a divine general. A dangerous glint appeared in my eyes. The divine stone in my mental world began to slowly rotate. A terrifying killing intent erupted from within me. Soul flames danced wildly in my palm. An extremely dangerous aura swept over everyone. Dongfang Shun, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wore a look of fear. It was too late for regrets now. As a blue flame descended, he collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. I didn't use my full power, only a tiny bit of mental energy to control the damage of the soul flame. Otherwise, given his constitution, he would have been instantly killed. In the past, I couldn't control the power of my skills, but after the trials in the Divine Tower, I could now manipulate my skills at will. Dongfang Yao wanted to plead for him, but she didn't know how to start. After all, what Dongfang Shun had said was too outrageous. A divine general had been called a stray dog by him. It was already generous of me not to kill him. However, Dongfang Shun's screams caught the attention of others. Powerful auras surged toward us. Dozens of figures appeared in the air. Without exception, they were all top-tier professionals, above level 70. Their immense auras shot into the sky. When they saw the situation, their expressions changed drastically. How dare you harm a royal prince in the palace? Their arrival gave Dongfang Shun enough confidence. You're finished. How dare you attack me? You won't leave here alive. But just as they were about to attack me, Dongfang Yao quickly stepped forward to stop them. She explained the situation to them in detail. Upon learning my identity, everyone was stunned. They never expected that I was the youngest divine general of the Xinxia Empire. Moreover, I was the disciple of the Mad God and the White God. Either of these identities alone was enough to shock anyone, especially the title of Divine General, which placed me on equal footing with divine-level powerhouses. They didn't have the audacity to attack a divine general, even if they were members of the royal family. They couldn't bear the consequences either. Then, everyone turned their attention to the second prince, Dongfang Shun. Daring to call a divine general a stray dog is practically asking for death. Even if the emperor were here, he would treat a divine general with respect. Who do you think you are? You have no military achievements, no contributions, and yet you flaunt your royal status. Who gave you the audacity to insult a divine general? Most of the people here had served in the military, and they knew the status of a divine general in the army. If anything happened to me here, not to mention by Yuan and Yin Guangxing, within a day, the army would march from the battlefield. They wouldn't care if you were royalty or not. In the eyes of soldiers, the divine general is supreme. Dongfang Shun trembled under the accusations, not daring to refute anything. I finally broke through and entered the inheritance dungeon of the Thunder God. But just as I was about to clear the dungeon, I witnessed the fall of the Thunder God. I even saw the true power of the Desolation Beast King. After resolving the issue with Dongfang Shun, I entered the electric element dungeon. The next moment, I appeared at the entrance of everywhere. There were lightning element spirits, and the monsters were all between levels 46 and 47. I immediately thought that elevating the dungeon must be related to speed. Otherwise, the monsters here wouldn't be so densely packed. Although Dongfang Yao had mentioned that they had tried clearing large numbers of monsters in a short time, they still couldn't elevate the dungeon. But I believed that their speed simply wasn't fast enough. So, with a thought, I summoned my entire undead army. Then, 12,000 skeletons began advancing at full speed. In just 10 minutes, they had cleared all the monsters in the valley. This was over 10 times faster than the royal team's speed. But this still didn't trigger the dungeon's elevation. It seemed that the dungeon's elevation wasn't triggered by speed or clearing the area. As I stepped into the valley entrance, I was faced with 6 branching paths. According to the information Dongfang Yao had provided, no matter which path you took, you could eventually exit the mountain. However, the Dongfang family had tried every path, but to no avail. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. The maximum number of people allowed in the dungeon was 6. Could it be that each path required a separate adventurer? Thinking this, I immediately divided my undead army into 6 teams and sent them down each of the 6 paths. As the monsters on all 6 paths were cleared simultaneously, the entire dungeon began to tremble. I was overjoyed. It seemed I had guessed correctly. This was indeed the condition for triggering the dungeon's elevation. Soon, news of the dungeon's elevation reached the ears of Emperor Dongfang Yi. Dongfang Yao also informed him about what had happened at the dungeon entrance. After hearing the full story, Dongfang was furious. He immediately ordered that the second prince, Dongfang Shun, be sent to the military front lines. After the dungeon's elevation was completed, the lightning sea within the valley became even more violent. Its power had increased several times over. In the center of the lightning sea appeared a pearl, clearly no ordinary item, but retrieving it under such intense lightning strikes was nearly impossible. Even a knight with ultimate defense activated couldn't last more than 5 seconds in the lightning sea, let alone retrieve the pearl at its center. But I wasn't fazed at all. After equipping a layer of sea bone armor, I walked straight into the lightning sea. Even as violent lightning strikes rained down on my body, I managed to reach the center of the lightning sea before the sea bone armor shattered. The moment I grabbed the pearl, the entire lightning sea erupted in chaos. Countless bolts of lightning surged into the pearl from all directions. In an instant, the lightning sea disappeared entirely, leaving only the pearl floating in the air. Lightning gem, permanently immune to electric element damage. 50% chance to gain an electric skill upon dealing damage. I activated it without hesitation. Just as I thought I would only gain immunity to electric element damage, suddenly, a surge of lightning surrounded me. Then, a pair of massive wings formed on my back. Skill acquired. Lightning wings grants the ability to fly for 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Seeing the skill's properties, I was overjoyed. I never expected to actually gain a new skill, and it was the flying skill I had always dreamed of. Unfortunately, my comprehensive amplification talent didn't enhance the lightning wing skill. From past experiences, the comprehensive amplification talent enhanced the majority of my skills. Only a few skills didn't receive the enhancement, such as the strong soldier skill formed by the primordial runes and the blessing of light from the light gem. These didn't receive any talent enhancement. If skills obtained from gems couldn't be enhanced by the talent, then why did the toxic halo skill from the toxic gem receive an enhancement? This puzzled me greatly, but now wasn't the time to dwell on this. The priority was to collect as many elemental crystals as possible. After passing through the valley, I arrived at a swamp. The swamp was filled with level 47 thunder lizards. Their total attributes were 150,000. For other level 40 adventurers, this would be quite troublesome, but for me, it posed no threat at all. The undead army plowed through them effortlessly. Soon, we reached the center of the swamp. There, I found a small plant wrapped in lightning. The moment I saw it, I was reminded of the fire god's flower from the fire god's temple dungeon. Clearly, this plant served a similar purpose. So, I reached out to grab it, but just as my hand was about to touch the plant, a massive force knocked me back several meters. Then, a giant beast appeared before me. Clearly, this was the boss monster guarding the plant. Level 48 Hell level boss. Lightning Ape. Total attributes, 170,000. Only 20,000 higher than the average thunder lizard. Its traits were also similar, with only an additional life force enhancement trait. Facing the terrifying undead army, it lasted less than 2 seconds before collapsing with a scream. It was simply too weak. With my current combat power, challenging a level 45 Hell level dungeon was no challenge at all. If there were no level restrictions for dungeons, I would have directly chosen to tackle level 50 or even level 60 Hell level dungeons. After all, the higher the dungeon level, the more experience and better loot you could obtain. However, I wasn't too concerned about the dungeon loot. What I cared about was the experience. Leveling up brought with my undead army's strength increased significantly. Then, I plucked the small plant. It was called the electric grass, and it could be used to awaken the thunder god. Now, all that was left was the key to open the thunder god's palace. After crossing the thunder swamp, I arrived at a desolate plain. There were no monsters here, only a flash of lightning in the distance. It was a massive, 100-meter-long sword, embedded in the ground, crackling with electricity. Driven by curiosity, I approached it. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the sword and struck me. My sea bone armor instantly glowed brightly, and then a crack appeared on its surface. This was the first time since my second-class advancement that the sea bone armor had shown signs of damage. I felt a bit nervous. It wasn't that the lightning's attack power was overwhelming, but the attack frequency was incredibly high. I was being hit at least 1,000 times per second. I immediately activated another layer of sea bone armor, but within seconds, it began to crack again. Fortunately, my current mental energy was nearly inexhaustible. I could keep replenishing the armor indefinitely. I began to speed up, replenishing my sea bone armor every few seconds along the way. Before I knew it, I was standing before the massive sword. But the moment I touched the sword, a fragment of unfamiliar memory flooded my mind. I saw a towering giant, wielding a massive sword, delivering one terrifying strike after another. Under his attacks, a desolation beast was reduced to ashes. I could feel the overwhelming power in his strikes. From this, I could tell that he was stronger than Bai Yuan and Yin Guangxing. However, at that moment, a terrifying beast appeared in the vision. I immediately recognized it as the Desolation Beast King. I had seen it before during my class advancement. In the land of desolation, even Bai Yuan and Yin Guangxing could only flee from it. It had even severely injured Meng Anwen with a single strike. This showed just how powerful it was. Then, the Desolation Beast King pounced on the Thunder God. The vision shattered into fragments. I widened my eyes in shock. A powerful deity had been instantly killed by the Desolation Beast King. It was simply unbelievable. Then, a desolate emotion emanated from the sword. I felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness, mixed with a faint sadness. I realized these emotions were coming from the sword itself. So, I whispered to the sword, "I know you're lonely. Perhaps one day, I'll have the chance to awaken your master." As soon as I finished speaking, the massive sword began to shrink rapidly until it was no larger than the palm of my hand. Thunder God Sword, a relic of the Thunder God. The key to unlocking the Thunder God's power. I had finally cleared the Thunder God's inheritance dungeon. Not only had I perfectly integrated the elements of my profession's evolution, but I had also gained a rare lightning-based skill. But just as I was about to leave the palace, I was unexpectedly drawn into a place known as the Land of Death. It turned out that after obtaining the key to the Thunder God's palace, a massive eagle, over 30 meters in size, suddenly swooped down. It was surrounded by lightning, exuding an extraordinary aura. Clearly, this was the final boss of the dungeon. I thought its attributes might pose some challenge, given that this was a level 45 hell-level dungeon. But when I saw its stats, I couldn't help but laugh. It was pathetically weak. As a level 48 hell-level boss, its total attributes were only 210,000. Its traits were identical to the lightning apes. Ever since my second class advancement, any boss with total attributes below 300,000 was like an ant. Moreover, after the trials in the Divine Tower, my strength had increased significantly. Therefore, the Thunder Eagle before me didn't interest me in the slightest. I just wanted to end the battle quickly. So, I raised my hand and cast the Curse of Aging, then summoned my undead army with a thought. However, the Thunder Eagle, facing an undead army thousands of times stronger, still tried to resist. It spat out a lightning orb that landed on the ground, exploding and turning the surrounding area into a sea of lightning. But the undead army within the lightning sea was completely unharmed. In the past, my undead army had always been resilient to sustained damage. Now, with the lifelink summoning talent, they were even more impervious. A single healing spell from the Crow General could instantly restore any damage. Seeing that the undead army was unharmed, the Thunder Eagle in the air quickly realized it was no match. Without hesitation, it turned and fled. But the attacks from the skeleton mages and skeleton archers were already prepared. A barrage of elemental spells and arrows rained down on it, causing the Thunder Eagle to plummet from the sky with a scream. System notification. You have slain the Thunder Eagle. Experience increased by 4.9 million. Obtained equipment: Lightning Longsword and Lightning Dagger. Obtained Lightning Crystal Fragments X4. Lightning Longsword, Platinum Tier Weapon. Base attributes 1,200. Lightning Dagger, Platinum Tier Weapon. Base attributes 1,200 foot. Increases sword type skills by 60%. Skill: Lightning Slash. Deals 100% of your strength as damage to the enemy. Additionally, deals 100% of your strength as electric element damage. Has a chance to paralyze the enemy for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 1 minute. Lightning Dagger, Platinum Tier Weapon. Base attributes 1,200. Increases assassin type skills by 60%. Skill: Lightning Sting. Deals electric element damage equal to your strength attribute. Inflicts paralysis every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Although these two platinum tier weapons came with skills, they were still considered bottom tier. However, the number of lightning crystal fragments dropped was a pleasant surprise. Including the one dropped by the lightning ape earlier, I now had enough to synthesize a complete lightning crystal. This dungeon run had been quite rewarding. Not only had I unexpectedly gained the lightning wing skill, but I had also witnessed the Thunder God's final battle and learned about the terrifying power of the Desolation Beast King. I never expected that even a deity could fall to it. I wondered how it compared to the figure in the ancient battlefield. Then, I exited the dungeon. Emperor Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Yao had been waiting outside for some time. When I emerged, Dongfang Yi greeted me with a smile. Divine General Ling, you truly are remarkable for your age. I've been hearing legends about you recently. You are truly a prodigy. I quickly bowed in return. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Dongfang Yi then apologized for Dongfang Shun's behavior, assuring me that if I had any requests, the royal family would do their best to fulfill them. This was a promise from both the emperor and a divine-level power. However, I didn't dwell on Dongfang Shun's actions. Besides, I still owed Dongfang Li a favor. So, I expressed my gratitude and told him that if he ever needed my help, he could count on me. My words delighted Dongfang Yi. He had been worried that I would hold a grudge over Dongfang Shun's actions, but instead, I had not only let it go, but also strengthened my ties with the royal family. This was the outcome he had hoped for. After they left, I ran the dungeon 5 more times. Now, I had 6 thunder element crystals in my possession. I fused 2 of them into the elemental divine stones. Elemental divine stone, when used at Diamond 3, increases profession evolution chance by 30%. The second elemental divine stone lacked a toxic element crystal, so its effect was slightly weaker. It seemed I needed to obtain another toxic crystal when the opportunity arose. Next, I needed to focus on alchemy in the dungeon hall, so I asked Dongfang Yao to escort me out of the palace. Dongfang Yao immediately activated the teleportation array, but the moment we stepped into the array, the teleportation scene shattered into fragments. I felt a pang of unease. This situation reminded me of what happened in the Dragon Outpost dungeon. Dongfang Yao, who had never experienced this before, immediately tensed up. He tried to contact his father, Dongfang Yi, but found that all communication devices had failed. We teleported for a full 5 minutes before finally landing. Normally, teleporting from inside the palace to outside would take only 2 seconds. Based on the teleportation speed and duration, we had traveled far beyond the borders of the Xinxia Empire. Before us was a desolate forest, with a cold wind carrying the stench of decay. Dongfang Yao panicked upon seeing our surroundings. This is the land of death. How did we end up here? Seeing his distress, I immediately took out the Abyss teleportation stone, only to find it had lost its glow. There were only 2 possibilities for this. Either the land of death was surrounded by an extremely powerful barrier that blocked all teleportation items, or something had gone terribly wrong with the teleportation itself. Either way, we were now stranded in a place known as the Land of Death, a place even the bravest adventurers feared to tread. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Dongfang Yao, on the other hand, was visibly shaken. We need to find a way out of here, he said, his voice trembling. I nodded, scanning our surroundings for any signs of life or a way out. But the forest was eerily silent, with only the cold wind and the stench of decay to keep us company. Second, the Land of Death is extremely far from the Abyss, beyond the teleportation stone's range. After all, the Abyss teleportation stone has limited energy and a finite range. Based on the time it took to teleport from the palace to here, either scenario was possible. So, I turned to Dongfang Yao and asked, "What is the Land of Death?" He explained, "The Land of Death is an ancient small world. A long time ago, a great battle took place here. At that time, someone unleashed a terrifying skill, turning everyone in this world into rotting corpses. If a person is bitten by these corpses, they too will become infected and turn into one. My father once told me about the Land of Death. The reason our Dongfang family became the rulers of the Xinxia Empire isn't because we were particularly strong, but because our family bears the responsibility of guarding the Land of Death. Before the Xinxia Empire was established, the Land of Death already existed. Once, the corpses from the Land of Death invaded the human world. Fortunately, an ancestor of the Dongfang family sacrificed his life to stop them. Since then, guarding the Land of Death has become our family's duty. That's why, after the Xinxia Empire was founded, our Dongfang family became the royal family. At that moment, 2 rotting corpses charged toward us. I raised my hand and unleashed sea bone spikes, turning them into sieves. But to my surprise, they quickly regenerated their bodies and charged at us again. Dongfang Yao let out a scream at the sight, as if recalling a secret his father had once told him. He quickly informed me, there's a secret realm at the center of the land of death. Inside, there's a teleportation array that can return us to the human world. However, I don't know how to get to the center of the land of death. So, I decided to deal with the 2 corpses first. I cast a detection spell, only to find that aside from their names and levels, they had no other information, although they were only level 5. No matter how much damage the skeleton warriors inflicted, they quickly regenerated. Even when reduced to a pile of mush, they could still recover. However, something felt off to me. Even powerful beings like the Desolation beasts could be killed, so how could these low-level, level 5 corpses be invincible? So, I began searching for a way to counter their regeneration. But what I never expected was that their existence was tied to the mythical artifact, the Staff of Creation. It turned out that the first genius to awaken a divine talent in a million years had been framed by the imperial family and cast into the land of death. This enraged the first divine-level array master of the Xinxia Empire, causing even Emperor Dongfang Yi to break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that after clearing the electric element dungeon and preparing to leave, I had been accidentally teleported to the land of death. Then, I discovered that the monsters here were seemingly immortal. No matter how much damage the skeleton warriors dealt, they would quickly regenerate. Since physical damage didn't work, I decided to try soul attacks. So, I cast a soul flame, only to find that it had no effect on them either. I suddenly realized something. These corpses weren't living beings. They had bodies but no souls. Therefore, soul-based attacks like soul flame were useless against them. At this point, Dongfang Yao, struggling to stay composed, said weakly, "My father once told me that the corpses in the land of death are unkillable." But I shook my head. Nothing in this world is truly unkillable. We just haven't found the right method yet. With that, I summoned a skeleton archmage. The skeleton archmage cast the skill Elemental Burst, instantly reducing the corpse to ashes. Most of its cells were obliterated in the elemental explosion, leaving behind only tiny, barely visible fragments. But I soon noticed that they began to regrow in the rain. However, this time, the regeneration was extremely slow. It would take years for them to fully recover. I had thought the skeleton archmage could completely destroy them, but as the archmage continued to cast Elemental Burst, I never received a kill notification. Although I couldn't kill these corpses, I had at least found a way to slow their regeneration. Next, we needed to find the exit Dongfang Yao mentioned and return to the human world. So, we began searching, not daring to rest for a moment. Along the way, we encountered more corpses, all of which were reduced to ashes by the skeleton archmage. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao was deep in thought about the teleportation array. He was certain that someone had tampered with it, and that person was very familiar with. Soon, he identified the suspect, Dongfang Tuo, Dongfang Shun's biological father. In the entire Dongfang family, only he knew the location of the land of death. Hearing this, I let out a cold laugh. Doesn't he fear that I'll return alive? Dongfang Yao shook his head. Perhaps he never considered the possibility of us returning alive. Even a divine-level powerhouse could be in danger in the land of death, let alone us. And even if we do manage to return alive, we have no concrete evidence. Hearing this, a killing intent flashed in my eyes. Even without evidence, sometimes evidence isn't necessary. I hope your Dongfang family doesn't choose the wrong side when the time comes. Dongfang Yao shivered at my words, feeling a deep sense of fear. No one had ever dared to threaten the Dongfang family like this. Yet now, a level 40 kid was doing just that. At that moment, a heavy rain began to fall, accompanied by flashes of lightning. I noticed that the corpses became more active in the rain, and their sensitivity to living beings increased. Soon, a corpse charged toward us. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the corpse, splitting its body into pieces. I thought it would die, but the next moment, I was stunned. The shattered pieces of the corpse began to glow with electricity, and then, its body quickly reassembled itself. Moreover, the reassembled corpse was noticeably stronger. Curious, I cast a detection spell, only to find that its level had increased by 5. It seemed that the lightning could accelerate the corpse's evolution. Thinking this, a bold idea suddenly crossed my mind. What would happen if I didn't use bone armor and let myself be struck by lightning? Of course, the thought was fleeting. In this strange world, without absolute certainty, I wouldn't recklessly experiment. Then, the skeleton archmage blasted the corpse into fragments. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yi was in a panic over Dongfang Yao's disappearance. Although he discovered that the teleportation array had been tampered with, determining the teleportation destination was extremely difficult. Even the royal family's top array master, Zhang Haiyu, was at a loss. Zhang Haiyu, a level 89 array master, was just one step away from the divine level. Yet, even he had no solution. Dongfang Yi was plunged into despair. At this point, Zhang Haiyu suggested that there was one person who might have a solution. Meng Anwen, the top array master of humanity, known as Anshan. He was a figure on par with Bai Yuan. However, few truly understood him, as he rarely interacted with others. Because Meng Anwen was not only humanity's top array master, but also its top alchemist. Although there were a few rare dual-class individuals among humanity, Meng Anwen was the only one to achieve divinity in both professions. Hearing this, Dongfang Yi immediately transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Xiaojing Academy. Now, the only way to get Meng Anwen's help was for him to go personally. No one else was qualified, especially since it wasn't just Dongfang Yao who had disappeared, but also me. As far as he knew, I had a close relationship with Meng Anwen. He was certain Meng Anwen would act for my sake. As expected, Meng Anwen arrived at to investigate the teleportation array, but when Meng Anwen determined my location, his expression changed drastically. Why were they teleported to the land of death, a place your Dongfang family has guarded for generations? Dongfang Yi was shocked. Impossible. After the land of death was sealed, the only passage was no longer here. How could they have been teleported there? Meanwhile, Meng Anwen continued to analyze the array. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Impressive tactics. Using windfire stones to temporarily break the seal and perform a random teleportation. Dongfang Yi was stunned. Windfire stones were not human artifacts, but items from the abyss demons. This meant that the person who tampered with the array had connections to the abyss demons. His first thought was the demon worshippers. Moreover, this demon worshipper had infiltrated the Dongfang family. However, Meng Anwen didn't care about the Dongfang family's internal issues. He just wanted to get me out of there as soon as possible. After all, the land of death was a terrifying world left behind from an ancient war. The longer one stayed, the greater the danger. So, he immediately asked Dongfang Yi how to enter the land of death, but Dongfang Yi could only smile bitterly, saying there was no way to bring them back. Hearing this, Meng Anwen's expression turned icy. Say that again. The aura of a divine-level powerhouse began to surge, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Meng Anwen hadn't taken action in decades, and no one knew just how terrifying his true strength was. Seeing this, Dongfang Yi quickly explained, then led Meng Anwen to a hidden space. Inside, a grand array was slowly operating. Meng Anwen frowned at the sight. The array before him was of divine level. He immediately cast a rune, summoning the array's spirit. Array spirit, show yourself. Array spirits could only be born from divine-level arrays. Moreover, they possessed a certain level of intelligence. With the level of intelligence, depending on the array's grade and the length of time it had been active, the array before them had been active for an unknown number of years, so its array spirit must possess considerable intelligence. A massive light sphere emerged from the array. Respected divine-level array master, welcome. I am the array spirit of the sealing array. Indeed, it could communicate, and its intelligence was not low. However, it was only responsible for guarding the land of death's seal and issuing warnings. It had no method to enter the land of death. Meng Anwen understood that the only way to enter was to force his way in, but the array spirit warned him that forcing entry would trigger the array's self-destruction, and all its energy would reinforce the seal. Only those at the half-step transcendent level could attempt such a feat. Meng Anwen didn't doubt the array spirit's words. He could sense the terrifying energy within the array. If it were all used to reinforce the seal, the land of death's seal would be impenetrable. for at least several decades. However, the array spirit did share some good news. There was an exit in the center of the land of death, through which humans could return. Hearing this, Meng Anwen finally relaxed. After the array spirit disappeared, his killing intent surged once more. Next, we need to deal with the traitor in your family. If Xiaoyu returns safely, you can continue to rule as the royal family. But if anything happens to him inside, your Dongfang family will accompany him in death. He's taking action. My genius sister is taking action for me. Meng Anwen not only confronted the emperor directly, but also severely injured dozens of the royal family's top professionals, and destroyed the only teleportation array in the palace. It turned out that after Meng Anwen learned that no one below the transcendent level could enter the land of death, he immediately issued a stern warning to Dongfang Yi. If Xiaoyu returns safely, you can continue to rule as the royal family. But if anything happens to him inside, the divine tower will be reset, Bai Shen's fists, Kuang Shun's blade, and the army's war will descend upon you. I don't think you want to face any of that. Dongfang Yi's expression turned grim. He never expected that his would be brought to such a state because of one person. Meng Anwen continued. Xiaoyu is not only the disciple of Bai Shun and Kuang Shun, but his sister is also the sole disciple of the founder of the Creation Academy. So you'd better pray that nothing happens to Xiaoyu in the land of death. Dongfang Yi's face paled at this revelation. He hadn't realized the situation was so serious. Now, the most important task was to find the traitor within the royal family. Perhaps there was still but when he arrived at Dongfang Tuo's room, he found it empty. Even Dongfang Shun was nowhere to be found. Dongfang Yi's expression darkened. Dongfang Tuo's disappearance confirmed everything. For the Dongfang family, this was a great humiliation. A royal family member had colluded with the abyss, a betrayal of the highest order. Dongfang Yi immediately issued orders to hunt down Dongfang Tuo for treason. Meanwhile, Meng Anwen returned to the divine tower. Soon, a terrifying killing intent erupted from the tower, turning the sky dark. The killing intent, like dark clouds, enveloped the entire palace. A suffocating pressure descended, alarming every member of the royal family. Even Dongfang Li, a level 92 divine-level powerhouse, was awakened from his seclusion. He immediately realized that the source of this pressure was far stronger than himself. Another divine-level powerhouse from the royal family arrived, his expression grave. This is Kuang Shun's killing intent. When did we offend Kuang Shun? Dongfang Yi arrived shortly after, sighing deeply as he explained Dongfang Tuo's actions. The two divine-level powerhouses were visibly shaken. They agreed that Dongfang Tuo must be found, dead or alive, and that the entire family must be thoroughly investigated to ensure no other demon worshippers were hiding among them. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao and I continued our journey through the land of death. The level of the corpses we encountered gradually increased. Previously, we had faced level 10 corpses, but now we were encountering level 15 and above. This led me to speculate that the land of death structure was similar to the ancient battlefield. The closer to the center, the higher the level of the corpses. Using the corpses' levels as a guide, we pressed forward, as lightning illuminated the dark sky, striking the corpses and causing them to evolve. I couldn't help but revisit my earlier, reckless idea. I wanted to see what would happen if I were struck by the lightning. So, as the next bolt of lightning approached, I removed my sea bone armor and allowed the lightning to strike me. The moment the lightning hit, I felt an intense surge of energy coursing through my body. To my surprise, the lightning didn't harm me. Instead, it seemed to enhance my abilities. My stats increased, and I felt a surge of power unlike anything I had experienced before. Surprisingly, I wasn't injured. I only felt a surge of electricity coursing through my body. At the same time, my body felt slightly warm. The next second, the system notified me that I had gained 100,000 creation lightning experience points. 100,000. Seeing this information, a look of surprise appeared on my face. I finally understood why the creatures struck by lightning would evolve. Although being struck by lightning also gave me experience, the amount of experience gained was really too little. Then, I shared my discovery with Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao showed a hint of astonishment upon hearing this. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, he couldn't go around getting because without the damage transfer and lifelink abilities, he wouldn't be able to withstand the lightning strikes. In the following days, every time I encountered a thunderstorm, I would actively go out to get struck by lightning. But it wasn't just for the small amount of experience. I discovered that every time I was struck by lightning, a trace of warmth would remain in my body. This warmth was called creation lightning. My sixth sense told me that creation lightning was extraordinary. If I accumulated enough of it, it might have some miraculous effects. So, I spent my time searching for lightning. Over the course of a few days, I was struck at least 100 times. The warmth inside me grew stronger and stronger. Now, it had been 7 days since we entered the other world. In those 7 days, we traveled over 3,000 kilometers. The level of the creatures we encountered along the way also increased. Now, the creatures we met were all above level 20. A level 20 creature struck by lightning could evolve to level 24. This was because the experience required for them to level up had increased. At the same time, I noticed a pattern among these creatures. Those that would leave the area. This led me to speculate that creatures of different levels had their own designated activity zones. By following the direction these creatures moved, we could reach the center of the other world. Although I wanted to continue searching for lightning, the most important task now was to find the exit and return to the human world. The Founder Academy's trial grounds were about to open, and this was crucial for my third-class advancement. It would determine whether I could achieve. The reason my attributes were so powerful was because I had undergone a class evolution during my second advancement. Therefore, if I wanted to push my attributes to the limit, I needed to achieve another class evolution during my third advancement. At the same time, my sister, Lin Mohan, learned of my situation. She immediately stormed into the Imperial Palace alone. The guards stationed at the teleportation array tried to stop her, but with just a few swings of her sword, the entire guard squad, whose average level was over 60, was severely injured. With a few more strikes, she destroyed the teleportation array outside the palace. However, her actions immediately alerted others in the palace. In an instant, dozens of powerful auras swept over. They were all experts above level 70. Upon seeing the teleportation destroyed, several top-tier professionals immediately attacked Lin Mohan, but in just one encounter, they were severely injured by her. This showed just how strong Lin Mohan had become. Then, Lin Mohan's voice echoed throughout the palace. If anything happens to my brother, Xiao Yu, I will wipe out the entire Dongfang family. As soon as these words were spoken, several elders in the hall prepared to take action, but they were stopped by the emperor, Dongfang Yi. He informed them that Lin Mohan was my biological sister. However, Dongfang Zhan, a divine-level expert, couldn't let it go. Even if we were wrong about the Spirit General incident, her barging in like this is a disgrace to the Dongfang family's reputation. She's only level 70. I'll go and deal with her. I won't hurt her too badly. Dongfang Yi shook his head. It's not that simple. Lin Mohan is that person's disciple, and moreover, their only disciple. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The one Dongfang Yi referred to as that person was someone known throughout the entire human race. At this moment, everyone was cursing inwardly. That damned Dongfang too. I had to provoke the worst possible people. These two monsters. Now, no one dared to act. If even a single hair on Lin Mohan's head was harmed, that person would likely destroy the entire Dongfang family. Now, they could only pray that nothing happened to me, or the Dongfang family would truly be finished. At this moment, Dongfang Yao and I stepped into a completely different area. The monsters here weren't just corrupted beings. There were also creatures resembling abyssal hounds. The moment I saw the abyssal hound, I immediately realized one thing. The great war that created the corrupted realm had also involved the abyssal demons. As I pondered this, I cast a detection spell on the hound. I discovered it was called a rotten abyssal hound, and it was level 40. The startled rotten abyssal hound immediately charged at me. In the distance, a corrupted being also rushed toward me at incredible speed. Its speed was faster than any corrupted being I had ever seen before. After using detection, I realized this corrupted being was also level 40. Clearly, this area was the domain of ultimate corrupted beings. However, mere level 40 corrupted beings were no match for the attacks of my skeleton archmage. With just one elemental burst, the rotten abyssal hound and the ultimate corrupted being were blown to pieces. After finishing them off, I slowly walked into the lightning-covered area. It's here. It's here. My unique hidden class, the Lord of the Undead, has finally gained its exclusive weapon, a mythic-grade item that controls life and destruction. Just moments ago, we had passed through a low-level monster zone and arrived in this completely different area. After comparing the levels of the corrupted beings, I deduced that we were now in the ultimate zone. The storm damage in this area was about 10 times stronger than in the low-level zones. However, in order to obtain creation lightning, I resolutely stepped into the lightning zone. Moments later, a bolt of lightning streaked with black lines struck my body. My passive skills and the lifelink talent activated instantly. The system notified me that I had gained creation lightning and 1 million experience points. At the same time, a surge of warmth 10 times stronger than before flowed into my body. In an instant, the warmth inside me reached its limit and then underwent a sudden transformation. Electric sparks erupted all over my body. At that moment, I realized that one of my attributes was undergoing a change. My 50% immunity to electric damage had now increased to 60%. Combined with my 5x elemental damage reduction, an electric attack that would normally deal 10,000 damage now only dealt 800 damage to me, a reduction of 12 times. Moreover, this 800 damage would be evenly distributed among all my summoned creatures. And this was just a minor change in my attributes. An even greater transformation was yet to come. A scepter appeared in my hand. The scepter was only the size of a palm, completely made of electric elements. At the top of the scepter was a lightning emblem, like an exquisite gem embedded into it. The creation scepter is damaged. It can be repaired by absorbing creation lightning. Although it looked like a weapon, it had no attributes. I guess this was because it was damaged, which was why it had no attributes. However, the description stated that it could be repaired using creation lightning. I looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky, and without hesitation, activated my lightning wings and flew upward. Dongfang Yao, watching from outside the storm, was startled by this sight. He hadn't expected me to be able to fly. After all, only top-tier professionals possessed the ability to fly. The moment I entered the thunderclouds, I was immediately targeted by lightning. The next second, countless bolts of lightning rained down on me, as if trying to expel this intruder. As countless flashes of light struck my body, notifications began. My experience points were skyrocketing, and the warmth inside me was rapidly growing, dozens, if not hundreds, of times faster than before. When the warmth reached its limit, it transformed into lightning and flowed into the creation scepter. The scepter instantly became slightly brighter. At this moment, I understood. I needed to act as a conduit, absorbing enough creation lightning and then transferring it to the creation scepter. At the same time, I realized how demanding this condition was. Aside from myself, no one else could likely achieve this. After all, I not only had the damage transfer and lifelink talents, which allowed me to distribute the lightning damage among tens of thousands of undead, but I also had an extremely high resistance to electric damage. If it were anyone else, a single bolt of lightning would likely reduce them to ashes. As I absorbed more and more lightning, the creation scepter grew brighter and brighter. However, the intensity of the lightning gradually decreased. A minute later, my lightning wings entered cooldown, and I descended from the sky. Although the creation scepter in my hand was much brighter than before, it was still in a damaged state. On the other hand, my experience had increased by a full 10%. In just 1 minute, I had gained as much experience as I would from clearing 5 dungeons. At the same time, I noticed that my lightning immunity had increased again, rising from 60% to 61%. The biggest increase had occurred when I first formed the creation scepter, jumping by 10%. Now, after absorbing even more creation lightning, it had only increased by 1%. This situation left me utterly baffled. However, I had come to realize one thing. Perhaps this journey into the corrupted realm was a rare opportunity for me. As we continued forward, the monsters along the way grew stronger, and their levels increased as well. However, they still posed no threat to me. With just a few skills from my skeleton archmage, the monsters were blown to pieces, unable to even get close. Dongfang Yao even began to think that the corrupted realm wasn't as dangerous as his family had claimed. Along the way, I constantly changed directions, searching for storm clouds. I now needed a massive amount of creation lightning. Before I knew it, Dongfang Yao and I had spent a month in the corrupted realm. I had absorbed over 10,000 bolts of creation lightning, and my level had risen to 41. All 4 of my core attributes had seen significant increases. My spirit attribute had increased by 6,300, while the other 3 attributes had each increased by 840, totaling an 8,800 point boost. This level of growth was astonishing, surpassing the attribute gains of mid-tier legendary class professionals by 90%. If this continued, by the time I reached level 70, my attributes would reach a terrifying level. Afterward, I continued searching for storm clouds to absorb more creation lightning. My experience bar had grown by another 30%. I felt that I could easily level up several more times within the corrupted realm. However, as I absorbed more and more creation lightning, the increase in my lightning immunity became slower and slower. So far, my lightning immunity had only reached 75%. Even after absorbing a massive amount of lightning, the creation scepter remained damaged, though it was much brighter than before. However, it was still far from being fully restored. Over the past month, Dongfang Yao and I had traveled far, entering a level 50 monster zone. Here, I encountered rotting abyssal demons and corrupted This confirmed my earlier suspicion. The Great War had been fought among 3 factions. After entering this zone, I summoned 100 more skeleton archmages. Even when encountering level 50 corrupted beings, we still advanced without hindrance. Soon, we arrived at a completely different area. The terrain ahead had changed dramatically. The ground was now dotted with sulfur-like swamps, and the air was filled with a strong, pungent odor. This reminded me of the core region of an ancient battlefield. It was after entering the core region that the environment had changed. Clearly, we were no longer in a level 50 zone, but had entered a higher level area. This sight instantly reminded Dongfang Yao of what his father had once told. He told me this area was called the Bone Melting Zone. The swamps here were highly corrosive, and they were home to a terrifying type of monster. To ensure our safety, I summoned 100 skeleton warriors to lead the way, while 100 skeleton archmages surrounded us as we advanced. As soon as the skeleton berserkers entered the bone melting zone, the corrosive gases in the air began to continuously damage them. Fortunately, the damage wasn't too severe. At the same time, my sea bone armor was automatically activated. Seeing this, I immediately cast a sea bone armor on Dongfang Yao as well. Dongfang Yao looked at me with gratitude. He knew that without me, he would never have made it this far. Just then, an unknown creature emerged from the swamp. It immediately attacked the nearest skeleton berserker. Seeing this, I quickly cast a detection spell on it. Rotting Octopus, level 60. Again, only the monster's name and level were revealed. However, judging by the damage it dealt to the skeleton berserker, it wasn't much different from the level 60 monsters I had encountered before. The only difference was that its attacks were accompanied by a strong corrosive effect. Then, the skeleton archmages unleashed their elemental burst skill on it. The monster was instantly blown to pieces. However, the commotion attracted more rotting octopuses, which began emerging from the swamp. There were at least 100 of them. At this point, the 100 skeleton archmages were starting to struggle. So, I summoned several hundred more skeleton archmages. Soon, all the rotting octopuses were blasted into fragments by the skeleton archmages. At that moment, the sky lit up as lightning streaked across it. A lightning storm appeared ahead of us, and the lightning was far more terrifying than what we had encountered before. Yet, as I looked at the storm, a hint of desire appeared in my eyes, because I knew that these lightning bolts contained even more creation lightning. If I could absorb all of it, I could repair the mysterious creation scepter even faster. Repaired. The exclusive weapon of my hidden class, the Lord of the Undead, has finally been fully restored, and unexpectedly, it unlocked a secret technique, which even revealed a shocking secret. Originally, after Dongfang Yao and I entered the bone melting zone, we were immediately confronted by over 100 level 60 rotting octopuses. But after the skeleton archmages wiped them all out, a lightning storm suddenly appeared ahead of us, and this lightning was far more terrifying than what we had encountered before. Yet, as I looked at the storm, a hint of desire appeared in my eyes, because I knew that these lightning bolts contained even more creation lightning. If I could absorb all of it, I could repair the mysterious creation scepter even faster. So, I charged straight into the heart of the storm. In an instant, countless system notifications began popping up continuously. As expected of lightning from a level 60 zone, the experience gained was twice as much as from the lightning in a level 40 zone. This meant the creation lightning would also be more abundant. As the lightning struck me, the creation scepter grew brighter and brighter. However, the undead legion was suffering tremendous damage. Even with my 75% lightning immunity and 5x damage reduction, the lightning strikes were still overwhelming for the skeletons. Moreover, they couldn't recover fast enough while in the summoning space. Watching their health rapidly deplete, I immediately summoned the entire undead legion. The next moment, 20 lich generals simultaneously cast. The skeletons' injuries began to heal rapidly. Despite the massive damage from the lightning being transferred to them, the lich generals' healing speed far surpassed the damage. This allowed me to once again ignore the lightning attacks. As large amounts of creation lightning flowed into the creation scepter, the scepter grew brighter and brighter. The cracks on the gemstone were gradually repairing themselves. At the same time, my lightning immunity showed signs of further improvement. By the time the creation lightning in the storm was fully absorbed, my lightning immunity had increased to 76%. More than half of the cracks on the creation scepter had also disappeared. I knew that if I could find a few more storms, the creation scepter would be fully restored. By then, I would finally see just how powerful the creation scepter truly was. So, I began searching for more storms in the bone melting zone. After 3 days, I had only found 2. After absorbing the lightning, my experience reached. My elemental immunity trait also reached 79%. Only 1 crack remained on the staff of creation. As long as I find another storm, I can advance to level 42. My elemental immunity trait can also reach 80%. There's also a high probability the staff of creation will be fully restored. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but show a hint of joy on my face. Over the past 3 days, we ventured another 2,000 kilometers deeper. We began encountering level 64 plus corrupted beings. Their combat power is at least 3 to 4 times that of level 60 monsters. The skeleton archmages need to cast elemental explosions 20 to 30 times to shatter them completely. Moreover, the monsters here appear in groups. Yes. Over 300 overlook monsters appeared before us. Their levels ranged from 64 to 65. Fortunately, there were enough skeleton archmages. In just a moment, they were all wiped out. Seeing this, Dongfang Yao was filled with admiration for me. Thankfully, it's you. If it were any other professional, they'd be doomed. However, I was puzzled by one thing. We've been in the Overlook realm for half a month now, but we haven't encountered a single boss-level Overlook monster. Could it be that the Overlook realm has no bosses at all? Is it possible that bosses simply don't exist in the Overlook realm? Dongfang Yao was also unclear about this issue. Her father, Dongfang Yi, had never mentioned to her the existence of bosses in the Overlook realm. At that moment, the distant sky suddenly lit up, followed by the sound of thunderclaps. Seeing this, I immediately rushed toward the source of the sound. I thought it might be the storm I had been desperately searching for, but as I approached, I suddenly realized that this storm was far larger than any I had encountered before. Before I could even get close, my sea bone armor began to sizzle. I knew that if I could absorb the creation lightning from this storm, I would definitely level up. Moreover, the staff of creation would most likely be restored. But just then, Dongfang Yao seemed to notice something. She pointed to the center of the storm and said, "Look, what is that?" In the center of the storm, a massive monster appeared, standing over resembling a small mountain. The lightning in the sky continuously struck it, but it absorbed all of it effortlessly. Seeing this, I immediately cast a detection spell on it. Mixed Fowl Monster Leader, level 66. After reading its description, I was shocked. I had thought the Overlook realm had no bosses, but the creature before me was undeniably a boss. Moreover, the detection spell revealed no attributes or skills, leaving me completely in the dark about its abilities. After absorbing the lightning, its aura seemed to grow stronger. Then, it charged toward me at incredible speed. Seeing this, I sneered in disdain, and immediately ordered my skeleton warriors to intercept it. However, in the next second, the skeleton warriors were sent flying. Witnessing this, my expression turned grim. After all, my level 41 skeleton warriors, with the buffs from my legion skills, had a strength attribute of 170,000. Yet, they were still easily knocked back. Clearly, this boss's strength attribute exceeded 200,000. As the boss closed in on me, I summoned my entire undead legion to confront it. Thousands of skeleton warriors unleashed their skills, their blades glowing red as they slashed at the boss. Following that, the skeleton archmage's elemental explosions detonated on its body, and the skeleton archer's arrows pierced through the air. Under this triple assault, the boss's body began to disintegrate rapidly. Then, it let out a strange roar, and in the next moment, chunks of rotting flesh flew out from its body. The flesh carried tremendous force, knocking the skeleton warriors back and infecting them with a corrosive toxin. Moreover, the toxin began spreading to other skeletons. Even the Lich General's purification skills couldn't neutralize it. In an instant, hundreds of skeleton warriors were poisoned. To minimize casualties, I ordered the poisoned skeleton warriors to surround the boss, while the rest were recalled to the summoning space. The remaining skeletons were enough to keep the boss occupied, especially with the skeleton archmages and archers providing ranged support. As the undead legion continued to unleash their skills, the boss was completely destroyed in less than a minute. However, it wasn't truly dead. It had merely been blasted into fragments, but its defeat was undeniable. After some time, it would respawn. What troubled me now were the hundreds of skeleton warriors infected with the corpse rot poison. This poison was contagious and would only disappear after the target died. Although the full connection talent prevented them from dying, it forced the other members of the undead legion to share the damage. This meant that the corrosive toxin would only disappear after the entire undead legion perished, or if I dismissed and re-summoned the skeletons. I finally realized how troublesome the corrosive toxin was. It had turned my advantage into a disadvantage. Fortunately, the Lich General's healing skills could temporarily prevent the undead legion from facing immediate danger. Since there was no other solution, the most important task at hand was to absorb the lightning from the storm. So, I activated lightning wings and flew straight into the storm clouds. As countless bolts of lightning struck me, the massive damage was quickly transferred to the skeletons. Then, system notifications began popping up one after another, and my experience points soared rapidly. In just half a minute, a glow of leveling up enveloped me. At the same time, the final crack on the Staff of Creation slowly disappeared. The entire staff erupted in a brilliant white light. Staff of Creation, damaged, can be repaired with a life core. The previously broken Staff of Creation was now labeled as damaged, indicating that the missing part was the life core mentioned in the description. But I had no idea what the life core was, or where to find it. As I pondered what kind of weapon the Staff of Creation truly was, another wave of lightning surged toward me. But this time, their target wasn't me. It was the Staff of Creation in my hand. As the remaining lightning struck the Staff of Creation, the staff grew even brighter. Then, ripples spread through the surrounding space, and before me, a glowing gate appeared. I was stunned by what I saw. I never expected the Staff of Creation to open a secret realm. It's here. My strength is about to undergo another transformation. Not only have I obtained the ancient legacy of a high-level deity, but I've also gained the power to become a transcendent-level powerhouse. Just as I finished repairing the Staff of Creation, a gate to a secret realm appeared in the center of the storm. But as I prepared to enter, my skill, Lightning Wings, reached its duration limit. I plummeted from the sky, forcing me to deal with the hundreds of poisoned skeleton warriors first. After consulting Dongfang Yao, I found no way to neutralize the toxin. Since the poison couldn't be cured, I had no choice but to dismiss and re-summon the skeletons. I never imagined that after awakening the full connection talent, I would one day have to actively dismiss my summons. At the same time, I realized that my talent wasn't flawless. With a thought, over 400 skeleton berserkers infected with the foul corpse toxin instantly turned into piles of bones. The foul corpse toxin quickly dissipated. After finishing, I took advantage of the cooldown period for Lightning Wings to start summoning skeletons again, filling the vacant spots in the Undead Legion. After reaching level 42, my summoning space had expanded to 660 slots. The number of Lich Generals had also increased to 22. Each Lich General could command 660 skeletons, bringing the total number of skeletons to 14,520. The overall strength of the Undead Legion had once again improved. With near-infinite mental energy, it only took me half an hour to replenish the skeletons. By then, the cooldown for Lightning Wings had just ended. So, I flew into the secret realm with Dongfang Yao. The world inside the secret realm was completely different from the Overlook realm. It was bright, warm, and full of life. The moment I entered the secret realm, the Staff of Creation shot out a beam. Seeing this, I immediately understood that the Staff of Creation was guiding me. So, we began moving in the direction of the light. When I entered a manor, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, separating me from Dongfang Yao. Dongfang Yao couldn't pass through the barrier no matter what. I immediately thought it might be because of the Staff of Creation. So, I handed the Staff of Creation to him, but Dongfang Yao couldn't take it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if the Staff of Creation was an illusion to him, visible but untouchable. After several attempts, Dongfang Yao finally gave up on entering. So, I left a contingent of the Undead Legion to protect him, and went inside alone. However, after searching the manor several times, I found nothing unusual. There was a lifelike statue standing in the center, but the moment I approached the statue, the Staff of Creation on me flew out on its own, and emitted a dazzling light. Then, the entire statue began to glow. In the next second, the statue transformed into a woman. Seeing this, I immediately became alert, and asked who she was, and why she was here. The moment he saw me, his gaze softened immensely. He told me he was once the god of life, and also the master of the subjugation world. Hearing this, I was utterly shocked. I had speculated about the creation scepter in many ways, with the most likely possibility being a legendary weapon, but I never imagined that the creation scepter would be connected to deities. What surprised me the most was that he claimed to be the master of the subjugation world. Yet, in the records of our human race, there is no mention of this. Noticing my doubts, the goddess of life immediately revealed the truth to me. It turns out that the outside world was once called the creation realm, but due to an extremely terrifying skill, it transformed into the subjugation realm. Moreover, the one who unleashed that skill was also a deity. His skill not only killed everyone from the three races, but also himself. Hearing this, I was filled with dread. Wasn't it just a war among the three races? How did deities get involved, and even resort to a mutual destruction skill? Then, I asked the question I had always wanted to know. What exactly are deities? He told me deities are divided into low, middle, and high ranks, with the god of life being a high-rank deity. His power is equivalent to a level 97 human god-tier expert. Hearing this, I was stunned. After all, the three white gods are level 95 god-tier experts, and they are already the pinnacle of humanity. Yet, even if the three of them combined their strength, they would still be no match for the level 97 god of life. It's hard to imagine how intense that ancient war must have been, to the point where even a high-rank deity like the god of life perished. I couldn't understand what that deity who unleashed the skill was fighting for. However, the god of life told me that it was all because of the creation scepter. At the start of the war, he wasn't a deity, but after obtaining the creation scepter, he became the god of life. Hearing this, I finally understood the purpose of the creation scepter. It could turn someone into the god of life, making its value far surpass that of a legendary weapon. No wonder it sparked such a war. I just wonder if the creation scepter has any effect on humans. But the god of life explained that it has an even greater effect on humans. Humans who comprehend the power within the scepter have the chance to become god-tier experts. Demons, too, can become demon emperors, and dragons can elevate their bloodline to become dragon emperors. Although the creation scepter is now in my hands, the god of life before me is merely his final will, not even a soul. Thus, he doesn't know the whereabouts of the life core. However, with his remaining power, he condensed a pseudo-life core for me. After the creation scepter gained the life core, its properties changed. It now allows me to wield god-tier power 3 times, though it's only equivalent to a level 90 human strength. After the god of life completely vanished, the entire secret realm disappeared as well. In the next moment, Dongfang Yao and I reappeared in the subjugation realm, but then, a terrifying aura surged around us. Suddenly, a massive tail slammed into me. Although the sea bone armor blocked the attack, it shattered instantly. This sudden attack made me realize something was wrong. After surveying my surroundings, I realized I was already in the central region. the very place I had been searching for the teleportation exit. But recalling the god of life's words, I felt uneasy, because the ancient war had erupted in the center of the subjugation realm. The subjugation beasts here are mostly level 80 or above, with many god-tier experts having turned into subjugation beasts. So, I immediately summoned my undead legion. Searching for the teleportation exit, we finally found a teleportation array in an inconspicuous location. After Dongfang Yao confirmed it, this teleportation array was indeed left by the Dongfang family. But just as we were about to enter the array, a dragon's tail swept. Thousands of skeletons were instantly sent flying. The undead legion was severely wounded, and the 22 lich generals frantically healed them. Then, a massive shadow descended from the sky, blocking our path. I immediately recognized it as a corrupted dragon. Its body was over 500 meters long, like a mountain. From its presence, I sensed an extremely dangerous aura. I realized that its strength and life must have been close to god tier. Although corruption had weakened its power, it was still at least close to level 90. Without hesitation, I activated the rune skill on the back of my hand. Instantly, the skeleton's attributes reached their peak. Originally, a level 42 skeleton berserker's base attributes were around 130,000 each, but under the strong soldier effect, they surged to 390,000. Combined with the lich general's legion enhancement skill, a single attribute reached an astonishing 546,000, with total attributes exceeding 2 million. Moreover, under the strong soul, all damage dealt by skeleton berserkers increased by 500%. Additionally, their own skills could deal 500% of their strength as damage. At this point, it was impossible to calculate how powerful the skeleton berserkers' attacks were. Their great swords, glowing with red light, slammed into the dragon's body. The skeleton mage's elemental explosions also unleashed unprecedented destructive power. Pieces of dragon scales began to fall off its body, showing that the skeleton's attacks had surpassed its defenses. Enraged, it roared and swung its tail repeatedly to counterattack. But under the strong soldier skill, the skeleton's defenses were greatly enhanced, so the dragon's damage was significantly reduced. It couldn't deal fatal damage to the undead legion. In an instant, the dragon's body was riddled with wounds. But just as the undead legion was about to completely destroy it, an even more terrifying aura emerged from another mountain. I never expected that after overcoming countless challenges, I would be so overwhelmed. In the subjugation realm, even the once invincible undead legion was completely wiped out. Just as I was about to face death, I was saved by a hidden human expert in the subjugation realm. It turned out that just as I was about to finish off the subjugation dragon, an even more terrifying aura flew in from another mountain. Seeing this, my expression turned grave. I hadn't even dealt with the dragon yet, and now an even more terrifying subjugation beast appeared. Moreover, the duration of the strong soldier skill was almost up, leaving me with an unprecedented sense of crisis. At that moment, the subjugation beast landed in the center of the undead legion. It swung its staff downward, causing the ground to crack and the sky to darken. The terrifying force sent all the surrounding skeletons flying, inflicting significant damage. Its power was far more terrifying than the dragon's. At that moment, the skeleton berserkers charged at it with their great swords, but it simply swung its staff a few times, sending all the nearby skeleton berserkers flying. However, the skeleton mages and skeleton archers' ranged attacks still managed to hit it. In an instant, countless energy blasts and arrows exploded on its body. Through the light, I finally saw the appearance of this subjugation beast. To my surprise, it was a human expert. Though heavily decayed, its features were still recognizable. Its combat power clearly surpassed even the skeleton berserkers in their enhanced state. Were no match for it. I even began to suspect that it might have reached god tier in its lifetime. Thinking this, my expression grew grave. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yao was already activating the teleportation array, so I began commanding the skeleton berserkers to attack in waves, buying some time for her. As the skeleton berserkers were repeatedly knocked back, an idea struck me. In the next moment, a lich general charged at the human subjugation beast. Although the lich general had no offensive power, it was the most offensive of all my summoned creatures. Its base constitution was already 270,000, and with the strong soldier skill and its own enhancements, Its constitution had surpassed 1.1 million. If anyone could withstand this subjugation beast's attacks, it was the Lich General. With a loud crash, the subjugation beast's staff slammed into the Lich General. Although the Lich General was severely wounded, it didn't retreat a single step. The other 21 Lich Generals quickly began healing it. Seeing this, I ordered the Lich General to hold off the human subjugation beast, while the rest of the skeleton army turned to attack the heavily wounded dragon. The strong soldier skill only had 15 seconds left, and if I didn't finish off the dragon within that time, I would have to face both powerful enemies at once. Under the full assault of the undead legion, the dragon subjugation beast was completely destroyed in 6 seconds. I then quickly shifted my focus to the human subjugation beast. But even as the strong soldier skill faded, the human subjugation beast still hadn't fallen. It had only sustained minor injuries. The next moment, the strong soldier skill entered cooldown, and the skeleton's attributes dropped like a receding tide. The Lich General, who had been holding on, was instantly sent flying. The human subjugation beast charged into the skeleton army, wreaking havoc. At that moment, the dormant powerhouses in the mountains began to awaken one by one. A massive tree appeared in the sky, and the moment it appeared, I was filled with dread. In the God of Lives description of the ancient war, this being had appeared. It was a plant-type deity, who had wreaked havoc during that war. However, it was later severely wounded by a human expert, and fled the battlefield. I never expected it to have been transformed into a subjugation beast by that skill. It was stronger than the human subjugation beast, and by a significant margin. At that moment, dozens of willow branches descended from its body, quickly multiplying into thousands. They pierced through space, ensnaring large numbers of skeletons. The ensnared skeletons had no resistance, and were quickly reduced to piles of bones. The full connection talent became useless in this situation, making me realize that my talent wasn't omnipotent. Clearly, this divine tree had the means to ignore my talent. In just 2 seconds, over 1,000 skeletons were killed, coupled with the human subjugation beast continuing to attack the undead legion. In just 10 seconds, the undead legion was reduced to less than 4,000 skeletons. At the same time, Dongfang Yao's activation of the teleportation array was nearing completion. The barrier's glow grew brighter, but she told me it would take another 10 seconds to fully activate the array. I knew these last 10 seconds would be hard to withstand, so I thought of the Creation Scepter, my final trump card. It could unleash attacks equivalent to God-tier power. But the moment I took out the Creation Scepter, the surrounding mountains trembled violently. Countless terrifying auras shot into the sky, bearing down on me. I suddenly realized my mistake. These subjugation beasts had fought to the death over the Creation Scepter. Even in death, their obsession with it hadn't faded. By taking out the Creation Scepter now, I was essentially drawing all their attention, but if I didn't use it, I might still die. At that moment, the rotting giant tree had locked onto me. All its willow branches shot toward me like lightning. I instantly felt the danger of death. Without hesitation, I raised the Creation Scepter, aiming it at the rotting giant tree. Suddenly, a black flash swept past, and all the willow branches were severed by a sword beam. A shadowy figure appeared before me. He wore armor and held a sword. These two pieces of equipment had endured countless years without being worn down, clearly being legendary artifacts. Their owner was once a god-tier human expert. The shadowy figure glanced at me, then at the Creation Scepter in my hand. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of something that didn't belong to a subjugation beast. I hadn't activated the Creation Scepter because I knew it would be useless against him. He was too powerful, beyond imagination. Then, he swung his sword and charged into the sky, engaging the rotting giant tree in battle. In an instant, countless willow branches were destroyed. Watching this, I was stunned. He was protecting me, protecting his own kind. Though he had been transformed into a subjugation beast, his final will had been preserved. Then, more powerful beings descended. The ancient war had left several god-tier beings here. As soon as they appeared, they targeted the Creation Scepter in my hand. Each one was beyond my ability to contend with. But then, more human god-tier experts appeared, blocking the attacks for me. This happened repeatedly, and my shock reached an unimaginable level. What kind of will could remain unbroken by time? It transcended life and time itself. A deep reverence. At that moment, Dongfang Yao's voice reached my ears. She told me the teleportation array was activated. and we could leave. Hearing this, I quickly entered the array. Before leaving, I took one last look at the human god-tier experts battling fiercely. I vowed that if possible, I would one day save them. Then, Dongfang Yao and I vanished from the subjugation realm. The aura of the creation scepter disappeared with us. The battle among the powerful beings came to an almost immediate halt. They returned to their respective mountains, hiding once more. The subjugation realm fell silent again, and darkness reclaimed the land. Meanwhile, in the grand array beneath the imperial palace, the array spirit slowly emerged. It sent out a mental message with the news. Soon, the three god-tier experts of the royal family received the message simultaneously. Joy spread across their faces. Dongfang Yi hurried to the array space beneath the palace. At the same time, Meng Anwen, far away, also received the news. In the next moment, he appeared before the array. When Dongfang Yi arrived, he found Meng Anwen already there. He quickly bowed to Meng Anwen in respect. Though god-tier experts were equals, Meng Anwen's strength demanded respect, but Meng Anwen simply nodded slightly, ignoring the others, and confirmed my return with the array spirit. After receiving confirmation, he finally relaxed. Dongfang, he couldn't hide his joy either. My safe return was a tremendous blessing for the Dongfang family. Soon after, the murderous aura that had enveloped the palace faded like a receding tide. Clearly, Yin Guangxing had also received news of my return. I had finally returned from the subjugation realm to the Xinxia Empire. But when I displayed the equipment I had obtained, I shocked the three pillars of the Xinxia Empire. It turned out that while I was teleporting back from the subjugation realm to the Xinxia Empire, the array spirit immediately spread the news. Meng Anwen was the first to arrive and confirm the situation. At the same time, the three god-tier experts of the Dongfang family personally came to the teleportation array to welcome me. Meng Anwen looked at them coldly and said, "Since Xiaoyu has returned, you can explain yourselves to him directly." With that, he vanished on the spot. Soon, Dongfang Yao and I appeared within the teleportation array. The moment I saw Dongfang Yi, my gaze turned cold. Although I had returned safely, the Dongfang family bore undeniable responsibility for what had happened in the palace. If not for sheer luck, I might never have returned. Unlike the ancient battlefield, the subjugation realm was distant and completely sealed. Even though I had left a soul mark in the Hall of Heroes, if I died there, I couldn't be revived. This was precisely why Meng Anwen and the others were so agitated, even willing to wage war against the Dongfang family. Knowing they were at fault, Dongfang Yi immediately gave me a promise. They would give me a proper explanation and sufficient compensation. Hearing this, I chose not to press further. Now, I would simply wait for their compensation. Then, Dongfang Yi at Lin Mohan has been waiting outside the palace for over a month. However, the teleportation array leading outside the palace has also been destroyed. Shall I fly General Lin over? I shook my head, declining his offer. Instead, I activated my lightning wings and flew toward the palace gates. Seeing me use a flying skill, Dongfang Yi was visibly shocked. After all, flying skills were extremely rare among humans. They allowed users to gain a significant advantage before reaching level 70. He then asked Dongfang Yao what had happened. During our month in the subjugation realm, he was curious how we had managed to return. Though he knew I was powerful, the subjugation realm was filled with formidable beings, especially in the central region, where god-tier experts were not uncommon. No matter how strong I was, escaping from them should have been impossible. Dongfang Yao then recounted our experiences outside the palace. Lin Mohan's eyes reddened. The moment he saw me, he immediately hugged me, tears streaming down his face. A month ago, his master had divined that I was in mortal danger. Without hesitation, he abandoned his training and stormed the palace to demand answers. He even destroyed the palace's teleportation right in front of the emperor. Yet, even so, he had been worried sick about me every day. Now that I had returned, the weight in his heart finally lifted. I hadn't expected him to go so far for me, even risking conflict with the royal family. After exchanging warm words, he told me he needed to return to his training. This incident had completely disrupted his master's plans. We likely wouldn't meet again until he reached God tier, but given his current leveling speed, that might not be too far off. His talent allowed him to increase his leveling speed by tenfold. He had gone from a novice to level 70 in less than 2 years, a feat unparalleled in history. Meanwhile, after hearing about our experiences in the subjugation realm, Dongfeng Yi was stunned. He never expected that I had obtained the creation scepter in the subjugation realm. That artifact had been the root of the ancient war. Countless experts had perished in their pursuit of it. It was clear that the power of the creation scepter was immense. It was even said that possessing it could grant one the chance to surpass God tier. After parting ways with my sister, I immediately returned to Bai Shen's courtyard. I recounted my experiences in the subjugation realm to Bai Shen and the others. When they learned I had obtained the creation scepter, Bai Shen burst into laughter. Who would have thought that something countless people fought and died for would end up in my disciples' hands? Now, all we need is to find the life core, and there's a high chance you could become a transcendent god-tier expert. However, Meng Anwen believed this wasn't entirely a good thing. Relying on external artifacts to reach transcendent god tier wasn't the best path. Even if we found the life core and repaired the creation scepter, depending on external tools, to achieve transcendent god tier wasn't ideal. Yin Guangxing agreed with Meng Anwen. However, the creation scepter was still a mythical grade artifact that surpassed legendary equipment. Its attributes, once repaired, would be terrifying. It could still be used as a weapon, but they didn't know that my class made it impossible to rely on external tools. After my second class advancement, I had become incompatible with almost all equipment. I had no idea what kind of gear I could even use. I then asked them about something I desperately wanted to know. Under what circumstances could my talent fail? This had happened in the subjugation realm. Yin Guangxing had a unique perspective on this. He explained that it might be because the opponent's attack was too powerful, strong enough to sever the connection of my talent. He then asked me to summon a skeleton. To demonstrate, I summoned a skeleton berserker, and Yin Guangxing casually swung a handblade. A massive blade of energy surged forth, carrying a terrifying killing intent, and swept over the skeleton. In the next moment, the skeleton berserker was instantly destroyed. I was shocked. My full connection talent had no effect against him. Yin Guangxing explained the weakness of the full connection talent. Whether the opponent had a powerful talent or overwhelming attack strength, they could bypass my talent and destroy the skeletons directly. Ultimately, it was because I was too weak that such things could happen. I then thought of the human experts who had saved me in the subjugation realm. Though they were long dead, their will had endured. I asked my teachers if there was any way to revive them, but the answer was that there was no chance. However, the god of life had told me that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps this was due to the difference in knowledge between Bai Shen and the god of life. In any case, if there was a chance, I would definitely revive them. Bai Shen patted my shoulder and said, "In a few days, Dongfeng Yi will come to apologize. When he does, I'll help you squeeze as much compensation as possible from him. The Dongfeng family has ruled the empire for so long, they must have many treasures. So, for now, don't return here." I then headed to the dungeon hall. As I pondered which dungeon to tackle, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around me from behind. I froze for a moment, then recognized the familiar scent. I turned around and hugged Aku tightly. The longing in my heart burst forth at that moment. We spent the next while catching up on what had happened over the past few months. During this time, Ningyi had been sent into a special secret realm by Ning Tyran. She had been constantly battling inside, honing her skills and mastering combat techniques. The relentless fighting had allowed her to level up almost as fast as I had. She had even completed her second class advancement before me, and her class had evolved into the legendary class, Nightwalker. Now, we were both at the dungeon hall to level up as quickly as possible. Though I wasn't sure which dungeon to tackle, the dungeon hall was overseen by Ning Tyran, and as his most beloved granddaughter, Ningyi was very familiar with the dungeon hall. She told me that the Beast God Plateau dungeon was the best leveling dungeon for us at the moment. There were two large-scale dungeons in the dungeon hall, the level 25 Tyrant Desert and the level 45 Beast God Plateau. The Beast God Plateau had a level requirement of 40 to 50, with a maximum entry limit of 50 people. Clearly, the experience points inside were much higher than in other ordinary dungeons. Although large-scale dungeons didn't have difficulty options, the monsters inside were comparable to those in regional difficulty areas of the same level, with the main difference being their numbers. But numbers meant nothing to me. The dungeon's record had been set by the Creation Academy 3 years ago, with a time of 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 18 seconds. I was certain this record was about to be broken. Without hesitation, we entered the dungeon. Many players who saw this were shocked. Damn, this is a 50-player large-scale dungeon. Is he really planning to solo it with a girl? A man nearby laughed. Isn't this normal? Back then, General Lin easily soloed the Tyrant Desert dungeon. That's different. The Tyrant Desert is only a level 25 dungeon, but the Beast God Plateau is level 45. The difficulty is worlds apart. Slap in the face. Slap in the face. On his first day back at the academy, he's already humiliating the top talents from other academies. He didn't even use 1 to 10 of his strength, yet he shocked the 3 deans. After Ning Yi and I entered the dungeon, the crowd in the dungeon hall began a heated discussion. Even though I was soloing a large-scale dungeon with a girl, most people believed I could clear it. After all, my past achievements were too glorious, but a few hoped I would fail, so they could prove that my class had declined. After my second class, at that moment, the teleportation array in the dungeon hall lit up. A team with an imposing aura emerged from the array. Without a word, they entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon. The team consisted of 30 people, all between levels 48 and 50. The crowd outside the dungeon hall was stunned. The team that entered was from one of the 3 great academies. Suddenly, someone realized something and exclaimed, I know. Today is the day the Beast God's true form respawns. 3 years ago, the Creation Academy, the Yanhuang Academy, and the Creation Academy were all competing for the Beast God's true form. In the end, the Creation Academy got it first. Now that the Beast God's true form has respawned, I wonder which of the 3 academies will win this time. It's hard to say, especially since General Lin is also in the dungeon. He might just take the lead this time. Before they could finish, the teleportation array lit up again. A powerful aura descended, and the dungeon hall fell silent. The Yanhuang Academy's team marched out of the teleportation array. Their target was also the Beast God Plateau dungeon. After they entered, the Creation Academy's team finally arrived. Among the 3 academy teams, only the Creation Academy's team had 25 members, while the other 2 academies had 30. This showed the Creation Academy's confidence in their combat strength. The 3 great academies had gathered once again to compete for the Beast God's true form. This competition was also a battle of prestige between the academies. The moment I entered the dungeon, I summoned my entire undead legion. The 12 charged in all directions like wolves. Ning Yi was stunned when she saw this. She hadn't expected that after just a few months apart, the number of skeletons had increased dozens of times. I explained that the number of skeletons had grown so much due to 2 major surges. The first was at level 30. I awakened the Lich general skill, and after forming the Undead Legion, the number of skeletons increased more than tenfold. The second surge was during my second class advancement at level 40, when my summoning space expanded from 400 to 600, further increasing the number of skeletons. Now, with 22 Undead Legions, the total number of skeletons reached 14,520. Hearing this, Ning Yi was thrilled. With so many skeletons, we'll never have to worry about losing a fight. As the Undead Legion advanced in all directions, kill notifications kept popping up, and they barely stopped. Even though the large-scale dungeon was filled with elite monsters, they were no match for the powerful Undead Legion, and were instantly wiped out. In just 20 minutes, the Undead Legion had cleared the entire plateau. I then activated my lightning wings, and flew into the sky to scout the next stage. Soon, I found a large group of beast-type monsters. In a canyon, their numbers exceeded thousands, and among them was a particularly massive one, likely a boss-level monster. I immediately ordered the Undead Legion to charge into the canyon. The arrival of the skeletons instantly caught the monsters' attention. They all rushed toward the skeletons, thinking they were about to feast, but instead of food, they encountered death. After the Undead Legion killed some monsters, I unleashed my long-unused corpse. A large number of monsters were instantly annihilated, and their corpses became the next wave of explosions. In this way, the entire 5-kilometer canyon was filled with monster corpses, leaving only the massive boss monster alive. However, it was already severely injured. As a level 47 elite boss, the Plateau Giant Tiger, its total attributes were only 180,000, which was pitiful compared to the skeletons. Under the skeleton's relentless assault, it was instantly killed. Killing it earned me 1.41 million experience points. And the Giant Tiger Sword, however, it was a trash-tier platinum weapon without any attached skills. After a glance, I tossed it into my storage space. We then passed through the canyon and entered the second plateau. the Undead Legion once again charged forward in full force. Ningyi told me that the Beast God Plateau dungeon had 4 plateaus, each filled with a large number of monsters. Between the plateaus were boss-level monsters guarding the paths. The further you went, the stronger the monsters became, especially on the final plateau, where many boss-level monsters resided. Most teams avoided unnecessary fights and rushed to the final plateau as quickly as possible. This was because most of the dungeon's rewards were concentrated on the final plateau. I understood this logic, but with just the 2 of us, every monster we killed provided substantial experience. Moreover, my speed in killing monsters was unmatched by any other team. Even if I only deployed 1 Undead Legion, it would still be faster than others. And with 22 Undead Legions at my disposal, plus my corpse explosion skill, even if I killed every monster in the dungeon, it would still be faster than others. The monsters on the second plateau were already level 47, with significantly higher attack power and speed, but this made little difference to the skeletons. Wherever the Undead Legion went, monsters fell in droves. Ningyi and I leisurely followed behind. At this point, Ningyi began telling me about the history of the back then. To move the beast, the Shenxia Empire mobilized 9 god-tier experts. The difficulty even surpassed that of the super-large dungeon. In the dungeon hall, the reason it was so difficult was because the dungeon contained the beast god's true form. I was surprised to hear this, as I had never heard of it before. I had no idea what the beast god's true form meant. Ningyi explained that the beast god's true form was related to the beast god, and the beast god was a type of deity. Hearing this, I was stunned. This dungeon was actually related to a deity? I had no doubt about the authenticity of this information. After all, Ningyi, as the granddaughter of the dungeon hall's overseer, naturally knew many secrets and stories about the dungeon hall. Ningyi then told me that the beast god's true form respawned every 3 years, and only the first team to kill it would receive the rewards. Moreover, the rewards were determined by the time taken to kill it. The record holder was the Creation Academy's team, who completed it in 40 minutes and received a beast god bone, which could be used to craft divine equipment. At this moment, all the monsters on the second plateau were dead. Next, we needed to deal with the monsters blocking the path to the third plateau. As the Undead Legion charged into the canyon ahead, kill notifications began popping. My experience points were skyrocketing. Since entering the dungeon, my experience had already increased by 3%. Meanwhile, the Creation Academy's team was also fighting fiercely inside the dungeon. 5 knights stood like nails at the forefront of their team, blocking all monster attacks. Healers behind them provided constant support, while mages and archers in the middle unleashed a barrage of attacks, clearing the path of monsters. The Yanhuang Academy's team was doing the same, having already advanced to the second plateau. Their progress wasn't lagging behind the other 2 teams. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at the Shajin Academy, several high-ranking officials had gathered, including the deans of the 3 Ning Tyran was displaying the situation inside the Beast God Plateau dungeon for everyone to see. This competition in the Beast God Plateau dungeon was no longer just a contest among students. It had become a battle of prestige between the academies. It was a chance to see which of the new generation of top talents was the most outstanding. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 deans were quite peculiar. In addition to the footage of the 3 academy teams, there was another scene displayed prominently. Me, casually holding Ningyi while clearing the dungeon, as if we were strolling through a garden. Ning Tyran's face darkened as he watched this scene. He growled through clenched teeth, "You brat, get your filthy hands off my granddaughter." However, the other 3 deans were shocked. They couldn't believe that my speed alone surpassed that of the elite teams from the 3 academies. My Undead Legion had effortlessly slaughtered the final boss of the large-scale dungeon. Not only had I obtained ancient divine artifacts left behind by deities in the dungeon, but the 3 top academies of the Shenxia Empire had also extended invitations to me. It turned out that after Ningyi and I entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon, we had inadvertently become part of the competition between the 3 academies. While the top teams from other academies were still struggling on the second plateau, I had already cleared it and was heading to the third plateau. The 3 deans were utterly shocked by this. They couldn't believe that my speed alone outpaced the elite teams of the 3 academies. It looks like General Lin will take the lead this time. I wonder how long it will take him to defeat the beast god's true form. The previous record was 37 minutes. Let's hope he sets a new record. By now, I had already reached the third plateau. From start to finish, I hadn't even used my full strength. In fact, I had adopted a strategy of clearing every monster, leaving no monster alive in the canyons. I wasn't even concerned about speed, yet my pace was still far ahead of the 3 academy teams. The deans were utterly shocked by this. Although they had heard about my achievements, they hadn't expected my strength to be this terrifying. However, Dean Imoshingha was visibly excited. After all, I was technically a member of the Creation Academy. The better my performance, the more prestige the Creation Academy would gain. At this moment, Ning Tyran was grinding his teeth in frustration. He could only watch helplessly as his precious granddaughter was being stolen away. Although he was visibly unhappy, he had to admit that I was indeed exceptional, a true peerless genius. Even the most outstanding talents paled in comparison to me. Some time ago, he had learned about my predicament in the subjugation realm. However, he had assumed I would die there, so he hadn't told Ning Yi about it. But he never expected that I would return alive. Ning Tyran admitted to himself that even he might not have been able to escape if he had been trapped in the subjugation realm. Now, he was curious how long it would take me to defeat the beast god's true form. At this moment, Ning Yi and I arrived at the canyon, leading to the 4th plateau. The monsters here were even stronger, but under the overwhelming assault of the undead legion, they were all wiped out in less than 30 seconds. This included a level 49 bear boss. We then arrived at the final plateau. The 3 deans narrowed their eyes as they watched, curious to see how I would handle the monsters on the 4th plateau. The 4th plateau was different from the previous 3. It had 12 groups of monsters, each consisting of 20 to 30 monsters, and each group was led by a boss. Luo Gaoxian, the dean of the Creation Academy, remarked, "The difficulty of the 4th plateau isn't just the number of bosses, but the fact that these bosses assist each other. Therefore, you need to pull each group as far apart as possible before killing them. Otherwise, you risk triggering a collective rampage from all the bosses. Even our Creation Academy team takes at least 2 hours to clear this plateau." He then glanced at Ning Tyran and asked, "Dean Ning, how long do you think it will take him to clear the 4th plateau?" Ning Tyran and said, "If that kid gets serious, he'll clear it in under 10 minutes. Luo Gaoxian was shocked. "That's impossible. No matter how fast he is, he can't be that much faster than the Creation Academy." However, Ning Tyran just chuckled. "You'll see soon enough." Meanwhile, Ning Yi explained the situation. "On the 4th plateau to me, I summoned dozens of skeleton berserkers who ran off to aggro different monster groups. Although there were 12 bosses leading the monsters, clearing them one group at a time would be too tedious. It was better to gather them all and wipe them out in one go. After all, the more monsters there were, the more effective my corpse explosion skill would be. Soon, the skeleton berserkers had lured all the monsters on the plateau toward us. At the forefront were the 12 massive boss monsters, followed by over 300 dungeon monsters. I watched the long line of monsters with a sinister smile, then raised my hand and activated my skill, Aging Curse. A red light instantly covered the entire plateau. Next, the skeleton mages and skeleton archers attacked simultaneously. Elemental explosions lit up the monster horde, while arrows rained down with deadly precision. Screams echoed as dozens of monsters were instantly killed. I then raised my hand again and activated Corpse Explosion. Explosions erupted one after another, sending shockwaves across the plateau. The ground was torn apart, and the entire 4th plateau was engulfed in a terrifying storm of explosions. The deans in the academy were dumbfounded. What kind of terrifying AoE skill is this? It covered the entire 4th plateau in an instant. I wonder how powerful it is. Ning Tyran sneered. "You'll find out soon. I just hope you can handle it." Soon, the explosions subsided, leaving behind the corpses of the monsters. All 12 bosses and their minions were dead. The 3 deans were utterly shocked. From the moment I launched my attack, it took less than 10 seconds. This far surpasses the achievements of other top teams. At this moment, Luo Gaoxian immediately said, "I must invite him to join my God Creation Academy." Nuoyin had the same thought. "Your God Creation Academy already has enough geniuses. Lingchen should come to our Yinhuang Academy instead." but Luo Gaoxian refused to back down. Our God Creation Academy is the top among the 3 major academies. It's only right that he comes to us. That's not necessarily true. My Yanhuang Academy will eventually become the top among the 3. As the two argued, Emo Xinghe suddenly spoke up, "Stop arguing. In fact, the Spirit God General has already joined my Genesis Academy." The two were shocked upon hearing this. When did this happen? Just as they were about to press further, their attention was suddenly drawn to the scene where I was. On plateau number 4, an altar appeared, and at its center stood a massive creature resembling an ape. Seeing this, the others were shocked. How could it be the true form of the beast god? Has the 3-year period arrived? Hearing this, I immediately cast a detection spell toward the monster on the altar. The results showed that it was indeed the true form of the beast god. At level 55, its total attributes reached 400,000, surpassing even world-class bosses of the same level. It also possessed dual immunity and dual reinforcement, making it a natural counter. Its only weakness was the lack of special skills like world bosses. For example, the Earth Dragon God's poison gas, or the ancient Luan Bird's black flames. These are what make world-class bosses so difficult to deal with. The beast god's true form, however, while having higher attributes than world-class bosses, lacked any special abilities. Even so, most teams still couldn't defeat it. Only top-tier academy teams could barely manage to kill it. But for me, it was no challenge at all. After all, when I was level 30, I could already kill a level 58 world-class boss. Now that I'm at the 2nd threshold, if what Ningyi said is true, that the faster you kill the beast god's true form, the better the rewards, then if I were to kill it instantly, what kind of reward would I get? Thinking this, I immediately activated the Strong Soldier skill, followed by the Aging Curse skill. The Skeleton Berserker charged forward with its blade, while the Skeleton Archmage's Elemental Explosion landed first. The terrifying explosion engulfed the beast god instantly. Then, the Skeleton Archer's arrows rained down, turning it into a pincushion. As the Skeleton Berserker's skills fully activated, the newly revived beast god's true form didn't even have time to scream. Before it collapsed to the ground, Ningyi was stunned. That was way too fast. Other top teams struggle for over half an hour to kill it, but you took less than 5 seconds. Even the 3 deans of Jindu City were shocked. In their long lives, they had never seen such an unreal scene. Ning Tairan was also deeply astonished. He had expected me to perform well, but not to this extent. After all, the beast god's true form was on par with world-class bosses. Yet, it was instantly killed by me. After the beast god's true form died, it dropped a bone and a blood clot. Obtained, beast god's leg bone, a bone left by the beast god before its ascension, containing a portion of divine essence. Obtained, beast god's essence blood can significantly increase the probability of job sublimation during the 3rd advancement, with a chance to awaken a talent. Seeing this essence blood, Ning Tairan's expression changed drastically, and he instantly vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Aku and I left the dungeon. But the moment we appeared in the dungeon hall, I suddenly felt a murderous aura enveloping me. Ning Tairan's face turned pale, and he disappeared from the room in an instant. On the other side, Aku and I exited the dungeon. But as soon as we appeared in the dungeon hall, I felt a chilling murderous intent targeting me. Suddenly, I sensed a killing aura surrounding me. Despair. Despair. I never expected that a casual dungeon record I set would drive the elite teams of the 3 top academies to despair. Originally, after I instantly killed the final boss, the beast god's true form, it dropped 2 divine items at once. But just as Ningyi and I exited the dungeon, I immediately felt a murderous aura enveloping me. Following the direction of the killing intent, I saw Ning Tairan walking toward me. He had originally intended to scold me over Ningyi's matter, but after considering the items I had just obtained in the dungeon, he held back. It was him. He asked if I knew the value of those 2 items. Although the description of the beast god's leg bone was vague, I guessed that it could help professionals accelerate their comprehension, increasing the probability of becoming a divine-level powerhouse. As for the beast god's essence blood, its effects were clearly stated in the description. It could increase the probability of job sublimation, but Ning Tairan told me The Beast God's Essence Blood had far greater uses, while using it directly during the third advancement could increase job sublimation probability by 15%. If it were refined into a Divine Blood potion, the probability could be raised to 30%. Even the chance of awakening a talent would increase. Moreover, this drop of Beast God's Essence Blood could produce at least 3 doses of the potion. However, refining the Beast God's Essence Blood into a Divine Blood potion required a large amount of rare treasures as supplements, as well as finding a suitable alchemist. Hearing this, I roughly guessed that he wanted to make a deal with me. Ning Tyran openly admitted it. He then proposed the terms of the deal. He would handle all the required treasures and the alchemist, and I wouldn't need to worry about anything. Once the potion was made, I would receive 1 dose, while he and the alchemist would each take 1. Although his proposal meant no loss for me, I was curious about who he would use his dose on. So, I directly asked Ning Tyran. Ning Tyran huffed and said angrily, "I only have 1 precious granddaughter. Who else would I give it to?" Hearing this, I immediately agreed to the deal, handing over the Beast God's Essence Blood to him. Then, I also gave him the Beast God's leg bone, stating that I wanted to use it as a betrothal gift. Ning Tyran froze, unsure whether to accept it. The Beast God's leg bone was too tempting. If he could obtain it, the elders in his family would have a greatly increased chance of reaching the divine level, but he was somewhat reluctant about the marriage proposal. However, when he saw Ning Yi's expression, he suddenly understood. From Ning Yi's demeanor, it was clear she was determined to marry me. Since that was the case, he might as well take more benefits. Without hesitation, he agreed, took the Beast God's leg bone, and left the dungeon hall. At this moment, Ning Yi's face was flushed, embarrassed and unsure how to react to my words. To ease the tension, I quickly pulled her into the dungeon again. Just then, the bell of the dungeon hall rang out, echoing throughout the hall. Shortly after, the latest record for the Beast God's Plateau appeared. My clear time for the Beast God's Plateau dungeon was 3 hours, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds, far surpassing the records of the God Creation and Genesis Academies. Those familiar with the dungeon hall knew that my first record was just the beginning. My second achievement would only bring despair to others. At this moment, in the conference room, the deans of the 3 academies had not left. All 3 had seen the 2 items dropped after I killed the Beast God's true form. Although they had an idea of what they were, they couldn't be entirely sure. It wasn't until Ning Tyran returned that they finally confirmed it. All 3 gasped in shock. My clear time for the Beast God's Plateau had far surpassed the records of the God Creation and Genesis Academies. Those familiar with the dungeon hall knew that my first record was just the beginning. My second achievement would only bring despair to others. At this moment, in the conference room, the deans of the 3 academies had not left. All 3 had seen the 2 items dropped after I killed the Beast God's true form. Although they had an idea of what they were, they couldn't be entirely sure. It wasn't until Ning Tyran returned that they finally confirmed it. All 3 gasped in shock. With their experience, they naturally knew what these 2 items represented. They were treasures that even semi-divine powerhouses like them could only dream of obtaining. Meanwhile, the 3 teams from the 3 academies had reached plateau number 4. They began desperately clearing the bosses and monsters on the plateau, hoping to be the first to activate the Beast God's true form. Little did they know, the Beast God's true form had already been killed by me. At the same time, I had re-entered the dungeon, and this time, I decided to speedrun it. So, I activated my lightning wings and charged straight toward plateau number 4. Soon, as explosions echoed across plateau number 4, the monsters were swiftly eliminated. Then, a massive aura rose from the central altar, and a somewhat illusory ape-like shadow slowly emerged. However, this boss was different from the Beast God's true form. Its level was 3 levels lower, with total attributes of only 320,000, but it still reached world boss level. Although I didn't have the support of rune skills this time, under the relentless attacks of my skeletons, the Beast God's shadow lasted less than 2 minutes. Before collapsing to the ground, the system notified me that I had killed the Beast God's shadow, earning 2.6 million experience points, and obtaining the Plateau Gauntlets, a platinum-grade weapon. It provided 2,000 to all attributes, a 70% boost to all fist-type skills, and came with the skill Chain Strike, which allowed the user to deliver 30 consecutive punches in 3 seconds, each dealing 100% of the user's strength as damage. The cooldown for this skill was 5 minutes. At the same time, the bell of the dungeon hall rang out, and the Beast God's Plateau dungeon lit up brightly. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the dungeon's light screen. Everyone was mentally prepared, knowing that I had undoubtedly set another despair-inducing record. But when the results actually appeared, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. My clear time for the dungeon was fixed at 9 minutes and 43 seconds. Some who were jealous of me finally couldn't hold back, shouting, "How is this possible? How can such a time appear in a large-scale dungeon? He must be cheating." But as soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with refutation from many professionals. What's impossible? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean the Spirit God General can't. Which of the dungeon records set by the Spirit God General could an ordinary person achieve? This statement left the critic with no room for rebuttal, and they quickly slunk away, fleeing the dungeon hall in shame. Although my speedrun took less than 10 minutes to clear the dungeon, the experience I gained was only 1%, a sixth of what I earned the first time. Next, I chose to clear all monsters again, continuing to farm the dungeon. At this time, the God Creation Academy team finally finished clearing all the monsters on the plateau. But when they tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to face the Beast God's true form, they discovered that what appeared on the altar was the Beast God's shadow. The captain of the God Creation Academy team was stunned. What's going on? Where is the Beast God's true form? Did we miscalculate the respawn time? But then he dismissed this thought, because even if they had miscalculated, it was unlikely that the Genesis and Yanhuang academies made the same mistake. If the timing wasn't wrong, then someone must have beaten them to it. But they couldn't believe that anyone could be faster than their team. At this point, they had no choice but to kill the Beast God's shadow, and then go out to investigate. The same scene played out in the dungeons of the Genesis and Yanhuang academies. Half an hour later, the teams from the 3 academies left the dungeons almost simultaneously. When they saw the record on the light screen, they were collectively stunned. This is absolutely impossible. They had no choice but to kill the Beast God's shadow, and then investigate further. The same scene occurred in the dungeons of the Genesis and Yanhuang academies. Half an hour later, the teams from the 3 academies left the dungeons almost simultaneously. When they saw the record on the light screen, they were collectively stunned. This is absolutely impossible. How could such a record be achieved? Is there something wrong with the dungeon? Even the Spirit God General couldn't possibly do this. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, who had witnessed all my feats in the ancient battlefield, remained unusually calm upon seeing my results. He knew my strength very well. When I was level 30, he had witnessed me killing a level 58 world boss. Now that I had completed my second advancement, my strength was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Moreover, if even they could defeat the Beast God's true form, it was only natural that I could kill it instantly. With that, he led his team to leave the dungeon hall. Suddenly, Feng Chao, the captain of the God Creation Academy team, stopped him. "Are you just going to slink away like this? Aren't you going to figure out what's going on?" Lingy turned around and said coldly, "Isn't it clear on the record board? Do you doubt the Spirit God General's?" Feng Chao, however, was unfazed. "Do you believe this record?" Lingy sneered. "I know you're not convinced. If someone else had achieved this, I wouldn't believe it either. But if it's the Spirit God General, I believe it 100%. With that, he led the Genesis Academy team out of the dungeon hall. Seeing Ling Yi's actions, the captain of the Yanhuang Academy team also led his team away. Only the God Creation Academy team remained, their faces filled with unwillingness. My record was simply too terrifying, so terrifying that they couldn't accept it. He's made his move. He's made his move. I finally couldn't hold back and took action against the geniuses of the 3 top academies. I even used my long-hidden killing intent domain earlier, after I cleared the Beast God's Plateau dungeon and set a despair-inducing record. The geniuses of the God Creation Academy doubted it. They couldn't believe that by dozens of times, especially since I was alone. As the top of the 3 major academies, the God Creation Academy housed the most arrogant and talented individuals. They were all top geniuses of their generation, and they rarely acknowledged anyone outside their circle. Although they had heard of my legends, they had never taken them seriously. But now, the fact that I had crushed them was right before their eyes. They wanted to know how I had achieved such a feat. So, they all waited at the dungeon entrance for me to come out. Soon, the teleportation array of the Beast God's Plateau dungeon lit up, and in the next moment, Ning Yi and I appeared outside the dungeon. The moment they saw me, their expressions turned grim. Feng Chao, the captain of the God Creation Academy team, stepped forward and blocked my path. Lin Moyu, I ask you, how did you clear the dungeon? How did you achieve such a record? This sudden confrontation made me frown. I didn't even know this guy, but his accusatory tone made it clear he was from one of the 3 academies. Realizing he was here about the beast god's true form, my expression turned cold. I don't owe you an explanation, and who do you think you are to speak to me like this? Feng Chao knew I was referring to the difference in our military ranks, but he remained arrogant. I'm a genius of the God Creation Academy, and I will become a god general soon. Maybe even reach the divine level. I sneered. Then come find me after you become a god general. Now, get out of my way. But Feng Chao didn't budge. I'll move after you answer my question. In his eyes, I was only level 42, and my becoming a god general was just luck. He had never believed the legends about me. Meanwhile, he was already level 50, equipped with top-tier platinum gear, so he believed his strength was more than Thinking this, my gaze turned sharp. I don't need to explain myself to you. And who do you think you are to question me? Feng Chao, of course, knew that I was referring to the gap in our military ranks, but he remained arrogant. I'm a genius of the God Creation Academy, and I will soon become a god general, maybe even reach the divine level. I sneered. Then come find me after you become a god general. Now, get out of my way. But Feng Chao didn't move. I'll move after you answer my question. In his eyes, I was only level 42, and my becoming a god general was just luck. He had never believed the legends about me. Meanwhile, he was already level 50, equipped with top-tier platinum gear, so he believed his strength was more than enough to deal with me. Thinking this, my gaze turned sharp. I don't need to explain myself to you, and who do you think you are to question me? Could easily rival me. But at that moment, the entire dungeon hall shook violently. At the same time, the domain within me surged wildly. The killing intent I had accumulated for so long erupted in an instant. In the next moment, a suffocating killing intent descended from above. This was the killing intent I had accumulated from countless battles in the ancient battlefield and the abyss world. It was something Feng Chao, at his level, could never withstand. Feng Chao, who had been so arrogant moments ago, was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Then, hallucinations began to flood his vision. He saw countless blades slashing at him from all directions, and countless corpses piling on top of him, biting and tearing at his flesh. He knelt on the ground, howling in agony. His teammates, witnessing this, were terrified out of their wits. They could only watch as their captain struggled in the illusion. I, on the other hand, looked on with disdain. If this weren't the dungeon hall, you'd already be dead. With that, I took Ning Yi and re-entered the dungeon. The killing intent pressing down on Feng Chao dissipated. He gasped for breath, still shaken. What was that just now? Why did it feel so real? Everything that had just happened was beyond his comprehension. After resting for a moment, he left the dungeon hall like a beaten dog. Meanwhile, I continued to farm the dungeon with Ning Yi. After a long day of grinding, Ning Yi finally reached level 41. As for me, I still hadn't leveled up. Since my second job advancement and sublimation, the experience required had increased significantly, making my leveling speed much slower than others. But fortunately, my dungeon clearing speed was far faster than anyone else's. Meanwhile, those who had enrolled with me were still struggling to reach level 30. When Feng Chao returned to the God Creation Academy, he immediately sought out Dean Luo Gaoxian. He recounted the day's events, claiming that Lin Mayu must have used some underhanded method to clear the dungeon so quickly. Luo Gaoxian slapped him across the face. Do you know who Lin Mayu is? He's a god general, equivalent to a divine-level powerhouse. Even I have to address him respectfully as Spirit God General. Who gave you the audacity to call him by his name? Feng Chao shuddered, not expecting Luo Gaoxian, who had always been kind to him, to strike him. He was about to explain when Luo Gaoxian cut him off. Shut up and listen carefully. The record you saw was set by the Spirit God General speedrunning the dungeon. As for killing the Beast God's true form, we, the deans of the 3 academies, witnessed it firsthand. There was nothing questionable about it. Moreover, the Spirit God General killed the Beast God's true form. In just 5 seconds, a literal instant kill. Feng Chao was stunned. How is that possible? How could he solo the Beast God's true form so quickly? Luo Gaoxian ignored his reaction and continued. Do you know who the disciple of the ancestor is? Let me tell you now. It's Lin Moya's older sister. Feng Chao gasped, not daring to say another word. Luo Gaoxian patted his shoulder and said, "The hallucinations you experienced were likely caused by the Spirit God General's killing intent. The Spirit God General is far more formidable than you think. The demons and dragons he's slain are beyond your imagination. These are matters you can't yet comprehend. All I can tell you is not to provoke him." Feng Chao was truly frightened now, trembling uncontrollably. He finally realized the reality. Neither my identity nor Lin Mohan's were something he could afford to mess with, and during these 10 days, Feng Chao had learned his lesson the hard way. He would never dare to challenge me again. Meanwhile, I continued to farm the dungeon with Ning Yi, steadily increasing our strength. The road ahead was long, but with my power and determination, I was confident we would overcome any challenge. The Spirit God General's legend was far from over, and I, Lin Mayu, would continue to carve my name into the annals of history. The journey was just beginning, and I was ready for whatever came next. With Ning Yi by my side, there was nothing we couldn't achieve. The future was ours to conquer, and I intended to make the most of it. Together, we would rise to new heights, leaving our mark on the world. And in these 10 days, Ning Yi and I stayed in the dungeon hall for 10 days. Finally, I reached level 45. But after reaching level 45, my leveling speed slowed down again. Clearing the Beast God's Plateau dungeon once only gave me 4% experience. To level up, I would need to clear it 25 times. At my current speed of over an hour per run, it would take 2 full days and nights of non-stop grinding to gain a single level. Just then, I received a message from Bai Yuan, and immediately returned to Bai Shen's courtyard. There, besides Bai Shen and a few others, Mo Xinghe was also present. Seeing this, I guessed that the ancestral land of the Genesis Academy was about to open. Sure enough, Mo Xinghe announced that the ancestral land would open the next day. He had come to brief me on some important precautions. He told me that the ancestral land was filled with many beings, none of which were aggressive. I was warned not to kill them, or I might face life-threatening dangers within the ancestral land. Soon, the next day arrived, and the ancestral land officially opened. The teleportation arrays of the Genesis Academy lit up repeatedly as groups of people arrived at the academy. Then, a beam of white light rose from the academy, piercing the sky. I instantly felt an ancient, primordial aura enveloping the entire island. I had once read about the ancestral land in the royal archives. Its history was far older than even the Genesis Academy itself. This meant that the ancestral land held many secrets yet to be uncovered. As the beam of light gradually faded, Mo Xinghe began calling names, summoning people to the stage to prepare for entering the ancestral land. But when I stepped onto the stage, I immediately drew the attention of many students. So, he joined our academy just for this spot? Our Genesis Academy only has 10 spots, and now he's taking one of them. This is so unfair. The students whispered among themselves, clearly dissatisfied with my presence. They felt that my joining the academy had directly harmed their interests. Mo Xinghe overheard their complaints and immediately silenced them with a stern shout. Just then, Ning Tyrant arrived with Ning Yi. Ning Yi rushed into my arms excitedly, while Luo Gaoxian brought the God Creation Academy team forward. To my surprise, my sister Lin Mohan was among them, followed by Mo Yun and a man. The moment Lin Mohan appeared, all eyes turned to her. At that moment, Lin Mohan was the brightest star in the sky. The man accompanying her was named Feng Chaos' older brother. His gaze never left Lin Mohan, his eyes filled with admiration. However, both Lin Mohan and Mo Yun made their way to my side without hesitation. Seeing this, the hearts of the onlookers shattered. What's going on here? Why are they so close to the Spirit God General? Finally, I successfully entered the Genesis ancestral land. Not only did I obtain rare hidden attributes inside, but I also became the first genius in a million years to consume the primordial divine fruit. Just moments ago, the Genesis ancestral land, which opens once every 5 years, officially opened. Talents from various academies and families gathered at the Genesis Academy. But the moment the entrance to the ancestral land appeared, my pupils contracted sharply. I sensed the aura of the creation scepter within the ancestral land. Could it be that the light within the ancestral land was related to the life core? Thinking this, my heart raced with excitement. If it truly was the life core, I could complete the creation scepter. As the ancestral land opened, everyone preparing to enter wore expressions of confidence and pride. Could it be that The light within the ancestral land was related to the life core? Thinking this, my heart raced with excitement. If it truly was the life core, I could complete the creation scepter. As the ancestral land opened, everyone preparing to enter wore expressions of confidence and pride. Only those with exceptional talent could enter this sacred place. Each one of them was a top genius from their family, or even a prodigy among prodigies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the qualifications to be here. Then, under Mo Xing's lead, everyone entered the ancestral land one by one. Scene shift. We arrived in a vibrant, lush forest. From this moment on, the trials of the ancestral land officially began. At that moment, a young man let out a light shout, and a sudden gust of wind surrounded him. A breeze enveloped his body, lifting him into the air and carrying him toward the distant mountains. Before leaving, he glanced back at Lin Mohan, as if trying to show off. Mo Yun told us he was from the High City Lai family, a level 56 legendary class Saint Mage. The Lai family of High City was a prominent, with even a divine level mage among their ranks. But what puzzled Mo Yun was how such a large family hadn't warned him about the prohibition on flying here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Feng fell from the sky, and as he landed, he accidentally crushed a rabbit to death. The dead rabbit instantly turned into a ball of light, which merged into his body. At the same time, a unique aura began to emanate from him. Seeing this, I felt a sense of foreboding. Mo Xinghe had warned us not to kill any living beings here, or we might face life-threatening dangers. Lin Mohan was also aware of this, so she advised us to keep our distance from Lai Feng. Just then, Fang Wu approached and invited Lin Mohan to join him. However, Lin Mohan rejected him without hesitation. No need. I'll be staying with my younger brother, Xiaoyu. Fang Wu glanced at me with a hint of confusion, and when he saw that I was only level 45, his face showed a look of disdain. As a level 61 legendary class Holy Knight, he was among the top-tier participants entering the ancestral land. He had admired Lin Mohan for a long time, and had hoped to grow closer to her during this trip, but now, his plans were ruined by my presence. Thinking this, he felt extremely frustrated. He watched Lin Mohan's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with unreadable emotions. Then, he too headed into the forest. After entering the forest, everyone gradually dispersed. Almost everyone, to some extent, had been tainted by that unique aura. Only the four of us remained cautious, avoiding any contact with the aura. Suddenly, someone let out a shout, followed by a surge of skill energy. A giant serpent appeared, attacking one of the participants, but the serpent was quickly killed in retaliation. Similar incidents began to occur repeatedly, and those who were attacked all carried that unique aura. It was clear that the aura attracted the hostility of monsters. Lin Mohan knew more about this. Her teacher had told her that killing any living beings in the ancestral land would increase the difficulty of the trials. If too many were killed, it could even be life-threatening. Then, Lin Mohan took out a compass her teacher had given her. She needed to find an orchard in this forest, and I immediately understood. Mo Xinghe had also told me to find an orchard in the ancestral land and to eat enough fruits to pass the first stage of the trial. However, my sister told me that the orchard she was looking for wasn't the one Mo Xinghe had mentioned. Her teacher had informed her that the fruits here were divided into different grades, and she was searching for the highest grade orchard. However, the higher the grade of the orchard, the harder it was to find. After 10 long hours of searching, we finally found the orchard, but no one knew the exact effects of the fruits, only that Mo Xinghe had said, the more you ate, the better. So, I cast a detection spell on the fruits, but the spell only revealed their names, with no additional information. Then, I told them that we should proceed with caution. After all, the ancestral land was full of mysteries, and we couldn't afford to take any risks. With that, we began to explore the orchard, eager to uncover its secrets. And so, our journey continued. We'll try it first. I have the passive skill damage transfer, so even if the fruit has any negative effects, it won't harm me. With that, I picked a fruit and took a bite. But the moment the juice entered my body, I felt all my strength drain away like a receding tide. I went from being a powerful professional to an ordinary person in an instant. I quickly checked my attributes, only to find that my stats and skills had been sealed. But as I finished eating the rest of the fruit, my strength began to increase. Soon, all my attributes reached double what they were before. Then, I picked another fruit and ate it, and my attributes increased to 400. Seeing this, I began to understand. Each fruit increased my attributes by 200 points. No wonder Imo said the more you eat, the better. The more attributes you gain, the more advantageous it is for the next stage. At this point, Lin Mohan told me that eating high-grade fruits not only increased attributes, but also added a hidden attribute called insight. This attribute was crucial for awakening talents and achieving divine-level status. Everyone was shocked by this revelation, including me, as I had never heard of this attribute before. Even Bai Yuan and the others were unaware of it. This showed the gap between divine-level and half-step transcendent beings. Lin Mohan continued, insight has always existed, and it plays a significant role in talent awakening and reaching divine-level status. However, things that can increase insight are extremely rare. These high-grade fruits are one of the few exceptions. So, you should take this opportunity to eat as many as you can. Ning Yi and Mou nodded eagerly and began devouring the fruits with gusto. Lin Mohan watched them with amusement, then nudged my shoulder and said, these two girls are quite good. Why don't you marry both of them? If you're serious, I can help you propose. Even if my influence isn't enough, our teachers will be. I pretended not to hear her and quickly walked away. But just then, a peculiar tree in the center of the orchard caught my eye. It was noticeably shorter than the others, with a single withered fruit hanging from it. Despite its unappealing appearance, I felt that this fruit was extraordinary. Lin Mohan, noticing my interest, said, my teacher once mentioned this fruit. A prodigy who traveled with him died after eating it. This has happened more than once. My teacher believes it's because the fruit grants too many attributes, and the body can't handle the sudden surge. I cast a detection spell on the fruit, but it only revealed its name, primordial fruit. Despite the risks, I felt compelled. Lin Mohan was against it at first, but after I told her that I had planted a soul mark in the Netherworld Palace, she reluctantly agreed. However, she made me promise one condition. If I failed, I would settle down, get married, and stop risking my life on adventures. With that, I prepared to take the risk, determined to unlock the fruit secrets. The journey ahead was uncertain, but I was ready to face whatever came next. With my sister's support and my own determination, I was prepared to push my limits and uncover the truth. The primordial fruit held the key to greater power, and I was determined to seize it. With that, I took a deep breath and prepared to take the first step toward my destiny. The journey was far from over, and I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With my companions by my side, I knew we could overcome anything. The primordial fruit was just the beginning, and I was ready to embrace the future. With that, I took the first bite and prepared for the transformation. The journey ahead was uncertain, but I was ready to face it head-on. With my sister's guidance and my own determination, I knew I could achieve greatness. The primordial fruit was the key, and I was ready to unlock its power. With that, I took the first step toward a future filled with endless possibilities. The journey was just beginning, and I was ready to embrace it. With my companions by my side, I knew we could overcome any challenge. The primordial fruit was just the beginning, and I was ready to unlock its secrets. With that, I took the first bite and prepared for the transformation. Any dangerous activities, since I only have one chance at resurrection. Hearing this, I agreed without hesitation. Lin Mohan nodded and said, go ahead and eat it. It'll be here to collect your body. She clearly didn't believe I could succeed. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Is this really my sister? Lin Mohan continued to eat the fruits, one after another, but it was clear that she wasn't as calm as she appeared. Then, I approached the peculiar tree. The moment I touched the fruit, a vision appeared before my eyes. It's increasing. I never expected that by simply eating a fruit, one that everyone fears, my mental attribute would receive such a massive boost. Even my hidden attributes have undergone an epic upgrade. The moment I touched the fruit, a vision appeared before my eyes. In the vision, a towering tree stood on a desolate island, with a yellow fruit hanging from it. As the fruit emitted a faint glow, suddenly, the towering tree seemed to lose its vitality, rapidly shrinking in size. The green leaves on the tree began to wither, until it turned into the withered sapling before me. The fruit, having absorbed the tree's vitality, was now filled with immense power. Witnessing this, I finally understood why this fruit was so terrifying. It contained the power of the entire towering tree. No wonder those. Yet, without hesitation, I took bite after bite. The next second, my expression turned grim and my entire body trembled as if electrocuted. Seeing my condition, Lin Mohan quickly asked if I was okay. But at that moment, I was already immersed in extreme pain, unable to break free. Originally, after eating 5 high-level fruits, my mental attributes were all at 1,000. Now, under the effect of the fruit, my mental attributes began to skyrocket, increasing by 100 points every second. In no time, my mental attributes surpassed 2,000. Yet, the increase continued. At the same time, the fruit side effects began to show. As my attributes increased, a tremendous force seemed to be colliding within my body, but all the damage inflicted was absorbed by the skeletons. I finally understood why those who tried to eat it before would explode and die. This damage ignored all defenses, and it erupted from within. It was nearly impossible for any professional to withstand. Perhaps only I could endure this level of damage and survive. At this moment, my attributes were still steadily increasing. After enduring for 2 minutes, the growth finally slowed. By then, my mental attributes had reached 10,000. It didn't seem particularly high, but it was 10 times higher than before. The most crucial part wasn't the mental attributes, but the hidden attribute of comprehension. However, I felt like I could still eat more, so I picked another high-level fruit and began eating. But I soon realized that no further attributes could be increased. Clearly, 10,000 points was the limit. By then, Lin Nuhan couldn't eat anymore either. He had eaten 10 high-level fruits, and all his attributes had reached 2,000. Afterward, we left the orchard, ready to proceed to the next phase of the trial. But after walking for a while, we suddenly heard intense fighting ahead. There were also energy fluctuations and screams. After exchanging glances, we quickly rushed over. Soon, we found them in a clearing. Almost everyone who had entered the ancestral land was there. Their auras were extremely weak, clearly having eaten the fruits. Their skills and attributes were all sealed, but the person they were besieging was a knight who hadn't eaten any fruit. With a casual swing of his sword, he repelled several people. Seeing us arrive, the knight smirked. Finally, everyone's here. The game is about to end. As he spoke, a massive energy burst from him, instantly knocking back all his attackers. Then, a blue ring of light appeared beneath everyone's feet, and a chilling aura swept through the area. Everyone except me was affected by the freezing effect, their movements becoming extremely slow. The knight then raised his sword and pointed it at me, saying, "Lin Mayu, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." I ignored him because I sensed a trace of abyssal aura emanating from him. Clearly, he had become a member of the demon worshippers, and his purpose here was to eliminate all the geniuses within the ancestral land. Realizing this, a look of disdain crossed my face. You deliberately avoided eating the fruit just so you could kill us all here, right? But don't forget, everyone here is a genius from a major family. None of us lack a soul imprint. My words brought some comfort to those present. That's right. The soul hall has our soul imprints. Even if we die, we can be revived. Once we get out, you'll face a miserable end. Even the entire Zhou family will pay a heavy price for your actions. However, Zhou Lesheng smirked darkly. Do you really think I'd give you the chance to revive? With that, he crushed a black stone, and a barrier instantly enveloped the area. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. It's over, it's over. This is the soul annihilation barrier of the abyssal demons. The soul annihilation barrier destroys the souls of the dead. Even with a soul imprint, revival is impossible. Zhou Lesheng's laughter grew even more maniacal. He looked at Lin Mohan and the others, licking his lips. Before I kill you all, I'm going to have some fun first. But Lin Mohan sneered, with just you? You're not worthy. Xiaoyu, kill him. In the next moment, I stepped forward, a surge of killing intent erupting from me. Zhou Lesheng's face paled. This is impossible. How are you not affected by my skill? Seeing this, the gathered geniuses broke into relieved smiles. As expected of the spirit general, even after eating the fruit, he still has such combat power. We're finally saved. At that moment, Zhou Lesheng's body erupted with a dazzling light, and the sword in his hand hummed fiercely. Then, a storm of sword energies surged toward me. Skill. Annihilation slash. Strike. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies engulfed me. Seeing this, the geniuses' hopes were shattered once more. This is really the end. They all believed there was no way I could survive such an attack. Zhou Lesheng's face twisted into a crazed grin. Let's see if you can survive this. But as the storm of sword energy dissipated, I stood there completely unharmed. Although my skills and attributes were sealed, my passive skill effects were still active, with over 19,000 skeletons sharing the damage for me, and Zhou Lisheng's total attributes being only around 60,000, which was less than some bosses of the same level. The damage from his skill couldn't even scratch my skeletons. Zhou Lisheng's laughter abruptly stopped, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted from me, pinning Zhou Lisheng to the ground, unable to move. Then, hallucinations flooded his vision. I pulled out a platinum sword from my backpack and ended his life. Seeing this, the crowd in the distance finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Spirit General intervened. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. The Spirit General is truly incredible, even without skills, and with his attributes sealed, he still killed him. At that moment, they all looked at me with deep admiration. Afterward, we continued on our way, heading to the next trial site. However, the second phase of the trial had to be completed individually, so we had to temporarily part ways. Upon arriving at the trial site, I saw several stone tablets. The tablets were engraved with patterns that, upon closer inspection, seemed to depict a certain skill, a skill related to swordsmanship. Beside the patterns were a few lines of text. I didn't waste too much time on the patterns, instead turning my attention to the text beside them. The text. The moment I saw the text, I was instantly shocked. The text was actually written in Chinese characters, and it wasn't entirely the same as the Chinese characters I knew from my past life. These characters looked more ancient, resembling the script used in ancient China. The characters carved into the stone tablet were bold and powerful. If I focused my mind, I could almost sense the meaning behind the words. Seeing this, I finally understood. The challenge of this stage was to comprehend the skills inscribed on the stone tablets. I immediately cast a detection spell on each tablet. The results showed that the 3 tablets each contained a basic swordsmanship skill: Wind Slash, which could summon a gentle breeze; Wood Slash, which could cut through hardwood; and Stone Slash, which could split blue stone. But after a quick glance, I realized the 3 skills were distinct. Wind Slash focused on agility, Wood Slash emphasized technique, and Stone Slash relied on raw strength. I realized that the next stage of the trial would likely involve these 3 skills, so I began to study them earnestly. I was the only one who had consumed all the fruits, so my hidden attribute, comprehension, had significantly increased. This made comprehending the skills on the tablets much easier. I'm ahead. My progress has surpassed all the other geniuses participating in the ancestral trial. The strength I've displayed has even shocked the ancestors of the major families. It turned out that as soon as I entered the second stage of the trial, 3 stone tablets appeared before me, each inscribed with a swordsmanship skill. I immediately understood that the next stage would involve these skills, so I began to meditate and comprehend the skills. After spending a little over 2 hours, I successfully mastered all of them. As the sword skill tablets disappeared, a longsword appeared before me, and a swordsman puppet stood in front of me. It held a sharp sword, its gaze fixed intently on me. Clearly, the third stage of the trial was to defeat this opponent. I also guessed that the skills I had just learned were preparation for this stage. Without mastering those 3 skills, defeating the opponent would have been difficult. The moment I drew my sword, the platform at the center activated, and the swordsman puppet charged at me. Judging by its speed, I estimated its agility to be between 500 and 700. While this attribute wasn't particularly high, it would still pose a challenge for most people, but for me, it was nothing. The puppet swung its sword at me, using the Wind Slash skill recorded on the tablet. In response, I also unleashed a Wind Slash to counter it. But the moment our swords clashed, the puppet's sword shattered into pieces. Then, the entire puppet disintegrated, transforming into a special energy that flowed into my body. My attributes began to increase steadily, and finally, all 4 attributes increased by 500 points before stopping. This surprised me. I hadn't expected that defeating the puppet would increase my attributes. What surprised me even more was how easy the third stage of the trial was. I had ended the battle with just 1 strike, but then 4 more stone tablets appeared before me. At the same time, I realized that I had completely forgotten the sword skills I had just learned. This time, the skills on the tablets weren't swordsmanship skills, but mage skills. This indicated that my next trial opponent would be a mage-type puppet, so I sat down in front of the tablets and began to comprehend these skills. With my previous experience, I mastered all 4 skills in just an hour. Then, the tablets disappeared again, and a mage puppet in a robe appeared before me. I could sense that it was stronger than the previous opponent. The swordsman puppet was stronger, but in the face of my absolute strength, it was still instantly defeated. Then, it transformed into a stream of energy and entered my body. My mental attributes increased by another 1,000 points. Now, my mental attributes had reached 11,500 points. Seeing the increase in attributes, I finally understood. When I defeated a puppet, all of its attributes would be transferred to me. This meant that the more stages I cleared, the more my attributes would increase. At that moment, a beam of light shot through the air, instantly entering my body. Feeling this energy, my body shuddered violently. This energy contained the power of the god of life. At this moment, I was certain of my earlier speculation. The ancestral land must be connected to the staff of creation. Perhaps the light Bai Chung mentioned was the missing life core. At the same time, outside the ancestral land, someone was eliminated. The moment they emerged, they informed everyone outside that something had gone wrong. Hearing this, Emo Shinha immediately approached them, asking what had happened. Then, they quickly explained the recent events. Zhou Lisheng of the Zhou family had joined the demon worshippers. He deliberately avoided eating the fruit, waiting until the rest of us had eaten it, sealing our skills and attributes before launching a deadly attack. He also activated a soul annihilation barrier, preventing us from reviving through our soul imprints. Thankfully, the spirit general intervened at the critical moment, killing Zhou Lisheng. Otherwise, none of the geniuses who entered the ancestral land would have made it out alive. Hearing this, the elders of the various families were utterly shocked. Didn't the spirit general also eat the fruit inside? Then why was he able to kill Zhou Lisheng, who hadn't eaten the fruit? Could it be that he consumed that fruit? Meanwhile, Ning Tairan's killing intent surged. His gaze was sharp as he scanned the surroundings, intent on finding someone from the Zhou family to demand answers. But he soon discovered that the Zhou family had already fled. Seeing this, the elders of the various families quickly spread the news. Everyone knew that the entire Zhou family would face dire consequences. Soon, 4 more people were eliminated. They, along with the previous person, were part of the first group to be eliminated. The second group to be eliminated consisted of 15 people. They were all defeated by the mage puppet, so each of their attributes only increased by 500 points. Now, only 10 people remained inside the ancestral land. Some family elders, seeing that their descendants hadn't been eliminated, smiled broadly. The later someone was eliminated, the greater their rewards would be. After a while, the third group began to emerge. They had defeated the mage puppet, but lost to the third puppet, so each of their attributes increased by 1,500 points. However, a few individuals also gained a trace of divine life energy. Not only did their attributes increase by 1,500 points, but their constitution also increased by 2,000 points. They also gained a 10% boost to their vitality and other attributes. Now, only 5 people remained inside the ancestral land. Aside from me and my sister, there was also a descendant from the Sha family who hadn't emerged yet. Seeing this, the Sha family elder grinned from ear to ear. Meanwhile, I defeated another archer puppet, increasing each of my attributes by 1,500 points. At this point, my attributes had reached 13,000 points. After defeating it, another beam of light descended upon me, and this one was even stronger than before. On the 7th platform, there was only 1 stone tablet, indicating that I only needed to comprehend 1 skill this time. Although it seemed simpler, the easier it appeared, the more suspicious I became. When I saw the skill on the tablet, I was stunned. The tablet was inscribed with, it was actually a healing skill. Could it be that this stage wasn't just about defeating the puppet? But no matter what, I still needed to comprehend the skill first. Half an hour later, I successfully mastered the skill. Then, the skill tablet slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, Lin Mohan, seeing the tablet disappear, smiled faintly. He was well aware of some of the rules of the ancestral land, even more so than a divine-level expert like Emo Xinghe. He had only been on the platform for half an hour, and the tablet had already disappeared. This meant that the person ahead of him was about half an hour ahead. He knew that only I could achieve such a feat. No one else could do it. Mo Yun and Ning Yisher frowned deeply. They had just stepped onto the platform when the tablet disappeared. Thus, they could only stop here. However, I was unaware of all this. The reason Lin Nuhan didn't tell me about this rule was because he knew my If I knew about this rule, I would definitely slow down and wait for them. So, he deliberately kept it from me, allowing me to forge ahead at full speed. After the tablet disappeared, a new scene appeared before me. A puppet was being besieged by 5 other puppets, and it was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, I finally understood what this stage was testing. It was about using the healing skill I had just learned to ensure its survival, while also defeating the 5 hostile puppets. I immediately cast a healing glow on it. Although it recovered slightly, healing glow was only a beginner-level skill, so its healing effect was quite limited. I could only continuously heal it, but even so, I felt like I was struggling to keep up. So, while healing the puppet, I also joined the fight. Only by doing so could I ensure the puppet's safety. Although I didn't have any active skills, I relied on my passive skills, damage transfer and full link, to trade damage for damage, overwhelming the 5 puppets through sheer force. After taking a hit from one of the puppets, I realized its strength attribute was quite high, around 5,000 points. This attribute was enough to surpass most other professionals, but it was still far from enough to challenge me. It didn't take long for me to defeat all 5 opponents. Each of my attributes increased by a full 3,000 points. At the same time, a beam of light entered my body. This was the 3rd beam of light I had received since the challenge began. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral land, a faint light flickered. Ning Yi and Mo Yun were almost simultaneously transported out. Their mental attributes had increased by 3,500 points, and they had also gained an additional 20% boost to their vitality. Seeing that the 2 were unharmed, Ning Tairan and Mo Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. However, the Sha family elder was grinning from ear to ear, because now, only 3 people had yet to emerge from the ancestral land. Aside from me and my sister Lin Nuhan, only his grandson remained. It's increasing. I never expected that by absorbing the power of creation, feared by all gods, my strength would increase so dramatically. It turned out that after defeating the 5 puppets on the 8th platform, I arrived at the final trial platform, but to my surprise, this platform didn't have a puppet. Instead, it was an elf. When I saw its appearance clearly, I was shocked, because on its forehead, there was a gem embedded, and within that gem, there was the aura of the life core. It seemed my earlier speculation was correct. The ancestral land was indeed connected to the staff of creation. The only question was how to obtain it. As I pondered this, my sister Lin Mohan also arrived here. Seeing me, she stretched lazily. Xiaoyu, you're still faster. Then, he took out a crystal the size of a fingernail and tossed it to the manager. The teacher promised you something, and it has been fulfilled. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. It turned out that many years ago, Lin Mohan's teacher had made a deal with him. This small crystal was the missing piece of the life core. The life elf took the crystal and immediately fused it into the gem on its forehead. The gem instantly grew brighter. Then, the life elf sent a ball of light into Lin Mohan's body. In the next moment, Lin Mohan's aura surged dramatically. The life elf then spoke expressionlessly. The deal is complete. Now, it's time for the trial between you 2. However, there's only one spot available. You can decide the winner through a duel. However, Lin Mohan didn't hesitate and immediately exited the ancestral land. He had come here solely to complete that deal. Although the rewards here would also benefit him, he knew they were far more important to me. The moment Lin Mohan was transported out of the ancestral land, an old man hurried over and asked, "Young lady, did you see my grandson inside the ancestral land?" Sha Jingmoyan walked up to Lin Mohan and whispered, his grandson was the one inside the ancestral land who killed the most creatures. Hearing this, Lin Mohan chuckled softly. Oh, it's him? With so many creatures killed, he's probably dead by now. The old man's face turned pale, and a terrifying aura erupted from him. His level exceeded 85, and his strength was formidable. But Lin Mohan stood his ground, a look of disdain on his stunning face. Do you want to fight me? Are you prepared for the consequences of wiping out your entire family? As he spoke, the primal runes on the back of his hand flickered faintly. But at that moment, Ning Tairan roared, Shaja, what are you doing? As a divine-level expert, his aura was even more terrifying. The pressure he released forced Shaja to retreat. Mo Xinghe quickly stepped in front of Lin Mohan, saying, Miss Lin, calm down. Shaja was just worried about his grandson. Ning Tairan also chimed in. He was just anxious. Miss Lin, please spare him this once. Seeing the two divine-level experts pleading for Scythe, Lin Mohan finally withdrew his killing intent. He said indifferently, "For the sake of you two elders, I'll let him go this time." With that, he activated a teleportation spell and disappeared. After he left, Imo Shingha finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Shah, do you realize you almost brought disaster upon yourself? He's the disciple of the founder of the Creation God Academy." Shah's face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He never dreamed that this stunning beauty had such a terrifying background. Seeing this, Ning Tairan snorted coldly, "Keep your eyes open in the future. Don't bring disaster upon yourself and your family." Meanwhile, the life elf looked at me with satisfaction. "I sense the aura of the forbidden fruit on you. You're the first human in over 1,000 years to consume it and survive. I can say without a doubt that you're the most qualified person I've ever seen to inherit this power. No one else comes close, but now it's up to you to earn its recognition." With that, he waved his hand, and a blindingly bright white light appeared before me. The moment it appeared, I felt the aura of the Staff of Creation. Eagerly, I stepped toward the light. With each step, a surge of divine life energy flowed into my body. But as the saying goes, too much of a good thing is bad. After a few steps, the divine life energy reached the limit of what my body could handle, and it began to damage my body. Fortunately, all the damage was transferred directly to my... It was under these circumstances that I slowly approached it. Soon, I stood before the ball of light. At this moment, the life elf's eyes gleamed with a hint of hope. It seemed he hoped I could take the light. Just then, the Staff of Creation on my body flew out on its own. Immediately after, the light in the air seemed to find its destination, rushing toward the Staff of Creation. As the light merged into the Staff of Creation, it also began to flow into my body through the staff. In the next moment, all my restrictions were broken. My skills and attributes were fully restored, and all the attributes I had accumulated were added to my base stats. Strength, agility, and spirit each increased by 16,000 points, while constitution increased by 24,000 points. I also gained a trait that increased my vitality by 30%. As the light continued to pour into my body, my constitution and vitality kept increasing. The pseudo-life core on the Staff of Creation also began to glow brightly. At that moment, several fragments flew out from the gem on the life elf's forehead. These fragments contained vast amounts of divine life energy. They quickly merged with the pseudo-life core on the Staff of Creation. Soon, the Staff of Creation became even more translucent, appearing flawless. But when I inspected it, I realized the Staff of Creation was still in a damaged state. However, it now provided a full attribute boost of 400,000 points when equipped, and it had gained 2 new skills. Skill, Light of Ascension, can fully heal a target. Skill, Light of Destruction, can deliver a fatal blow to a target. As expected of a weapon wielded by the God of Life, even in its damaged state, it provides a full attribute boost of 400,000 points, and possesses 2 powerful skills, capable of both healing and killing. Suddenly, I thought of my other weapon, the Monarch's Scepter I had obtained earlier. Although it was only a legendary grade weapon, the attributes it provided were even higher than the mythical grade Staff of Creation. This suggested that the Monarch's Scepter might also be a weapon left behind by a god. Meanwhile, most people outside the ancestral land had already left. Only Imo Shingha and a few others remained, waiting. Ningyi was growing worried. It's been so long. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have happened? To comfort her, Ning Tairan snorted, "Don't worry. That kid's tougher than a turtle. He survived the Abyss World and came back alive. The ancestral land is nothing to him." As soon as he finished speaking, I was teleported out of the ancestral land. Seeing me emerge, Ning-Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Tairan, standing beside her, immediately noticed the changes in me. So, he asked if I had obtained the light from the ancestral land. I nodded slightly. Then, he asked how much my attributes had increased. I quickly checked my attribute changes after absorbing the white light. I found that my strength, agility, and spirit attributes remained still increased by 16,000 points as before. But after absorbing, my constitution had increased significantly again. In total, it had increased by 32,000 points, and my vitality trait had improved to 50%. Then, I told Ning Tairan everything in detail. Hearing this, Ning Tyran was shocked. Did you really eat the forbidden fruit inside the ancestral land? Even the founder of the Creation God Academy couldn't do that. Imo Xinghe, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He knew how terrifying the forbidden fruit was. Countless powerful individuals had died trying to consume it. Without exception, he speculated that my attributes were more than double those of other professionals at the same level. However, Ning Tyran secretly smiled. He knew what I had gone through during my second-class advancement. Although he didn't know exactly how high my attributes were, he was certain that my attributes were far more than just double those of other professionals at the same level. Afterward, I returned to Bai Shun's courtyard. When Bai Shun heard about this, he jumped up in shock. Holy crap, does that mean your total attributes exceed 300? Other mid-level legendary professionals at level 45 only have around 100,000 total attributes. You're a full 270,000 points ahead of them. I was stunned. On my first day back on the battlefield, I was attacked by the Dragon Clan. Not only did they send an entire sub-dragon legion, but they also dispatched a being on par with a divine-level expert. They thought they could kill me on the spot, but the strength I displayed shocked even the Dragon King. It turned out that after completing all the trials and emerging from the ancestral land, my attributes had increased dramatically, with my total attributes reaching over 370. This was 3 times higher than other legendary professionals at the same level. Even Bai Shun was startled by my attributes. Meng Anwen even believed that my existence was a pinnacle, showing future generations the highest limits we could achieve. Although you're still just a high-level professional now, if you undergo your third-class advancement and ascend to godhood, you will undoubtedly become the peak of humanity. Although we don't know how strong a transcendent god is, I believe that by level 97, you'll be able to challenge a transcendent god. Hearing this, I was both flattered and shocked. I hadn't expected Meng Anwen to hold me in such high regard. After all, in the later stages, even a single level difference could mean a vast gap in strength. Challenging higher levels would only get harder. At this point, Bai Yuan spoke up. With your current attributes, plus the elemental divine stone and divine blood essence, your chances of achieving a class sublimation during your third advancement are over 70%, but even so, it's still not entirely safe. There's only one treasure left that can significantly increase the chances of class sublimation. The founder of the Creation God Academy obtained this treasure when he ascended to godhood. Your sister achieved 2 class sublimations, likely because of... The problem is, we don't know where to find it. As he spoke, Bai Yuan's expression turned troubled. That old man is tight-lipped. Even if I asked him, he might just beat me up instead. Hearing this, Meng Anwen smiled. There's no need to ask him. I can deduce it. Before he obtained that treasure, he ventured into the core region of the ancient battlefield's upper layer. I suspect that the treasure is related to the inner treasure vault in the core region. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, the inner treasure vault is about to make a deal with Xiaoyu. When the time comes, Xiaoyu can ask them directly. I nodded, telling them that once I reached level 50, I would head to the ancient battlefield. Just then, my communication device received a distress signal from Sure Xinet. I immediately informed Bai Yuan about it. The two exchanged a glance and instantly teleported me to the location. But the moment the teleportation ended, a barrage of lightning attacks rained down on me. My sea bone armor glowed brilliantly before shattering completely. The remaining damage was transferred to my skeletons. Immediately, Bai Yuan's aura surged, blocking all further attacks. However, in that half-second, I had already endured nearly 1,000 attacks. Bai Yuan quickly asked if I was okay. I shook my head, telling him I was fine. Even without his protection, I wouldn't have been hurt. After all, my constitution had been greatly enhanced, and I had immunity to various elements, especially light and lightning, with resistances reaching 80%. Combined with my innate 500% damage reduction, this meant I had a 25x damage reduction against lightning attacks. The remaining damage was transferred to my undead army. At that moment, the sky darkened, and 10 dragon warships floated in the air. In the distance, even more dragon warships were approaching. The mana crystals on the warships glowed brightly, firing beams of light. The earlier attack had clearly just been an appetizer. Now, the main course had arrived. However, attacks of this level still couldn't break through Bai Yuan's defensive barrier. Seeing this, I finally realized that this was all a trap set for me. The distress signal earlier had been deliberately sent by the Dragon Clan. but the fact that they had Sure Xinan's communication device and could send me a message meant that Sure Xinan was indeed in danger. Moreover, the Dragon Clan knew about my relationship with Sure Xinan, which suggested that someone within the human race had colluded with the Dragon Clan. As I pondered this, a massive dragon charged toward me, swinging a spear aimed directly at my head. Sensing the aura emanating from it, my pupils contracted sharply. This dragon was on par with a divine-level expert, but Bai Yuan burst into laughter. Even the Dragon King has come out. The Dragon Clan really thinks highly of you, Xiaoyu. With that, he threw a punch, sending the Dragon King flying several kilometers. Immediately after, Bai Yuan charged toward the Dragon King with a wild laugh. It's been a while since I've fought. This is a great chance to let loose. Meanwhile, I summoned my entire undead army and cast the skill Curse of Aging. In an instant, all the dragons were affected by the curse. At level 45, the Curse of Aging had a range of 7,500 meters. After being amplified by my talents, covering almost the entire battlefield, including the dragons inside the warships, even the Dragon King, who was battling Bai Yuan, was not spared. Under the curse, all enemies were slowed by 125 times, and their damage taken increased by 17.5 times. Even though dragons naturally had strong immunity to curses, their speed was still reduced by at least 3 times, and the damage they took more than doubled. Before the red glow of the curse had fully dissipated, a green light exploded in the air. In an instant, poison spread across the entire battlefield. All the dragons were poisoned. The level 45 deadly poison was an extremely terrifying skill. It dealt damage equivalent to 22,500 points of strength every second, lasting for 5,000 seconds. Moreover, most of the dragons on the battlefield were between levels 50 and 60. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, they were severely injured. Despite the dragon healers constantly casting healing spells, it was no use. Soon, large numbers of dragons began to die. The first to die were the weaker soldiers inside the dragon warships. The uncontrolled warships began to crash one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 20 dragon warships were destroyed. The dragon soldiers outside were also falling rapidly, and their corpses became my powerful weapons. The skill corpse explosion played out repeatedly across the battlefield. Soon, most of the dragons were killed by me. Seeing this, the Dragon King roared in fury. He desperately wanted to charge over and kill me on the spot, but Bai Yuan wouldn't give him the chance. At that moment, my pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of killing intent rose in my eyes. Then, I charged forward with my undead army. The skeleton berserkers carried corpses in their hands. As I had spotted Sure Xinan in the distance, he was chained to a massive pillar, and his life force was extremely weak, on the verge of death. But when Sure Xinan saw the undead army, he panicked. He knew that the Dragon Clan had used his communication device to lure me here, with the intention of killing me. To achieve this, the Dragon Clan mobilized their army, even sending out a Dragon King. At that moment, a large group of dragon soldiers appeared in front of me, numbering over 10,000. 12 dragon generals above level 70 led the charge. Seeing this, I smirked coldly, because in my eyes, they were just military merits. After becoming a divine general, my military merits had accumulated to 80 million, just 20 million short of reaching 1 star. Divine general. After wiping out the dragon soldiers on the warships, and adding the dragon generals and their army charging at me, it should be more than enough. So, I raised my hand and cast Curse of Aging again. In the next second, the entire dragon army slowed down. At the same time, the corpses of dragon soldiers flew toward them. Seeing this, the dragon generals were filled with fear. They finally remembered that I possessed an extremely terrifying area of effect skill. So, they ordered the dragon soldiers to attack the corpses and prevent them from getting closer. At the same time, they unleashed a barrage of spear strikes, shredding the corpses midair. Seeing this, I laughed. Even if the corpses were blocked, couldn't my undead army just create more? So, I ordered the skeleton mages and skeleton archers to begin their assault. In an instant, elemental explosions and arrows engulfed the dragon army. In just a moment, a large number of dragon soldiers were killed. Seeing the combat power of the undead army, the dragon generals were horrified. The attack power of these skeletons is almost on par with ours. Although the intel said his undead army was strong, We didn't expect it to be this powerful. They finally realized that I had become even stronger. Just then, an explosion made the dragon generals' faces pale. In the next moment, the terrifying area of effect skill struck again. The dragon soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe. Seeing this, the dragon generals turned and fled without hesitation. But I wouldn't give them the chance. I activated the strong soldier skill, and soul flames struck one after another. Several dragon generals let out screams before plummeting from the sky. At the same time, my military badge glowed faintly. As a junior professional, I had laid the foundation for becoming a transcendent god. Not only had I awakened the terrifying god of slaughter domain, but I had also become the first genius in a million years to achieve full divine power. Yet, the human race wanted to use the dragon clan to kill me. It turned out that when Bai Yuan and I arrived at the battlefield to carry out the rescue, we discovered that this was all a trap set by the dragon clan specifically for me. They had thought they could completely eliminate me on the battlefield, but when I revealed my true strength, the 12 dragon generals above level 70 didn't hesitate to turn and flee. But I wouldn't let the military merits slip away. I activated the strong soldier skill instantly, and soul flames struck repeatedly. The dragon generals screamed before falling from the sky. In the next moment, they were met with the furious attacks of the skeleton mages. In an instant, 12 kill notifications popped up. Each dragon general provided me with 7.1 million experience points and 100,000 military merits. At the same time, my military badge shone brightly. A golden star slowly appeared. From this moment on, my military rank was promoted to 1-star divine general. My experience also jumped from 2% to 20%. However, Xiaonan, who had narrowly escaped death, felt guilty. He had originally come to the battlefield to grind dungeons, but he hadn't expected to be ambushed by the dragon clan, and nearly caused my death. Just then, a massive surge of energy erupted in the distance. Bai Yuan flew over, carrying a mangled corpse. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan is nothing special. He wasn't even a challenge. Then, Bai Yuan took out a hexagonal gem. This gem was extracted from the Dragon King's body. But the moment I saw the gem, I was shocked, because this gem was strikingly similar to the life core. However, even Bai Yuan didn't know what this gem was. So, we decided to teleport back first. Returning to the courtyard, Meng Anwen immediately recognized that this gem was called a dragon crystal. Dragon crystals could only be produced by the dragon kings of the dragon clan. They, along with the demon kings, Star River, were materials for crafting legendary grade accessories. Unfortunately, this dragon crystal was produced by the lowest tier dragon king. Like demons, dragon kings were divided into low, medium, and high tiers. A low-tier dragon king corresponded to human professionals between levels 90 and 92. So, the energy within this dragon crystal wasn't particularly strong. Although dragon crystals could be used to craft legendary grade accessories, they were only one of the main materials. Many other rare auxiliary materials were also required. To waste so many rare auxiliary materials on this low-tier dragon crystal was something Meng Anwen considered not worth it. Just then, the staff of creation on my body flew out on its own. The damaged life core on it began to glow. Seeing this, I immediately understood that the dragon crystal before me was definitely related to the life core. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen also thought the same. So, they attempted to merge the dragon crystal with the life core. The moment the two came into contact, the life core shone brightly, and the dragon crystal shattered with a loud crack. All the energy within it was absorbed by the life core. I could clearly feel that the life core had become more complete than before. If the previous damage rate was 80%, now it was around 75%. Seeing this, Meng Anwen pondered for a moment. It seems the life core was made from dragon crystals, but not just any dragon crystal. It was likely the dragon crystal of a dragon emperor. But Bai Yuan disagreed. After all, a dragon emperor is equivalent to a transcendent god-level human, and as far as I know, there is no dragon emperor in the dragon clan right now, just like how there are no transcendent god-level humans. The strongest among us is only half-step transcendent god. But Meng Anwen said meaningfully, just because there isn't one now, doesn't mean there never was. I once saw a dragon corpse in the deep layers of the ancient battlefield. That corpse had remained intact for countless years, and could still attack. Back then, I almost died there. Now that I think about it, that corpse was likely the remains of a dragon emperor. But with just the few of us, Obtaining its dragon crystal is almost impossible. Perhaps only the old man from the Creation God Academy could do it, but I knew that even if he could, he wouldn't help me. The only way was to keep killing dragon kings, to obtain ordinary dragon crystals. But this thought only flashed through my mind briefly. With my current strength, I couldn't even defeat the lowest tier dragon king, let alone fully repair the life core. However, Meng Anwen told me there was another place where I could obtain a large number of dragon crystals. In the deep layers of the ancient battlefield, there was a dragon graveyard, where a large number of dragon crystals were buried. However, the deceased dragon emperor guarded that place. Hearing this, Bai Yuan glared at him. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Even if Xiaoyu could go to the deep layers now, facing that dragon emperor would still be a death sentence. But I understood what Meng Anwen meant. He was telling me to check it out if I ever got the chance. However, this could be put aside for now. The top priority was to reach level 50 as soon as possible, and then head to the upper layers of the ancient battlefield to meet the ancient Earth Dragon. So, I went to the dungeon hall alone and began soloing the Beast God Plateau dungeon. Before reaching level 50, this dungeon is the best place to level up. Moreover, I'm extremely familiar with this dungeon, which can significantly increase my leveling efficiency. I've turned into a ruthless monster-slaying machine, grinding the dungeon non-stop. On average, I can clear it once per hour, gaining about 8% experience each time. At this rate, I can level up in half a day. However, I know this leveling speed is only possible before level 50. Once I reach level 50, without high experience dungeons like Shoqing Plateau, my leveling speed will drop significantly. It'll take dozens of dungeon runs to level up. At this moment, I feel a bit envious of my sister, Lin Mohan. Her talent not only boosts her leveling speed, but also improves as she levels up, making her leveling speed faster and faster. While I'm busy grinding dungeons to level, a storm is brewing on the battlefield. Meng Anwen, along with the main body of the Divine Tower, and Bai Yuan descended upon Fortress 9. This is the front line of the Divine Empire's defense, garrisoned by the most elite troops. Here, no one is below level 60, but as the Masked Tower of Fortress 9 confronted the Divine Tower. Both the Masked Tower and the Divine Tower are legendary weapons, equally matched in power. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan held a list in his hand, those whose names were called turned pale, as these individuals held high-ranking positions in the military. As the 13 figures rose into the air with terrifying auras, they were all revered divine generals. The highest among them was a 4-star divine general. They included 3-star divine General Wang Ling, a level 92 divine knight, 3-star divine General Wei Cong, a level 92 divine warrior, and 4-star divine General Xia Shi'ai's, level 93 divine mage. Although they were slightly weaker than Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen, their status as divine generals was equal. Thus, the 3 divine generals of Fortress 9 stood on equal footing with Bai Yuan. At this moment, Bai Yuan informed them that the people on the list were members of the demon worshippers. Xia Shi'ai's immediately shouted in anger. Nonsense! What proof do you have? After all, several names on the list were his subordinates. If they were demon worshippers, it would imply he might also be connected to them. Bai Yuan glanced at him disdainfully. Have you forgotten what I do? Xia Shi'ai's was stunned, remembering Bai Yuan's other identity. He commanded a highly secretive military unit, specializing in intelligence gathering. In other words, Bai Yuan possessed the most comprehensive intelligence network in the nation. If Bai Yuan said the people on the list were suspicious, they most likely were. Although Xia Shi'ai's was mostly convinced, he still stubbornly demanded evidence. Bai Yuan, however, was done humoring him. My word is the evidence, he declared, his killing intent erupting. The overwhelming aura he released put immense pressure on the 3 divine generals, leaving them visibly shaken. They realized the gap between them and Bai Yuan was not small. In fact, they doubted if the 3 of them combined could defeat him. After all, their levels were 2 or 3 below his. But just then, an aura rivaling Bai Yuan's rose from the fortress. A white-haired old man slowly ascended, his presence instantly neutralizing Bai Yuan's aura. The clash was intense. Meanwhile, I faced another epic confrontation with the Abyss Demon King. Despite being nearly 50 levels below him, I gritted my teeth and fought on. This was the perfect opportunity to test my true strength. Just moments ago, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had personally descended, and now chaos erupted. The battlefield was in turmoil, and I was determined to prove myself in this chaos. This was my chance to show what I was made of. The stakes were high, but I was ready. The battle was just beginning, clearing the demon worshippers at Fortress Number 9. However, they were intercepted by 3 divine-level powerhouses from the military, but Bai Yuan's strength far surpassed theirs. Just as he unleashed his aura and suppressed the 3 divine-level powerhouses, an old man with strength comparable to his emerged from the fortress. His appearance instantly blocked Bai Yuan's aura. The old man, named Yi Hao, was also a top-tier divine-level powerhouse at level 95. However, his seniority was twice that of Bai Yuan. He belonged to the same era as Bai Yuan's father. Bai Yuan let out a cold laugh upon seeing him. "Little one, do you plan to stop me too?" However, Yi Hao shook his head. "Since you've already investigated thoroughly, there must be no mistake. Moreover, with Shan here, even if we wanted to resist, we wouldn't survive." As he spoke, he made a gesture with his hand, inviting Bai Yuan to proceed. Then, Bai Yuan began executing the people on the list one by one. Meng Anwen watched calmly from the sky. This kind of scene was enough for Bai Yuan to handle. There was no need for him to intervene. The battle ended in less than a minute. Before leaving, Meng Anwen looked at the demon-subduing tower and slowly spoke. "After so many years, its master is finally coming." With that, he and Bai Yuan teleported away. However, Yi Hao and the others were shocked by these words. They didn't understand what Meng Anwen meant. Over the years, none of the divine-level powerhouses in the military had been able to claim the demon-subduing tower. Even Yi Hao, at level 95, couldn't control it. Could it be that its master isn't a divine-level powerhouse? Thinking of this, Xia Shi's suddenly realized something. Could he be talking about Lin Moyu? But Yi Hao had never heard of my name. Having been secluded for so long, he knew little about the outside world. So Xia Shi's quickly explained everything about me to him. Yi Hao was greatly shocked after hearing it. To think such a genius has emerged in our human race. If he reaches the divine level, it's not impossible for him to become the new master of the demon-subduing tower. Then, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen arrived at the Zhou family in Haiqing. Their presence immediately alerted all the powerful members of the Zhou family. At the same time, an old man deep within the family suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura was slightly stronger than Yi Hao's at level 95. He and Yi Hao were divine-level powerhouses from the same era. However, he had been secluded for many years. Yet today he was stirred. The moment he saw Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen, he sensed something was wrong, because the two of them rarely appeared together. Now that they had come to his family, something major must be happening. In the next second, he appeared in front of Bai Yuan. "May I ask why the two of you have come to the Zhou family?" Bai Yuan threw a document at him. "Elder Zhou, see for yourself." Zhou Qingtian, puzzled, began reading. Suddenly, his face turned pale. As a divine-level powerhouse, he was now trembling with anger. Bai Yuan sighed. "You were my idol in my youth. Back then, on the battlefield, you fought tirelessly against the abyss demons. But now, the Zhou family has become like this." Thinking of the past glory, Zhou Qingtian was filled with rage. He never expected that his lifelong reputation would be ruined by these juniors. "This matter will be handled by me personally. I will definitely give you an explanation." Bai Yuan trusted that he would handle it well. After all, Zhou Qingtian had once fought valiantly for the human race. Now that his descendants had caused trouble, it was best if he could resolve it himself. This would also save face for the old senior. Similar incidents were unfolding across the empire. The purge operation lasted for 2 full days. However, during these 2 days, I was busy leveling up in the dungeon hall, completely unaware of what was happening outside. In just 2 days, I had already leveled up from 45 to 48. At that moment, the teleportation array in the dungeon hall suddenly lit up. A group of people stepped out of the array. They were from the 3 top academies of Xiajin Academy, and they were radiating intense killing intent. The students in the dungeon hall were all very surprised. Normally, it wasn't uncommon to see teams from multiple academies, but a team of over 30 people had never been seen before. They all stopped in front of the entrance to the Shoqing Plateau dungeon. One of them took out a black stone and activated it publicly. Immediately, beams of black light shot into the dungeon vortex. Then, seeing this, everyone realized something was wrong. The stone they just used is for abyss mode. These guys must be from the demon worshippers. Their goal is to deal with the spirit god inside the dungeon. Quickly, the mentors were notified and rushed to the dungeon hall. However, they found the dungeon had been sealed. No one could enter from the outside, and no one could exit from the inside. In less than 2 minutes, half of the Academy's mentors had gathered in the dungeon hall. After all, matters related to the Abyss demons were taken very seriously by everyone. But suddenly, one of the mentors let out a maniacal laugh. If everyone here dies, Shijin Academy will surely be heartbroken, right? As he spoke, he took out several demon stones and activated them. Instantly, a massive barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the entire dungeon hall. In the sky, abyss flames began to rise. Then, a cold laugh echoed from within the flames. It was the voice of the Abyss Demon King, Inkson. Similar scenes weren't just happening at, but across all the higher academies of the Xinxia Empire. Inside the dungeon, I noticed the entire dungeon shook. The once bright plateau suddenly darkened, and ink-green flames began to burn in the sky. I immediately recognized them as abyss flames. This situation only occurs when... So I prepared to exit the dungeon to investigate, but found that nothing happened. Even the ordinary teleportation stones on me had failed. The only thing that still worked was the teleportation stone to the abyss. At that moment, a screeching sound came from the sky, followed by a downpour of abyss flames. The monsters in the dungeon began to mutate. Their levels were rapidly increasing. At the same time, a team appeared in the dungeon. Each of them activated a black demon stone. A massive formation was almost instantly completed. Then, they chanted a series of incantations. Immediately after, they were all consumed by scorching flames. In the next second, a pair of giant eyes appeared in the flames. Then, the figure of the Flame Demon King slowly emerged. Seeing this, I immediately understood that those people were from the demon worshippers. They had used Abyss mode to seal the dungeon and sacrificed themselves to summon the Flame Demon King. Their goal was to completely eliminate me inside the dungeon. Since they had gone to such lengths, it meant no one in the academy could help me. I would have to face the Abyss Demon King alone. Thinking this, my expression turned extremely serious. It seems I'll have to go all out this time. But at least the Abyss teleportation stone still worked. Even if I couldn't win, I could still teleport back. In that case, I might as well use this opportunity to test my strength and see how big the gap is between me and a demon king. Thinking this, I became excited. The domain divine stone inside me began to spin rapidly in response. But seeing me prepare to fight, the Flame Demon King let out a cold laugh. How ridiculous. A little brat under level 50 dare to think of fighting me? His entire body was engulfed in raging flames. Everywhere he went, the temperature rose drastically. Even the ground seemed to be melting. But when I sensed his aura, I was slightly surprised. This wasn't my first time dealing with a divine level powerhouse. I had even killed a clone of the Minotaur King and had personally felt his overwhelming aura. But the Flame Demon King before me didn't seem as powerful as I had imagined. And according to Bai Yuan, the Minotaur King was one of the weakest among the demon kings. Thinking about it, I already had an... Although the demon worshippers used a special method to alter the dungeon's level restrictions, they couldn't completely change them. This resulted in the Flame Demon King's power being suppressed by the dungeon's rules. The Flame Demon King sneered. So what if you figured it out? Even if I can only use 10% of my power, killing you is more than enough. It's here. It's here. The final battle between me and the Flame Demon King has finally arrived. However, everyone believed I was doomed. But when I revealed my true strength, even the arrogant Abyss Demon King was struck with fear. It turned out that while I was training in the dungeon, dozens of demon worshippers had used Abyss mode to enter the dungeon and then sacrificed themselves to summon the Flame Demon King from the abyss. The moment he descended, even the monsters in the dungeon mutated. Their levels increased from 46 to 52, and their attributes were greatly enhanced. Monsters that originally had a total attribute of 100,000 now had a total attribute of 150,000. Normally, monsters in large dungeons are comparable to those in hell-level dungeons, with similar attributes. In a level 52 hell difficulty dungeon, monsters' total attributes are around 100,000. But now, after being corrupted by the abyss flames, the monsters here had far surpassed those in hell difficulty dungeons. However, this gave me a way to deal with the Flame Demon King. I immediately activated my lightning wings and flew deep into the dungeon. Because that area was filled with monsters, I could use them to unleash corpse explosion against the Flame Demon King. However, the Flame Demon King thought I was trying to escape. Don't dream of it. You can't escape. With that, he shot a death ray from his eyes. I continuously changed my position in the air to dodge. In the past, I would never have been able to avoid the death ray, but now, my attributes had undergone a qualitative leap, and my combat experience had become incredibly rich. The lightning wings also gave me an astonishing speed boost, allowing me to perfectly dodge the death ray's attacks. In fact, my speed was slightly faster than the Flame Demon King's. In the blink of an eye, I flew over plateau number 3. Compared to the monsters on other plateaus, this area had the most monsters. I then deployed my Wraith Army. Once the Wraith Army cleared the monsters here, I could use Corpse Explosion to deal with the Flame Demon King. And even if that wasn't enough, I still had the Strong Soldier skill as a trump card. Based on my previous encounters in the Abyss world, I could even go head-to-head with them in Strong Soldier mode, and the Flame Demon King before me, suppressed by the dungeon's rules, was even weaker than those powerhouses. Therefore, I felt I had a real chance to severely injure or even kill the Flame Demon King. Soon, the monsters on plateau number 3 were cleared, but the Flame Demon King saw all of this. Just as I retracted my lightning wings and prepared to land on plateau number 3, the Flame Demon King let out a deafening roar and unleashed a devastating attack. The ground shook violently as flames erupted, threatening to consume everything in their path. Crashed into the ground beside me. In an instant, scorching flames erupted, and the surrounding monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, my bone armor shattered. Fortunately, the damage was transferred to the Wraith Army. Clearly, the Flame Demon King knew I intended to use the monsters' corpses against him. As expected, Demon Kings are highly intelligent. It's difficult to deceive them. At this point, I could only rely on my Wraith Army. Thinking this, I immediately cast the Skill Aging Curse, while blue flames burned fiercely in my hands. As the soul flames descended, the Flame Demon King let out a piercing scream. He had tasted the pain of soul flames before, but back then, I was only level 30. Now, my skill levels and attributes had significantly improved, making the soul flames even more terrifying. Amid his screams, the Flame Demon King shot a death ray. However, under the effects of the curse, his movements were much slower, allowing me to easily dodge his attacks. While dodging, I still had the energy to continue casting soul flames. The Flame Demon King screamed in agony once more. But at that moment, thousands of eyes appeared on the Flame Demon King's body. Each eye shot a death ray. Despite my constant dodging, some rays still hit me. Fortunately, I was now level 48, far stronger than when I first encountered the Flame Demon King. My constitution had also greatly improved in the Abyss resistance, significantly boosting my defense. Moreover, I now had a total of 23,520 skeletons and 28 crow generals. With exceptionally high vitality and constitution, this made my vitality far greater than before. As long as I wasn't continuously attacked by the Flame Demon King, I could endure. While I was dodging, the Wraith Army began attacking him. However, it turned out that the attacks of the skeleton mages and archers couldn't penetrate his defense. Only the skills of the skeleton berserkers could deal a little damage, but it was only a tiny amount. Clearly, the skeleton's attacks were too weak against a Demon King. After all, I was still just a sub-50 level professional. In front of a level 90 Demon King, I was nothing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon hall, the mentors sensed the Demon King's aura. It's over, it's over. The Abyss Demon King has appeared in the dungeon where the Spirit General is. Now the dungeon has been sealed by the demon worshippers using Abyss mode. Even if we wanted to rescue him, we can't get in. We can only hope he can hold out until the human divine level powerhouses break the barrier and seal. However, those who disliked me began making sarcastic remarks. You're overestimating him. At his level, he'd be instantly killed by the Abyss Demon King. There's no way he can last that long. On the other side, the Flame Demon King, seeing my strength, sneered. I overestimated you. Your strength is nothing special. With that, at the same time, the primordial rune on my hand began to glow brightly. The Strong Soldier skill activated. In an instant, the skeleton's attributes skyrocketed. The skeleton berserker's total attributes went from 190,000 to 570,000 under strong soldier. With the crow general's 40% boost, their total attributes reached nearly 800,000. The skeleton mage's spirit attributes soared to 1.3 million. The archer's attributes also surged. In addition to the attribute boost, all damage dealt by the skeletons increased by 500%. Overall, the increase was over tenfold. The crow general's constitution reached 1.4 million, and their defense saw a qualitative leap. Then, the skeleton berserkers, wielding their greatswords, unleashed the skill Frenzied Slaughter, which could deal 500% strength-based damage to the target. Combined with the 5x damage boost from Strong Soldier, a single strike could deal 20 million points of strength-based damage. The Flame Demon King's defense was torn apart like paper. Black blood, mixed with raging flames, splattered into the air. At this moment, the Flame Demon King realized that this was my true strength. He even felt that he might die here, so he tried to take flight and escape. But as my soul flames landed on him, he crashed back to the ground. With the boost from Strong Soldier, the soul flames were far more powerful than before. The unprecedented, intense pain nearly robbed him of the ability to think. Suddenly, more eyes sprouted all over the Then, rays of light shot out like swords. The skill Death Cleave, with its terrifying cutting power, instantly bisected the skeleton berserkers. The full connection talent failed again. Seeing this, I was slightly shocked. My talent had failed again. But the death rays hadn't failed earlier. Why did it fail with this skill? Could it be because of the skill itself? Then, another wave of skeleton berserkers charged forward fearlessly. At this point, there was no turning back. Only 30 seconds remained for the Strong Soldier skill. If I couldn't kill the Flame Demon King within that time, I would be the one to die. There was no retreat now, only forward. And I believed that the Flame Demon King couldn't use this skill indefinitely. Otherwise, why hadn't he used it earlier? Then, the Death Cleave skill struck again. Countless skeleton berserkers were sliced to pieces, but behind them, even more skeleton berserkers charged forward. Under the relentless barrage of death rays, at least 3,000 skeleton berserkers were killed. At the same time, the Flame Demon King was on the verge of death. When only 10 seconds remained for Strong Soldier, the Flame Demon King could no longer hold on, and exploded. The explosion of flames spread across the entire plateau number 3. But instead of relaxing, I became even more alert, because I hadn't received any notification of the Flame Demon King's death. This meant the Flame Demon King wasn't truly dead. In the past million years, I had become the first genius to break human limits, and single-handedly slayed an Abyss Demon King invading a human dungeon. But this had alarmed a transcendent-level powerhouse ruling the Abyss. Just moments ago, I had used my rune skills to completely shatter the Flame Demon King's body. But I didn't relax, because I hadn't received any notification of his death. This meant the Flame Demon King wasn't truly dead. In the flames, I saw a small, thin figure. I instinctively cast a detection spell. Seeing his attributes, I was surprised. The Flame Demon King had actually evolved from a lowly fire imp. Fire imps were among the weakest of abyss demons. Evolving into a demon king was nearly impossible. Clearly, before evolving into a demon king, he had obtained some incredible opportunity. Now, he had lost the terrifying power of a demon king. A single soul flame made him scream in agony. Then, the skeleton berserkers severed his limbs. He lost all ability to struggle, and could only roar weakly. Why is this happening? You're not even level 50. So why are you so powerful? But to this question, I simply turned and walked away. Behind me, the skeleton berserkers swarmed forward. Seeing his life nearing its end, the Flame Demon King knelt and begged for mercy. As a demon king, he held immense power. In the abyss, held supreme authority. He wanted to live on, so he offered to tell me the secret of becoming a demon king. If I spared his life, but I didn't care. How could I possibly make a deal with an abyss demon king? The skeleton berserker's greatswords, glowing red, came crashing down. Seeing my determination, the Flame Demon King roared, and then sacrificed his soul to cast a series of curses on me. With each curse cast, his aura weakened slightly, but when the curses landed on me, they were instantly purified by a white light. I immediately understood that this was the effect of my passive skill, Status immunity. It allowed me to resist all curses. However, the Flame Demon King didn't know I had this immunity. He continued to sacrifice his soul, casting more curses. After a dozen curses, his soul was weakened to the extreme. Then, he began to laugh maniacally. Lin Mayu, you're finished. The curses I cast with my divine level soul can only be removed by a transcendent level powerhouse. Your strength ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with disbelief because he sensed that my aura remained completely unharmed. This is impossible. The curses I cast with my soul have failed. Now, he was utterly desperate. His eyes grew lifeless. As the skeleton berserkers, greatswords continued to strike him. The system soon notified me that I had slain the Flame Demon King. Experience plus 90 billion. Metal plus 1. I was shocked by the rewards I received. The experience gained was equivalent to clearing a level 50 health 45,000 times over, or roughly 10 runs of the Beast God Plateau dungeon. This boosted my experience by 50%. Additionally, the medal reward directly promoted my military rank to 2-star Divine General. Although the rewards for slaying a Demon King were generous, I knew it was mostly luck this time. If the Flame Demon King hadn't been suppressed by the dungeon's rules, reducing his strength to less than 1/5 of his usual power, I would have been instantly killed in the outside world. After all, I was only level 48. How could I possibly contend with a Demon King? After the Flame Demon King's fall, the abyss flames gradually extinguished. However, the dungeon seal would take some time to dissolve, so I began summoning skeletons to replenish the Wraith army. This battle had cost me over 4,000 skeletons, and it would take at least an hour to fully replenish them. Coincidentally, the strong soldier skill also entered cooldown. If there was a battle outside, it would be my greatest weakness. Meanwhile, fiery rain began to fall across the abyss. Abyss flames rained down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. Demons everywhere were stunned. What's happening? The Flame Demon King has fallen. Even the Charmed Demon King was shocked. Wasn't Flame going after Lin Mayu? How was he killed? Did he run into Bai Yuan and the others? As he pondered this, a deep voice echoed in his mind. Come to my palace. The Charmed Demon King immediately became respectful. Yes, Your Majesty, the great Demon Emperor. At this moment, the battle at Shejin Academy had just ended. The situation there was similar to the dungeon. Dozens of demon worshippers sacrificed themselves to summon an Abyss Demon King, but they hadn't realized that this was one of humanity's top academies, home to generations of hidden powerhouses. The Demon King had barely arrived before being slain by 3 divine-level powerhouses. In the end, he paid a heavy price to escape back to the abyss. Half an hour later, the dungeon seal finally dissolved. I finally teleported out of the dungeon. The students cleaning up the battlefield were stunned when they saw me. The Spirit General actually survived the Abyss Demon King. And why does it feel like the Spirit General is even stronger now? The aura he's emitting is terrifying. Their instincts weren't wrong. My aura had indeed changed. It was a natural transformation. After battling the Flame Demon King, experienced powerhouses could tell at a glance that I had slain a Demon King. Suddenly, someone noticed the military insignia on my shoulder. The person gulped and said in disbelief, "Holy crap, when did the Spirit General's rank rise to 2 stars? Could it be that the Demon King who invaded the dungeon was slain by the Spirit General?" At this thought, everyone was visibly shocked. After all, my level is... No matter how strong I am, it's impossible for me to slay even if the Demon King couldn't defeat me. He wouldn't just sit and wait for death. If he wanted to escape, not even a god-tier powerhouse could stop him. This was proven in the battle at the Academy. The 3 god-tier powerhouses at the Academy failed to stop a single Demon King. In the end, he managed to escape. But with the facts laid out before them, they had no choice but to accept it. At that moment, the space in the air began to distort. The true form of the Divine Tower descended. The next second, Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen appeared. Seeing that I was unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when the two noticed the military badge on me, they were stunned. "Did you really slay that Demon King?" I nodded slightly. Then, I told them about what happened in the dungeon. Hearing this, Bai Yuan happily patted my shoulder. "Amazing! At level 48, you slayed the Flame Demon King and successfully advanced to a 2-star Divine General. This is a first in human history. To advance from a 1-star to a 2-star divine general, one must slay a demon king, and those who can achieve this are usually god-tier powerhouses. Yet, you, at level 48, have created a miracle. Everyone present looked at me with deep respect, as if gazing at a deity. Meng Anwen, standing beside me, was also deeply pleased with my achievement. Although the Flame Demon King's strength was greatly restricted by the dungeon's rules, a demon king is still a demon king. He is far beyond what other professionals can match. Perhaps after your 3rd class advancement at level 70, you will possess strategic capabilities at the god tier level. Now, in the Divine Empire, the demon worship sect has been nearly eradicated. However, members of the demon worship sect still exist in other nations. If we truly want to eradicate the demon worship sect, humanity will need an absolute powerhouse, capable of suppressing all rivals. At this point, Meng Anwen looked at me with profound eyes. Perhaps only you can achieve that for the Empire. After the two left, I returned to the dungeon hall. I was now close to reaching level 49, so I needed to hurry and level up to 50. Once there, I could unlock new skills and fulfill the agreement with the ancient battlefield's deity. Additionally, the deal with the ancient earth dragon awaited me. Meanwhile, in a grand palace within the Abyss world, the Demon Kings and the Black Sky Demon King, along with other mid-tier demon kings of powerful bloodlines, gathered together. They stood respectfully in the palace, waiting. Then, a massive demon slowly materialized. He had 2 sharp horns on his head, and his body was covered in scales. Within each scale, it seemed as if a flame was flickering. He sat on the throne, exuding an overwhelming aura. The moment he appeared, all the demon kings bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the However, the demon emperor merely swept his gaze over the demon kings. Every demon king present felt an immense pressure, as if they were being crushed. The demon emperor's power was beyond their imagination. The demon kings trembled in fear. It's awakened. It's awakened. My hidden class, the Lord of the Undead, has awakened a new skill. Not only did I awaken a rare control skill, but I also gained mastery over all elemental forces. As the Lich Lord, it turned out that after the demon worship sect's operation failed, the demon emperor, who ruled the entire Abyss world, finally made an appearance. My strength had forced him to take notice. Although the Flame Demon King's strength was suppressed by the dungeon, his remaining power was still beyond that of an 80th level top-tier professional. Yet, I, at level 48, managed to slay him. This situation was something even the Demon Emperor had never heard of. Thus, he summoned all the Demon Kings. They were discussing how to eliminate me while I was still in my infancy. Otherwise, once I completed my 3rd class advancement, only the Demon Emperor himself might be able to kill me. Since the Sister Demon King had long interacted with humans, this task naturally fell to her. Meanwhile, after grinding dungeons for 2 days, I finally reached level 50. As a result, most of my skills were upgraded, and even my comprehensive enhancement talent increased from 50x to 60x. However, from now on, the experience required to level up increased again. Even large dungeons like the Thin Plateau could no longer meet the leveling requirements. Each run only gave me 1% experience. So, what I needed to do next was quickly awaken new skills, and then return to the ancient battlefield. So, I went to the military exchange and sold all the equipment I had accumulated over this period. I only kept some platinum-grade equipment with good attributes. Then, I used the gold from selling the equipment to buy ultimate skill scrolls. Ultimate skill scrolls cost 10 million gold each. In the exchange, I bought 1,000 of them at once. As for shining ultimate skill scrolls, they were simply unavailable for purchase. I only had 4 of them on me now. So, even though I was level 50, I couldn't use them recklessly. I had to rely on the quantity of ultimate skill scrolls to make up for it. However, when I returned to the Bai Mountain courtyard, I happened to run into Dongfang Yi, who had come to discuss matters related to the Overlook realm. When he saw me, Dongfang Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. He noticed the military badge on me now had 2 golden stars. He obviously knew what a 2-star divine general meant. Previously, he had heard rumors that I had slain the Flame Demon King in the dungeon, but he had always been skeptical. After all, someone under level 50 killing a demon king sounded like a fantasy. But now, he finally believed it, because the military badge on me didn't lie. After exchanging, he left the Bai Mountain courtyard. After he left, Bai Yuan couldn't stop smiling, because he had managed to squeeze quite quite a few good things out of Dongfang Yi. He even got enough materials for my third class advancement at level 70. Among them were the shining ultimate skill scrolls I needed, and there were a full 10 of them. In addition, there was also a shining advanced skill scroll. Advanced skill scrolls were already extremely expensive, and shining advanced skill scrolls were practically priceless. Up until now, I only had one. Even the royal family didn't have many in stock. Bai Yuan told me to use it at level 80, because when I reached level 70 and completed my third class advancement, if I achieved class sublimation, skills would be automatically mastered. So, there would be no need to waste advanced skill scrolls. And at level 90, when I ascended to godhood, skill scrolls would also be unnecessary. So, level 80 was the best time to use it. After that, I started using the ultimate skill scrolls to awaken skills. When activating ultimate skill scrolls, the commotion was much greater than with lower tier scrolls. The aura they emitted was also much stronger than that of beginner scrolls. As the power from the skill scrolls flowed into my body, I felt something deep within me being stirred, but it seemed like it wasn't enough, and eventually, it settled back into silence. Although the 10 skill scrolls didn't awaken a new skill for me, they did give me a different feeling. It was something I had never experienced before. Then, without hesitation, I activated another 10 skill scrolls. The strange feeling returned, and it was even clearer than before, but it still seemed like something was missing. Before this feeling faded, I activated the scrolls again. After activating them 5 times in a row, I felt a restless force stirring within my body. Power. Seeing this, Meng Anwen's expression changed drastically. Little you, do you sense the skill within your body? Bai Yuan, hearing this, also showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? Sensing the source of a skill requires at least level 80 to achieve. Meng Anwen shook his head but didn't say anything. Although he also thought this was completely impossible, what was happening before their eyes forced them to believe it. At that moment, I activated another 15 skill scrolls. The force I sensed was now fully awakened. The next second, the system notified me that I had acquired the skill wings of the undead. For 1 second, both myself and my summoned creatures gained the ability to fly. Flight speed and cooldown time depend on the skill level. When the notification sounded, I finally understood that what I had sensed was indeed a skill. But when I awakened skills at level 30, this hadn't happened. Just as I was about to ask Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen what was going on, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind again. Detected host has awakened wings of the undead. System is optimizing and merging skills for the host, beginning fusion with the lightning wings skill. Congratulations, host has acquired the skill, lightning undead wings. Host and summon creatures gain the ability to fly for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The higher the skill level, the faster the flight speed and the shorter the cooldown. I was overjoyed by this. The optimized skill lasted 10 times longer than before the fusion, and it also benefited from talent enhancements. At level 1, the skill provided 10 minutes of flight time, and the cooldown was reduced from 60 minutes to 10 minutes. It was practically cooldown free. All I needed to do was increase the skill level to boost the flight speed. I wanted to share this good news with Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan, but it seemed I was in some kind of enlightenment state. In this state, the probability of awakening skills was greatly increased. So, I activated more skill scrolls. As the power from the scrolls continuously flowed into my body, I once again saw the necromancer I had seen during my class sublimation. With a point of his finger, a summoned creature, engulfed in flames, appeared beside him. The moment the summoned creature appeared, flames shot into the sky. Then, all the enemies on the battlefield turned to ash. Even the terrifyingly powerful dragons were no exception. As this scene shattered, a system notification sounded in my ears. Acquired skill. Summon elemental lich. Use items of different elements to summon corresponding elemental liches. The higher the item level, the stronger the lich's attributes. The higher the skill level, the more liches can exist simultaneously. I noticed that my attributes now included a lich space. The space showed a capacity of 1, meaning that at level 1, only 1 lich could exist. Although it was a small number, the scene I had just witnessed showed that this skill was incredibly powerful. I believed that the skills I awakened next would only grow stronger. So, I activated batch after batch of skill scrolls. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 skill scrolls had been used. The feeling of skills awakening grew stronger. Acquired skill. Bone prison. Bone prison. Restrain one or multiple enemies, causing a paralysis effect. Restrained enemies cannot move, and take 50% reduced damage from restraint duration. 1 second, scaling with enemy level and attributes, and varying with the number of restrained enemies. Seeing this skill, I felt a surge of excitement. I finally had a control-type skill, even if the control duration was only 1 second. With talent enhancements, it became 60 seconds, and as the skill level increased, this duration would undoubtedly extend further. At this moment, I realized my class was becoming more and more perfect. My class skills now encompass summoning, attacks, curses, control, and immunity. When I opened my eyes, I saw Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen staring at me with strange expressions. You're truly a monster. To have mastered skill sensing at level 50, something only achievable at level 80. My talent has grown even stronger. Unexpectedly, after maxing out the skills I had just awakened, my undead legion received a significant boost. It turned out that when I reached level 50 and awakened my skills, I accidentally triggered the sensing talent that only top-tier professionals at level 80 could achieve. And with it, I successfully awakened 3 rare skills. This shocked even Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen, both god-tier powerhouses, because even they had only achieved this after reaching level 80. After awakening these 3 skills, no matter how many skill scrolls I used, I no longer felt that same sensation as before. This meant all my level 50 skills had been fully awakened, but to be safe, I decided to use one shining skill scroll. I now had 14 shining. Even if I wasted one, it wouldn't hurt much. As the shining skill scroll was activated, I could clearly feel a massive surge of mysterious power flowing into my body. It seemed to be trying to awaken something deep within me. Its effect was 100 times stronger than a regular skill scroll. I finally understood why shining skill scrolls guaranteed skill awakening. It was because the mysterious power they contained was overwhelmingly strong. Yet, despite this, I still didn't sense any new skills. This confirmed that all my level 50 skills had been fully awakened. Next, I needed to max out these 3 skills, and then head to the ancient battlefield. I immediately went to the exchange. To train the summon elemental lich skill, I needed various elemental materials. These materials didn't need to be high quality, so I cleared out all the low-tier elemental materials in the exchange. Then, I went to the dungeon hall and entered the Beast God Plateau dungeon. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I activated the Lightning Undead Wings skill. This was the hardest of the 3 skills to train, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The next second, a pair of wings appeared on my back. The wingspan exceeded 3 meters, but the speed was much slower than my previous lightning wings. This was because the skill was only level 1. Once I leveled it up, the speed would surely surpass before. While waiting for the cooldown, I continuously summoned elemental liches. When the fire elemental materials were nearly exhausted, the skill finally reached level 10. At level 10, the summoned elemental lich underwent a transformation. On its body, a fiery red halo appeared. This halo was called the Flame Halo. It could be applied to all members of the Undead Legion, dealing fire damage to all enemies within a 100-meter radius. The damage scaled with the skill level and the lich's attributes. Seeing the halo's effect, I was overjoyed. I hadn't expected the Flame Halo to affect the entire Undead Legion. If the Fire Element Lich had a halo, then other elemental liches likely had. With this assumption in mind, I summoned a Wind Elemental Lich. Sure enough, on its body, a cyan-colored halo appeared. This halo was called the Wind Halo. Its effect was to significantly increase the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect scaled with the skill level and the lich's attributes. Surprisingly, both halos could simultaneously affect the skeletons. This showed just how powerful the elemental lich skill was. The lich's combat prowess aside, just these halos were enough to greatly enhance the strength of the Undead Legion. After realizing the power of the elemental lich, I trained even harder. 5 days later, the elemental lich skill finally reached level 50. Now, the question before me was, what materials to use to summon the elemental lich? The quality of the materials determined the strength of the elemental lich. However, legendary grade materials were beyond my reach for now. After some thought, I took out 6 elemental crystals from my storage space. These were the best elemental materials I had, aside from elemental divine stones. As I used the skill repeatedly, 6 elemental liches appeared one after another. Their size was much larger than those summoned with low-tier materials. These 6 elemental liches had identical attributes, but the difference lay in their unique elemental halos. The Flame Lich's halo was called the Blazing Halo. It applied the Blazing Halo to all members of the Undead Legion, dealing fire damage to all enemies within a 1 kilometer radius. The damage scaled with the skill level and the Lich's attributes. The Tempest Lich's halo could significantly increase the speed of the Undead Legion. The effect scaled with the skill level and the Lich's attributes. The Frost Lich's frozen halo could freeze all enemies within a 1 kilometer radius. The Earth Lich's halo could greatly enhance the defense of the Undead Legion. The Thunder Lich's lightning halo could deal lightning damage to enemies within a 1 kilometer radius and had a chance to cause a paralysis effect. The Light Lich's holy halo could enhance the Undead Legion's resistance to light elemental damage and increase their attack power against dark-type monsters. With the combined effects of these 6 elemental halos, the strength of the Undead Legion had reached an unimaginable level. Although during these days, the Lightning Undead Wing skill had only leveled up once, its cooldown had decreased by a full minute. The flight speed also increased from 500 meters per second to 600 meters per second. With a few more levels, the training speed would become even faster. Then, I targeted a pack of wild wolves on the plateau. I raised my hand and activated the Bone Prison skill. 8 wolves in the distance were instantly bound in place. A layer of bone chains appeared on their bodies, locking them firmly in place. At the same time, the bone spikes pierced their skin, causing them to become paralyzed and unable to move. This was the control effect of the Bone Prison skill. As I continuously cast the skill on them, the Bone Prison skill level skyrocketed like lightning. It was even faster than training the Summon Elemental Lich skill. In less than 2 days, the Bone Prison skill reached level 50. At level 50, the Bone Prison's binding duration reached 50 seconds, and with talent enhancements, it extended to 3,000 seconds. However, the duration would be reduced against monsters above the skill level. Although the Lightning Undead Wing skill was only level 2, with the comprehensive enhancement talent, the flight duration can last up to 20 minutes. I am now capable of engaging in prolonged aerial battles with the Wong Lin army. As for my level, I can only upgrade it gradually in the future. Now is the time to head to the ancient battlefield. But before that, I checked my attributes. Since reaching level 50, my total attributes have reached a staggering 430,000, far surpassing those of others at the same level. Even mid-tier, legendary class professionals only possess 1/3 of my attributes. After finishing, I returned to the Baishan courtyard. Meng Anwen had already arranged a teleportation array for me to the ancient battlefield. He also specially crafted a fixed-point teleportation stone for me. If I encounter danger on the ancient battlefield, I can use it to teleport back. The teleportation array carried me across a vast distance, bringing me to the ancient battlefield. The landing point was the same as last time. It is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the core area. Fortunately, I now possess the Lightning King Spirit skill, making my speed much faster than before. In 1 hour, I can cover more distance than I could in a whole day previously. Soon, I arrived at a familiar place, the territory of the Soul Devourers. The great battle back then had left the Soul Devourers' territory in ruins. After several months, it has now mostly recovered. However, the Soul Devourer Queen and King have not yet been reborn. So, I continued along the path I had taken before. Soon, I reached the place where I had slain the Earth Dragon God. However, this time, there was no Earth Dragon God in the mountains. My hope of obtaining another toxic gem was completely dashed. Half a day later, I finally returned to the core area. Memories from the past flooded my mind. Back then, I struggled to advance through the core area and nearly died when I encountered the ancient phoenix. This time, I believe it won't be the same. Just then, the sound of a nearby battle caught my attention. Looking over, I spotted Mu Xianxian's figure. I had entered the ancient battlefield where countless heroes had fallen. Just as I thought I would need to continue exploring step by step, I found that with just a slight effort, I could sweep through the terrifying bosses in the core area. It turned out that after I finished training my skills, I had come to the ancient battlefield. But in the core area, I once again encountered Mu Xianxian's team. Once again, I encountered the team where Mu Xianxian was. It was then that I realized none of these angels had left the ancient battlefield. At this moment, their team was besieging an ordinary boss. Under the command of Jialan Yeyu, The team firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle. It seemed like this boss was about to be defeated by them, when suddenly, two demons came roaring from afar. Although Jialan Yeyu sensed the demon's presence immediately and devised a series of countermeasures, I knew everything he did was in vain, because I noticed. These two demons were around level 65, far beyond what they could handle. After all, after level 60, every level up brings a significant boost in attributes. However, I didn't intervene. I wanted to see how they would handle this sudden crisis. At this moment, the scumbag, Jialan Yeyu, along with two other knights, charged forward. But after just one encounter, they were sent flying. Clearly, their attributes were far inferior to these two demons. Immediately after, the Abyss Demon charged into the team with a fierce roar. The scumbag who was sent flying, Jialan Yeyu, and the two knights rushed back again. Without hesitation, they activated their ultimate defense skills. Although in this state, they could barely hold their ground against the Abyss Demon, the skill's duration wouldn't last long. They had to break through within this time. However, the two demons wouldn't give them the chance. They began attacking. Meanwhile, the scumbag Jialan Yeyu and the other two, in their ultimate defense state, were much slower and couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Mu Xianxian acted swiftly, relying on her combat instincts and the sure hit talent, along with her stun skill, successfully stunning one of the Abyss Blade Demons. The team cooperated seamlessly, pouring all their firepower onto the Abyss Blade Demon. However, the Abyss Demons also coordinated well. To buy time for the Abyss Blade Demon to break free, the Abyss Sword Demon swung its long sword, charging into the crowd. In an instant, sword energy swept out. Just as Mu Xianxian and the others were struggling to defend, the Abyss Blade Demon finally broke free from the stun. Mu Xianxian was shocked. Her stun was supposed to last for 5 seconds, but it only stunned the Abyss Blade Demon for 2 seconds. She realized this was the suppression effect of the level difference. The next second, the Abyss Blade Demon's fierce blade light nearly engulfed her. Fortunately, she activated the additional skill of her Earth Dragon armor in time, full defense. For 1 minute, her defense increased by 1,000 times, but all her damage was reduced by 99%. In other words, she was invincible for this minute. So, she used a taunt skill, drawing the Abyss Demon's aggro onto herself, and told all her sisters to take this chance to escape. After saying this, she ran deeper into the core area. Although Jialan Yeyu wanted to help, he knew chasing after her would be suicide. Tears welling up in his eyes, he led the group in the opposite direction. I watched the entire scene unfold. To protect Mu Xianxian, I quietly followed her. At this moment, Mu Xianxian was running at full speed ahead, but the Abyss Blade Demon was faster. Just as it was about to catch her, she suddenly turned around and used her stun skill on the Abyss Blade. At this moment, she pushed her combat instinct talent to the limit. With her extraordinary intuition, she effortlessly dodged the sword energy slashes from the Abyss Sword Demon. However, this state consumed a lot of energy. After a few minutes, she could no longer run. The next second, a terrifying wave of sword energy swept toward her, followed by the Abyss Blade Demon's furious blade. No matter how strong her combat instincts were, she couldn't dodge in this situation. Facing death, she slowly closed her eyes, her face showing no fear. For some reason, an image of me suddenly appeared in her mind. A moment later, the expected pain didn't come. When Mu Xianxian opened her eyes, a long-lost smile appeared on her face. In front of her stood a familiar figure. However, when the two Abyss Demons saw me, they sneered. A level 50 brat trying to play the hero? You're asking for death. But I ignored them. I raised my hand and cast the skills Aging Curse and Bone Prison. The demons' smug expressions instantly froze. They found themselves unable to move, only able to watch as the skeleton Berserker's blade came down on them. After reaching level 50, the skeleton Berserker's Furious Slash had upgraded to level 2, dealing 600% of its strength as damage. Cooldown: 10 minutes. At level 50, the skeleton Berserker's strength reached 252,000 points. With the 50% boost from the Death General, the skeleton Berserker's strength was close to 380,000. With the 600% multiplier, a single slash dealt nearly 2.4 million points of damage. Even a level 65 high-tier demon would be instantly killed. Seeing this, Mu Xianxian's face showed a hint of shock. She hadn't expected that in just a few months since we last parted, my strength had grown even more terrifying. Even a level 65 high-tier demon was like an ant in front of me. Then, Mu Xianxian quickly apologized to me. You saved me again. I have no way to repay you. Hearing this, I waved my hand casually, but in my heart, I was hoping for something more tangible. Unconsciously, my gaze lingered on her. At this moment, she looked even more alluring than before. Mu Xianxian noticed my gaze, and her face instantly turned red. However, she didn't shy away. Just then, a loud roar snapped me out of my thoughts. Ahead of us, a massive boss appeared. I immediately cast a detection spell, and found it was a level 64 elite monster. Its total attributes reached 500,000, with elemental damage and 50% physical damage reduction. Its strength was no weaker than the Earth Dragon God. Mu Xianxian was also seeing such a powerful boss for the first time. She couldn't help but ask if I could handle it. Seeing her nervous expression, I teased her, what if I can't? But she replied with unwavering determination, if you can't, I'll distract it so you can escape. After all, I can revive in the Soul Hall if I die. Hearing this, I shook my head helplessly. This girl really didn't value her life. Then, with a thought, 20 undead legions appeared, surrounding the battlefield's Ironclad tiger. However, I didn't order the skeletons to attack immediately. I wanted to use this opportunity to test the elemental wraith's aura. With a flash of fire, the flame raven appeared beside me. Immediately after, all members of the undead legion were engulfed in flames. At the same time, the Ironclad tiger was also set ablaze, letting out a series of agonized roars. Clearly, the damage from the flame aura was enough to cause significant harm. Then, a raven, shrouded in icy mist, appeared beside me, the skeleton surrounded by a blue aura. Meanwhile, the Ironclad tiger, still burning, was now frozen in place. Its speed had slowed by at least 2 to 3 times. No matter what skills it used, the freezing effect remained. It seemed the frost aura had a curse-like ability that couldn't be dispelled unless the target had immunity to status effects like I did. Next, a raven crackling with electricity appeared. In an instant, lightning filled the sky, and countless bolts of lightning rained down. In a flash, the Ironclad tiger's armor was shattered, and it let out a series of agonized cries. Realizing it was outmatched, it activated its strongest skill, Ironclad Charge, using its immense strength to break through the skeleton berserker's encirclement. It then fled without looking back. But seeing this, I smiled. The next second, the Storm Wraith, shrouded in wind elements. In an instant, the undead legion's speed tripled. In just a few seconds, they had surrounded the Ironclad tiger again. At this point, there was no need to drag things out. I cast Aging Curse, and the skeleton berserkers charged forward with their blades. Soon, the Ironclad tiger let out a final mournful cry and collapsed. The system notified me that I had killed the Ironclad tiger, gaining 1.92 million experience and 2 Ironclad spears, platinum tier weapons, base attributes, plus 2,800, warrior skill amplification, 90%, additional skill, sweeping army, attacking all enemies within 5 meters, with a chance to stun, cooldown, 3 minutes. At this moment, Mu Xianxian was completely focused on the elemental wraith. If only I had a summon like that as a pet, she murmured. Revenge was sweet. I hadn't expected that using less than half of my strength, I could reduce a boss that once could have killed me instantly to such a pitiful state. However, just as I was about to deliver the final blow, the being in the central region suddenly intervened and saved it. After I killed the Ironclad tiger, I took Mu Xianxian and began advancing toward the central area of the core region. Along the way, all monsters were wiped out by me. However, after 5 consecutive days, I still hadn't encountered the ancient phoenix. I did run into a few ordinary bosses, and without exception, they all fell before the undead legion. However, after the battles, I discovered a weakness in the skill Bone Prison. Although Bone Prison had been enhanced by my talent, its duration was up to 3,000 seconds. When controlling a level 63 or 64 target, it only lasted 30 seconds. If multiple targets were controlled, the duration would be significantly reduced. Even so, it was more than enough. Even if it only lasted 3 seconds, the undead legion could still deal devastating damage. As we ventured deeper into the core region, the terrain ahead began to change. Flames could be seen burning beneath the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of burning. This aura instantly stirred the killing intent deep within me. This was the aura of the ancient phoenix. I began searching for its traces around me. Then I saw a black fireball in the distant sky. The fireball hung in the air like a blazing sun, and it was rapidly growing larger. The ancient phoenix, wreathed in scorching flames, swept toward us. Seeing this, I immediately cast bone armor on myself and Musiancien. Then, I summoned the entire undead legion. The moment the Death General appeared, it immediately buffed all the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, I was fully prepared for battle. The ancient phoenix had left too deep an impression on me. Even though my strength had greatly increased, I didn't dare to let my guard down. At that moment, the ancient phoenix tore through the sky, rapidly closing in. I noticed its speed was even faster than my lightning wraith. If it decided to flee, I would have a hard time catching it. I needed to find a way to prevent it from escaping. As I pondered this, the ancient phoenix reached the sky above me. Upon seeing me, it paused for a second, then let out a sharp cry. It seemed to remember me from its memories. With a flap of its wings, black flames rained down from the sky. A firestorm engulfed the area within a kilometer radius. The Death General formed a protective circle around Musiancien. Meanwhile, I cast undead lightning, charging through the firestorm toward the sky. The entire undead legion followed me into the air. Although the ancient phoenix's total attributes reached 800,000, the flames it released only caused minor damage to the skeletons. The Death General could easily heal them completely. In the past, my undead legion would have lost at least 1,000 members to such an attack. Soon, the undead legion broke through the sea of flames and reached the ancient phoenix, despite being surrounded by black flames, which inflicted burning damage to anyone who got close. The skeleton berserkers ignored the damage and pounced on it, unleashing a barrage of attacks. At the same time, I cast Aging Curse. In the next second, the ancient phoenix's speed slowed significantly. However, I noticed that within the raging black flames, the curse was rapidly weakening. Clearly, the ancient phoenix's black flames had the ability to dispel curses. Just as the curse took effect, the skeleton mages and skeleton archers also launched their attacks. The ancient phoenix let out a series of earth-shattering cries. In its death throes, it unleashed 2 large-scale AoE skills, but they were still no match for the undead legion. The flames that had once caused me heavy losses now dealt negligible damage to the skeletons. This was because my strength had improved tremendously since then. The undead legion could now even face and kill a weakened demon king. What was a mere level 67, Lord-level boss? In comparison, the ancient phoenix was nothing more than a stepping stone. Now, I just needed to be cautious of the ancient phoenix's Nirvana talent. Back then, I had almost died because of that skill. Soon, under the relentless assault of the skeletons, in just 1 minute, the ancient phoenix was severely injured. The next second, all the flames in the area converged, forming a massive fireball over a kilometer in. This was the ancient phoenix activating its Nirvana talent. Seeing this, I immediately recalled all the undead legion into the summoning space. Then, I activated the lightning wraithwings and quickly fled the area with Musiancien. A few seconds later, the massive fireball exploded violently. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and a terrifying wave of energy swept out. Even though I was over 2 kilometers away from the explosion, I still took some damage. This gave me an idea of just how terrifying this Nirvana skill was. Not only did it allow the phoenix to be reborn, but it also had the ability to take its enemies down with it. After the explosion, a massive crater over a kilometer in diameter appeared on the ground, with raging flames burning inside. At the center of the flames, the ancient phoenix was undergoing its rebirth. It was now in an invincible state. 5 minutes later, an even more powerful aura erupted from the center of the flames, stronger than before. Seeing this, I frowned slightly. Could it be that the ancient phoenix became stronger after each rebirth? With this thought, I cast a detection spell. Sure enough, its level had increased from 67 to 68, and its total attributes had increased by 100,000. Even its elemental and physical immunities had improved. But even so, I wasn't worried. I cast Bone Prison, and the newly reborn ancient phoenix was instantly bound in place. The next second, the entire undead legion appeared, and countless attacks rained down on the ancient phoenix. Before the Bone Prison duration ended, the ancient phoenix was already on the brink of death. I thought I could finally kill it this time, but the next second, the ancient phoenix activated its Nirvana talent again, and this time, the explosion was even more intense than before. To protect Mu Xianxian, even my bone armor was shattered. The ancient phoenix then entered its second rebirth. Seeing this, I felt a headache coming on. I wondered if it could undergo a third or even fourth rebirth. At this point, Mu Xianxian voluntarily left the team and retreated 5 kilometers away. She knew that she couldn't help in this situation and would only be a burden to me. Meanwhile, I stared intently at the reborn ancient phoenix. The aura emanating from it grew stronger and stronger. 5 minutes later, a terrifying black flame erupted from its body, casting a shadow over the entire area. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel shocked. This was far beyond the strength of a level 68 boss. Even level 70+ dragon generals weren't this terrifying, but I wasn't intimidated. I raised my hand and cast Bone Prison, and the ancient phoenix was once again bound in place, unable to move. The undead legion followed up with a barrage of attacks, and I even joined the fight myself. Except for my ultimate skill, I used every other skill on the ancient phoenix. Among them, Venomous Star effectively suppressed its regeneration, while Soul Flame inflicted excruciating pain. In just moments, the newly reborn ancient phoenix was once again on the verge of death. It wasn't that it wasn't strong, but rather that the undead legion and I were even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to normal. However, all the flames were once again absorbed into the ancient phoenix's body. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate, recalling all the undead legion as I did. As a deafening explosion sounded behind me, a terrifying shockwave instantly shattered my bone armor. At the same time, I was sent flying hundreds of meters by the immense force. This time, the attack was even more powerful than the previous two. Seeing this, I felt a sense of despair. I hadn't expected the ancient phoenix to be able to undergo Nirvana rebirth so many times. But when the shockwave from the explosion subsided, I realized this was its final rebirth. This meant that if I killed it one more time, it wouldn't be able to revive again. But just as I was about to deliver the final blow, a spatial rift appeared nearby, and a massive claw reached out from within. It grabbed the ancient phoenix, which was in the midst of its rebirth, and prepared to leave. I wasn't about to let my prey escape. I immediately cast Bone Prison, but the spell only lasted for less than a second, before shattering. Even the attacks from the undead legion had no effect on the massive claw. In fact, the skeleton berserkers with just a single swipe from the claw. This showed just how terrifying the owner of this claw was. Looking at the claw's shape, I suddenly thought of something. I immediately ordered the undead legion to stop attacking, but I couldn't understand why such a lofty being would intervene in such a trivial matter. I was shocked. I hadn't expected that defeating the ancient phoenix would reward me with a drop of Fire God's essence. This allowed me to summon a fire elemental with divine power. The elemental materials obtained by the Death General also granted my undead legion an undying aura. It turned out that just as I was about to kill the ancient phoenix, the ancient dragon from the central region tore through space to save it. I couldn't understand why such a lofty being would intervene in such a minor matter. As I pondered this, I suddenly noticed something unusual in the sea of flames. It emitted a faint purple glow, standing out eerily against the red flames. I immediately rushed into the fiery crater and retrieved it. It was a crystal-like object, radiating intense heat. After inspecting it, I discovered it was solidified Fire God's essence, a legendary grade material formed from the Fire God's essence after being burned for thousands of years. I was overjoyed when I saw its attributes. I hadn't expected this to be solidified Fire God's essence. Just a single drop of divine essence had nearly caused a major incident before. Now, this solidified Fire God's essence was even more valuable. As I pondered this, I looked at the crater before me. Could it be that the ancient phoenix had known about the existence of this treasure beneath the ground, and that the Fire God's essence would greatly aid its rebirth? That's why it had chosen this area as its territory. I began to suspect that this region was the site of the Fire God's great battle. Moreover, the Fire God might have been severely injured, or even perished here, which would explain the presence of solidified Fire God's essence. If that were the case, there might be more Fire God's essence hidden beneath the sea of flames. With this thought, I dove back into the flames to search. Soon, I found another piece of solidified Fire God's essence. It was slightly smaller than the first, but it still contained immense fiery energy. In total, I found 10 pieces of solidified fire god's essence. Although they varied in size, each one was a legendary grade material, holding the fire god's essence. A wild idea formed in my mind. Could I use this to summon an elemental wraith? With this thought, I took the smallest piece and attempted a summoning. Instantly, a pillar of fire shot into the sky. The raging flames turned the surroundings into a sea of fire. At this moment, I felt the aura of a god-level powerhouse. Seeing this, I felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that I had summoned a divine-level elemental wraith? The next second, a massive wraith emerged from the flames. From its body, I could clearly sense a divine-level aura. However, this aura fluctuated, unstable and erratic. Soon, the massive fire elementals began to spiral out of control. Clearly, this wraith couldn't withstand the power of a god-level being. Seeing this, I immediately activated my lightning wraith wings and fled the area. After flying about 10 kilometers, a deafening explosion sounded behind me. A massive fireball formed in the sky, its power even more terrifying than the ancient phoenix's rebirth explosion. After this failure, I concluded that the issue was my skill level. The wraith I summoned simply couldn't withstand the immense power of a legendary grade material. Moreover, the fire god's essence wasn't just any legendary grade material, contained divine power. I would need to level up further before attempting such a summoning again. However, I came up with another idea. I could use the solidified fire god's essence to summon a flame wraith and have it perform a self-destruct attack. An attack infused with divine power would be devastating, helping to compensate for my lack of burst damage. With this in mind, I left the ancient phoenix's territory with Mu Xianxian. Along the way, we didn't encounter a single monster. This was because the ancient phoenix didn't allow any monsters in its territory. Only after leaving its domain did other monsters appear. However, when I saw the monster, I was struck with fear. Mu Xianxian noticed my reaction and also grew tense. Even when facing world-class bosses, I had never been this frightened. This meant the monster before me was even more powerful than the ancient phoenix. Its appearance was identical to the desolate beasts I had seen in the desolate lands. After using a detection spell, I realized I could see its attributes, meaning it wasn't a true desolate beast. True desolate beasts had no visible attributes. However, its name was Battlefield Desolate Beast, so it must have some connection to the desolate beasts. Unfortunately, my detection and it charged at me with incredible speed. But since it wasn't a true desolate beast, I no longer felt fear. I immediately summoned the undead legion to intercept it, while casting Aging Curse. Its total attributes were only 500,000, far weaker than the ancient phoenix. Its only advantages were its Blink Charge skill and its rapid regeneration ability. Blink Charge allowed it to move unpredictably, ambushing the skeletons with ease. This skill had no cooldown and dealt massive damage. If not for my full connection talent, even the highly defensive skeleton berserkers wouldn't have survived more than 2 hits. However, this skill was countered by my Bone Prison spell. As for its rapid regeneration ability, it allowed it to instantly heal all injuries. But this ability was also countered by my Venomous Star skill. Thus, it stood no chance against me. A minute later, the Battlefield Desolate Beast collapsed. Killing it gave me 2.07 million experience points. And through looting, I obtained 2 pieces of equipment and 2 materials. Among them was the Desolate Beast Dagger, a platinum-grade weapon for assassins. It added 3,500 to all and had the skill Blink. It could be used 10 times within a 10-meter range, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Additionally, the Desolate Beast Bone was a platinum-grade material with a regeneration property, making it suitable for crafting weapons and equipment. Holding the Desolate Beast Bone, I fell into deep thought. Judging solely from its attributes, it didn't specify what element it contained. However, it had a self-repairing property, which made me think it might be a rare element. With this in mind, I decided to test it by using the skill to summon an elemental raven. To my surprise, the skill's glow slowly brightened. This meant the Desolate Beast Bone could indeed summon an elemental wraith. However, the 6 slots for elemental wraiths were already full. To summon a new one, I would have to replace one of the existing wraiths. After some thought, I decided to replace the light wraith. Currently, the light wraith had the least utility, only being effective against abyss demons. As the grayish-white glow grew brighter, the next second, a grayish-white elemental wraith slowly materialized. This wraith was called the Platinum Elemental Wraith. Its attributes were similar to the other wraiths, but it came with an undying aura. This aura allowed all members of the Undead Legion to survive a fatal blow once, restoring 50% of their health. The cooldown for this ability was 24 hours. Seeing the aura's attributes, I was shocked. With this aura, my Undead Legion would become even more formidable. Even against explosive attacks, like those from the Ancient Phoenix, the Undead Legion wouldn't perish. This confirmed my earlier speculation that elemental materials weren't limited to common elements like wind, fire, and light. There were also special elemental materials. If I encountered such materials in the future, I could attempt to summon more wraiths. After finishing, I continued toward the central region with Mu Xian. Over the next 8 days, we killed many monsters and bosses. Unfortunately, we didn't encounter another battlefield Desolate Beast, or I could have obtained more Desolate Beast bones. As we drew closer to the center, Mu Xian suddenly collapsed, knocked unconscious by some force. I immediately understood that this was his doing. I looked up and saw him lazily gazing at me. "You finally arrived." A deep voice echoed in my ears. He lay on the ground like a small mountain, his massive wings spread out, their size beyond estimation. As a beginner-level professional, my identity merged with the creator god of the Hand of Gods. Not only did I break the limits of divine power that determined a professional's attributes, but I also became the first genius in a million years to awaken a divine talent. It turned out that after traveling over 10,000 kilometers, I had finally reached the heart of the core region. Here, I finally met the ancient dragon from Legends. Seeing me, he lazily lifted his eyelids to look at me. "Your leveling speed is too slow," he said. "It took you so long to reach level 50. Though your level is a bit low, your combat power is decent. You managed to defeat my pet, Little Black, despite being 20 levels below it." Hearing this, I realized that the ancient phoenix was his pet. No wonder he had intervened to save it. Then, the ancient dragon leaned closer. "I sense something on you that I need," he said. I was startled. I hadn't expected him to detect something in my storage space. Even a level 95 powerhouse like Bai Yuan couldn't do something like this. This showed just how terrifying the ancient dragon's power was. Then, I took out the orb that Ishan had given me. The moment he saw the orb, the ancient dragon's eyes. "Did Ishan send you with this?" I nodded slightly. "He has fulfilled his promise to you. I hope you will also keep your promise." Hearing this, the ancient dragon erupted into earth-shaking laughter. Instantly, the surrounding space began to twist and distort. Even the ground around us. Seeing this, I was deeply shocked. I never expected that just his laughter alone could cause both the earth and space to collapse. Such a being is truly terrifying. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the orb. Afterward, Chunshang said, "I will naturally keep my promise." At this moment, the ancient dragon's gaze toward me underwent a subtle change. "You now have the right to know my name." I instinctively cast a detection spell toward him. To my surprise, I discovered that aside from his name and level, all other information was marked with question marks. What shocked me the most was his identity and level. I had never heard of a world. His level was as high as 100, completely surpassing my understanding. Seeing my shocked expression, Antares was quite pleased. "You should feel honored. Not many people get to know my name." Then, he began discussing our transaction. He asked me to go to the Thunder Hidden Valley in the lower realm, find a crystal, and bring back what was inside. As he spoke, a drop of crimson dragon's blood flew from Antares' fingertip. This was the key to unlocking the crystal. In return, he offered me a set of legendary equipment, but I refused without hesitation. After all, I now had an aversion to any equipment. No matter how good the equipment was, it held no value for me. Upon learning this, Antares offered a precious bloodthirsty Mang as a reward, but I still refused this item that countless people dreamed of obtaining, because Yin Guangxing had told me that when I reached my third advancement, he would give me a portion. Antares, having been refused again, was at a loss. After all, legendary equipment was extremely rare among humans. He believed no one could resist such a temptation, but he never expected to encounter someone like me. He thought that if equipped, he could offer the bloodthirsty Mang, which increases base stats, but I didn't lack such things either. Next, he offered elemental, divine stones and talent divine stones as rewards, but I already had all of these. In the end, I chose to exchange for some important information. Not only did I learn how to kill a desolate beast, but I also discovered how to truly summon a lich with god-level power. However, this could only be achieved after reaching level 70 in my third advancement. By then I would be capable of facing weaker demon lords. But when I continued to ask how to neutralize the corrosion poison, a glint of golden light flashed in Antares' eyes. You actually have the aura of the god of life. Could it be that you've obtained the Staff of Creation? I nodded slightly. In the next moment, the Staff of Creation appeared. Upon seeing the Staff of Creation, Antares burst into thunderous laughter. Back then those fools fought to the death over the Staff of Creation and the god of life's divine power. In the end, they all perished in the realm of creation. Now, a mere junior like you has obtained it. What a tremendous joke. From his words, it was clear that even the Staff of Creation, which could elevate a god-level being to a transcendent god level, was something he looked down upon. This made me wonder, could he be stronger than a transcendent god-level being? Then, Antares answered my question about corrosion poison. He told me that corrosion poison was incurable. Once poisoned, even a god-level being would die. Moreover, the stronger the poisoned individual, the more potent the poison would become. That forbidden skill was capable of killing all beings below the transcendent god level. I never expected Antares to give such an answer. That forbidden skill was enough to annihilate all beings below the transcendent god level. I was shocked that Antares would reveal such a truth, but my Lich General had clearly neutralized the corrosion poison. Perhaps, if I waited for the Lich General's level to increase further, even god-level corrosion poison could be neutralized. However, I didn't share this with Antares. At the same time, I realized he wasn't omniscient. Then, I asked my final question. How could one become a transcendent god-level being? Antares smirked arrogantly. You're only level 50 now. Becoming a transcendent god-level being is still far off for you, but it's not actually difficult to become one. When you reach level 99, there are 3 paths to becoming a transcendent god-level being. The first is the simplest. After reaching level 99, use some top-tier materials and a formation to ascend to the transcendent god level. The second is to rely on mythical level items, which can give you a chance to become a transcendent god level being. The Staff of Creation you possess is one such item. The third, and most difficult, path is to have one of your attributes exceed 10 million. When you reach level 99, this will allow you to become a transcendent god. However, the strength of transcendent god-level beings varies depending on the path taken. Those who break through using their own attributes are the strongest. Those who rely on materials and formations are the weakest. Hearing this, I was stunned. Although breaking through using one's own attributes made for the strongest transcendent god-level beings, it required a single attribute to reach 10 million, and this didn't even include equipment bonuses. Even though my attributes were already quite strong, my highest attribute, Spirit, was only 200,000. That was still 50 times short of 10 million. It was clear how difficult this would be. Aside from these questions, as part of the transaction, I also requested some legendary elemental materials, similar to the fire god's essence. Next, I would wait until I reached level 70, before heading to the lower realm. But just as Antares used a special spell to teleport me away, I noticed a hint of amusement in his eyes. I immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The teleportation array enveloped me and Mu Xianxian, and we disappeared from the spot. After I left, Antares wore a playful expression, as if he had done something amusing. Meanwhile, Mu Xianxian and I arrived in an unfamiliar world. I knew this wasn't the upper realm. Thinking back to Antares' amused look before the teleportation, I began to feel uneasy. As I pondered this, Antares' voice echoed in my ears. This is the lower realm of the eternal battlefield. Since you've arrived here, fulfill your promise and head to the Thunder-Hidden Valley. Then, a scale suddenly appeared before me. This scale can take you out of the lower realm, but it can only take one person. I immediately understood Antares' meaning. Although I could leave the lower realm at any time using the scale, Mu Xianxian would be left behind. With Mu Xianxian's current strength, she would undoubtedly die in the lower realm. I quickly checked my inventory and found that even the teleportation stone given to me by Meng Anwen had lost its effect. It seemed I had no choice but to head to the Thunder-Hidden Valley and complete my transaction with Antares. At this moment, Mu Xianxian finally woke up. She was equally confused by the unfamiliar surroundings and had no memory of how we got here. I explained to her that we were in the lower realm of the eternal battlefield and handed her the scale, telling her to use it to teleport away if she encountered any danger. Then, we began following the route provided by Antares to the Thunder Hit. Despite being a war god who had always fought above my level, I found myself struggling in the lower realm of the eternal battlefield. Even after exhausting all my trump cards, I couldn't defeat the Storm Queen. It turned out that after being teleported to the lower realm, we had begun following the route provided by Antares. But now, we were in serious trouble. We headed toward the Thunder Hidden Valley. Soon, a large group of plant-type monsters appeared before us. Their numbers were too vast to count. I immediately cast a detection spell on them. Seeing their attributes, I was slightly shocked. Level 72 ordinary monsters, with total attributes reaching 780,000. Level 69 monsters had their attributes doubled. Their high attributes, combined with 3 skills and 1 trait, made this area a death zone for any level 70 plus professional. However, in my eyes, these giant wild ear trees were just experience points. So, I summoned my entire undead army and cast the skill Curse of Aging. The skeleton berserkers charged at the monsters with their greatswords, while the skeleton mages and archers provided ranged support. In an instant, all the giant wild ear trees went berserk. Countless vines began thrashing wildly. Despite my constant dodging, I was still hit by the vines. My bone armor glowed brightly, but cracks immediately spread across its surface. It could only withstand 2 more attacks before shattering. This made me realize the strength of these giant wild ear trees. Their attack power was on par with that of the ancient Oviraptor. The skeleton berserkers at the front line took the brunt of the attacks. Only with the Lich General constantly healing them, they barely survive. Next, the skeleton mages and archers unleashed their attacks. Instantly, many vines were severed, and leaves fell like rain. But after several waves of attacks, not a single giant wild ear tree had been killed. I immediately realized something was wrong. Even with their 300,000 constitution and life force enhancement trait, they shouldn't have been able to endure for so long. Could it be that they also possessed an ability similar to complete connection? With this thought, I looked toward the giant wild ear trees that hadn't been attacked. Sure enough, their vines were also showing signs of damage. This confirmed my suspicion. They indeed possessed a trait similar to complete connection. However, they didn't have a group healing skill. As long as the damage was sufficient, they could still be completely destroyed. With this in mind, I activated the skills of all 9,000 skeleton berserkers. As the most explosive force in my undead army, they had never let me down. Each skill activation dealt damage equivalent to 2.7 million strength. Combined with the damage amplification from the Curse of Aging, the giant wild ear trees were instantly overwhelmed. The massive damage prevented them from transferring the damage to their companions. With a loud crash, a giant wild ear tree exploded under the skeleton berserker's assault. The system notified me that I had killed a level 72 giant wild ear tree, gaining 2.16 million experience points and a dwarf tree seed. One after kill notifications popped up. None of the giant wild ear trees surrounded by the skeleton berserkers survived. Then, I began casting the skill Corpse Explosion on their bodies. Now at level 7, Corpse Explosion could deal 2000% of the corpse's HP as damage to enemies within a 420-meter radius. The sudden, terrifying explosions rendered the damage-sharing ability of the giant wild ear trees useless. Countless giant wild ear trees were blown to pieces. From this moment on, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Mu Xianxian, witnessing this, was once again shocked by my strength. She couldn't understand how, at just over level 50, I could dominate monsters over 20 levels higher than me. But just then, the explosion suddenly stopped. In the distance, a colossal tree appeared, blocking the sky. In the next moment, a massive vine struck me, shattering my bone armor and sending me flying over 1,000 meters. The sheer force of the attack left me utterly stunned. Mu Xianxian, seeing this, was once again in awe of my power. She couldn't believe that at just over level 50, I could dominate monsters over 20 levels higher. But just then, the explosion suddenly stopped. In the distance, a colossal tree appeared, blocking the sky. In the next moment, a massive vine struck me, shattering my bone armor and sending me flying over 1,000 meters. The sheer force of the attack left me utterly stunned. Mu Xianxian, seeing this, was once again in awe of my power. She couldn't believe that at just over level 50, you must know that my bone armor is equivalent to 300,000 points of constitution. Yet, in the face of this power, it was utterly useless. So, without hesitation, I quickly distanced myself from it. Then, I cast a detection spell, thinking that if its attributes weren't too high, I might be able to kill it. But the moment I saw its attributes, I turned and fled with Musian. At the same time, I recalled all my undead army from a distance, because this towering giant tree was actually an 86th level world boss. Its total attributes were a terrifying 6.1 million. Moreover, it possessed 2 enhancement traits and 2 immunity traits. Such a terrifying existence was far beyond my ability to handle. Although I had already reached level 50, and my overall strength had increased, my first reaction upon seeing the giant Night Mother tree was to flee. The aura it gave off felt even stronger than the flaming demon king I encountered in the dungeon. Plant-type monsters are known for their terrifying vitality, let alone a plant-type world boss. Its vitality was strong enough to make one despair. In an instant, I had already flown several kilometers away with Musian. I thought we had escaped to a safe, but suddenly, countless black dots appeared in the sky. Numerous giant leaves, carrying terrifying cutting force, swept toward us. Wherever they passed, it seemed as if space itself was being sliced apart. Clearly, this was the giant Night Mother tree's skill, Leafcutter. Despite my full-speed evasion and constant dodging in mid-air, the giant leaves were coming from all directions. It was impossible to avoid them all. I could only summon a few skeleton berserkers to act as shields. With a series of sounds, several skeleton berserkers were sliced apart by the giant leaves, shattering on the spot. Seeing this, I was shocked. My complete connection talent had failed again, but fortunately, I managed to block the giant Night Mother tree's attack. However, just as I was fleeing at full speed, the giant Night Mother tree suddenly leaped into the air, appearing in front of us in an instant. It seemed I had no choice but to fight. So, I immediately told Musian to activate the scale and leave this place. Musian nodded. She understood that staying here would only burden me, but she didn't immediately activate Terry's scale. Instead, she cast a collect tree skill on the giant Night Mother tree. Before leaving, I knew she believed I could defeat the giant Night Mother tree, which was why she did this. But I knew breaking its defense wouldn't be easy. Perhaps only by simultaneously activating curses and the strong soldier skill could I do it. But the strong soldier skill only lasts for a mere 30 seconds. So, I had to end the battle within 30 seconds. Thus, I immediately cast Curse of Aging and Bone Prison. The moment the Bone Prison trapped it, I summoned my entire undead army and the elemental lich. Then, I activated the rune skill on my hand. By the time I finished all this, the giant Night Mother tree had broken free from the Bone Prison. At that moment, the undead army's frenzied attacks rained down upon it. At the same time, I cast Soul Flame with my left hand and Toxic Star Burst with my right. Under the effect of the strong soldier skill, their power was greatly enhanced. In the next moment, the giant Night Mother tree let out a deafening scream. Then, it began to counterattack, casting the skill Death Entanglement, binding the skeleton warriors around it tightly. Each vine could ignore complete connection and completely obliterate the skeletons. Moreover, the number of vines far exceeded my undead army. It seemed as if it wanted to wipe out my entire undead army. But at that moment, I pulled out a solidified fire god's essence. The moment I activated the skill, flames surged into the sky. The battlefield was engulfed in fire. A flaming crow, radiating a divine aura, appeared. The moment it appeared, the giant Night Mother tree began to tremble uncontrollably. As the flaming lich charged toward it, countless vines shot out from the tree, trying to block the flaming lich. But the flames on the flaming lich possessed god-level power. In an instant, the vines were reduced to ashes. Just as the flaming lich reached the giant Night Mother tree, I immediately recalled my undead army and fled. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted behind me. It was as if a giant sun had appeared on the ground. Flames spread in all directions, turning the land within a radius of several kilometers into a sea of fire. The giant Night Mother tree was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely, but I didn't receive any kill notification. In the next moment, the giant Night Mother tree leaped up and fled the area. I didn't plan to chase it, because even if I caught up, the duration of my strong soldier skill would have expired. In that state, I would be no match for it. So, I quickly fled in the opposite direction. After flying over 100 kilometers, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, an even more powerful aura surged from the distance. He's here. He's here. I finally couldn't hold back. I had made a move against a top-tier world boss in the lower realm. Even pushing my limits in battle, I had felt despair. Just as I repelled the giant Night Mother tree and prepared to retreat, I suddenly sensed an even stronger aura approaching from afar. So, I immediately descended from the air and hid. In the next moment, a massive serpent over 100 meters long flew past where I had just been. When I saw its appearance, I was shocked, because this serpent resembled the Jiao from Chinese mythology. But I could only guess, not daring to use a detection spell on it, afraid of drawing its attention. After all, my strong soldier skill was on cooldown. In this state, not to mention an 80-plus level world boss, even an 80-level lord boss, would be difficult for me to handle. Moreover, judging by its size and aura, it seemed no weaker than the giant Night Mother tree. Fortunately, it didn't notice me. Then, I began replenishing the undead army I had lost. Meanwhile, in the White God's courtyard, Meng Anwen's expression changed drastically. He sensed that I was now in the lower realm, specifically in the Wild Continent, a place with an extremely high mortality rate. Then, he informed Counselor White of my current situation. Hearing this, Counselor White jumped up in alarm, immediately preparing to head to the deep layers of the eternal battlefield. The Wild Continent was known as a monster paradise, where bosses were as common as regular monsters. Typically, top-tier professionals at level 70+ wouldn't venture there. Only the most elite professionals would form teams to explore it. Even with my strength, surviving there would be extremely difficult. That's why Counselor White was so anxious. His first thought was to head to the deep layers, find a spatial passage, and then go to the lower realm. But Meng Anwen didn't start setting up a teleportation array. He told Counselor White not to worry. Don't forget, Xiao Yu went to the eternal battlefield to make a deal with that being. Moreover, there's no way he could have entered the lower realm on his own. The only possibility is that it was that being's doing, and I suspect they've reached some kind of agreement. So, with that being around, Xiao Yu will be fine. Even if you go, you might not be able to bring him back, and you might even upset that being. Counselor White fell silent, realizing the truth in Meng Anwen's words. Hearing this, Counselor White finally gave up on the idea of heading to the deep layers of the eternal battlefield.